My name is 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. With me are members of the committee. I will ask them to just introduce themselves before we start with the program of the day. Let me also welcome the Deputy Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, Honorable 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐭, as he walks in. Maybe let's start with the introductions. Can I start with you, Honorable Subrathi?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to DM. Good morning to Chairperson of Portfolio Committee, industry leaders, and most important, the creative world that assembled here. It's so great to be with you all. My name is Imran Subrathi. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you so much. You're all welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Colleagues, all our invited guests, and then the Deputy Minister in presence. The Deputy Minister in presence. Good morning, everyone. My name is 𝐶𝐨𝐵𝐿 Ngubane. I'm the member of this Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members and esteemed guests. My name is Crown Prince Adeline Chabeling. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before you come in, Honorable Singh, can I ask that the cameras take off my face, please, and focus on the members who are speaking? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Deputy Minister, colleagues, and everyone present. Really looking forward to the engagements today. My name is Shara Singh, and I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, honorable members, fellow South Africans, and everyone from the industry who has joined us. My name is 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐿 Megan Chauke Adonis. I'm a member of this Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, DM. Good morning, members and guests. My name is Oscar Matafa. I'm a member of the committee. You're all welcome. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. My name is Mzoleli Mkhaga, a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair, DM and colleagues and our guest. My name is 𝐵𝐸𝐿𝐶𝐻𝐿. I'm a member of the Economic Freedom Fighters and a member of this committee. Yeah, thank you.
We never would have guessed, eh?
Good morning, DM, Chair and the panel, everybody from the industry, honorable members. My name is Honorable Hendricks. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson, to the DM and the colleagues. My name is Tsholofelo Wadlani, member of the Portfolio Committee.
Honorable Deputy Minister, can we please know who you are? Microphone, DM.
My apology. Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, colleagues. My name is 𝐿𝐿𝐵𝐿 Ngubane, Deputy Minister, Department of Communication and Digital Technology. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. I'm just checking that there are no other members of the National Assembly or NCOP present who I may not have recognized. Okay. Once again, let me welcome all of you today, and I really appreciate your presence at this round table. I've been informed that there are a number of organizations who have graced us with their presence, and I'm sure we're going to be acknowledging them during the course of the day. The purpose of this meeting, and maybe let me shock you first, the purpose of this meeting is not to discuss the regulation of podcasts. This meeting is called to get South Africans in conversation about a multi-billion rand industry, which is digital content creation with podcasts obviously at the heart. I was going through the statistics just the other day, and it says that in the last year, I think it's the ICASA State of ICT report. In the last year, we had more than 156 billion rand, which went to data costs linked to social media and obviously access to the platforms that we are discussing today. Now, you have a sector that is creating an immense number of jobs. Young people are finding entrepreneurship opportunities within that. And it's a sector that we believe we should actively support as this parliament, and I believe as government as well. So that's the conversation we want to have. But as much as we recognize, the innovation, the inclusion, the monetization and everything within the sector, it is a reality that we've obviously had to also look at some of the challenges that are posed by the sector. The conversation may have been triggered by, online harms and things like that, but we believe that the conversation should go far beyond that. As South Africans sitting here, I don't think that I need to explain, the impact that social media, these conversations would have had in our society. Most of us are old enough to remember Bell Pottinger. We have seen AI undress women on social media. And these are some of the harms that I think we need to balance as we warmly welcome innovation and digital inclusion. So this roundtable, we believe, then marks a significant moment for this parliament. We're going to engage on a medium that's become rapidly a cornerstone of cultural expression, a powerful tool for journalism and storytelling, and a growing engine for digital entrepreneurship. That the podcasting sector has grown in South Africa is undeniable. From political commentary, as I see Dr. Mbofo Walsh walked in, to community storytelling, from education to entrepreneurship, podcasts are really enriching our public discourse, and they're providing platforms for voices that are often unheard in traditional media. We believe that this is a success story of innovation and digital inclusion. But this rapid growth, colleagues, fellow South Africans present, also brings us to a critical juncture. The legislative and policy frameworks that govern our communication landscape were, for the most part, designed for a bygone era. If you look at just our Electronic Communications Act, it was built around the concept of linear broadcasting, scarce spectrum, and does not easily apply to on-demand internet-based world of podcasting. So this misalignment, therefore, presents a structural regulatory gap. While the Constitution, POPIA, the Cyber Crimes Act provide a foundational floor of rights and responsibilities, what we believe we lack is a coherent, forward-looking framework for the sector. So the question before us is not, as I said, whether podcasting should be regulated, but how do we create a fit-for-purpose governance framework that protects public interest, the safety of minors, and the integrity of our democratic discourse without stifling the creativity, innovation, and freedom of expression that makes podcasts so powerful? Now, this is where I think government also comes in, and we are pleased to have the Deputy Minister here. In November of last year, government gazetted for comment a draft white paper on audio and audiovisual media services and an online safety policy that provides a crucial starting point and offers a vision of a technology-neutral, risk-based, and proportional approach. This vision must now be turned into action. I think it's also important that we must clarify the respective roles of Parliament and the Executive in this discussion. Our facilitator for the day will be Mr. Dimitri Martinez, and I know one thing that he's passionate about as well is the respective roles of not only Parliament, the Executive, but also the regulatory bodies that have joined us today. So the Executive, through the department, has initiated policy reform, like I said, and seeks to modernize the regulatory framework. Parliament, however, the representatives of the people, carry the constitutional responsibility to exercise oversight and assess the adequacy of these policy intervention, and ultimately, as lawmakers, the process, the legislative reforms that will be required to address the gaps. So the committee's role in convening this roundtable, therefore, is necessary and appropriate. It ensures that any further legislative intervention will be informed by evidence, and stakeholder input. I cannot stress this enough. We thought that it would be improper for us to be engaging in this topic without calling you, the industry players, to discuss co-creation and what the output should look like. So instead of duplicating the work of the executive, ours is to ensure that by the time any legislation or policies come to Parliament, we would have engaged with the sector to find the way forward. And finally, maybe let me just say, we're not here with a predetermined outcome. I know that the initial letters that were sent out spoke about co-regulation, self-regulation, and this and the other thing. And I hope you would have seen that we took a conscious decision that there's no predetermined outcome. It is the voices in this room and in further consultations that will define what podcasting and the entire sector should look like. So we are solidifying the work that we're going to be doing around legislative reform. We have adopted as a committee a legislative framework agenda, and the insights we gain today will be invaluable as we shape our oversight and legislative reform participation. So on behalf of the committee, I do invite you to speak candidly. Please do share your concerns, your aspirations, and your ideas, and let's work together to chart a path forward that ensures the podcasting and digital content creation ecosystem continues to thrive while contributing to a safer, more accountable, and more inclusive digital media environment for all South Africans. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Martinez, but I do want to, okay, I've just been given some apologies. The Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies has sent his apology. He's not able to join us today. The Director General of the department has just arrived. I also see amongst us our regulators, and maybe for the sake of completeness, let me confirm the regulators who are present. I see the chairperson of ICASA, Mr. Ramusi, is with us. 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐿. I believe that the representatives from the Film and Publication Board are here. I'm not sure who's here. The chairperson of the board, 𝐼XKISMA, you are welcomed. The info, okay, I haven't seen Palisa. �\ZNA, which is the domain name authority representing the chairperson, you are welcome. And then the information regulator is also present. Where are they? Shine. All right. Don't be intimidated by these regulators. They're still trying to find themselves. They keep talking about a regulator of the future, and hopefully today we'll be able to define what that looks like. We're also joined in the room by students from the University of Stellenbosch. They are BA honors students. Itani Shine. They are led by, I think, Dr. Ncube, so you are very much welcome. We do have the industry present. I know that the SA Podcasters Guild is present, independent podcasters. We've also invited the platforms. I do believe we had confirmations from TikTok, YouTube, Google, and you will see them during the course of the presentations. Okay, I see. And Meta. And then Sisnomvuiso Baki is also here. She's the CEO of the Association for Communications and Technologies, which is the association representing the mobile network operators. So it is indeed a full house. The MNOs, I'm getting pressure next to me to mention them. Okay, Vodacom is here, MTN is here, Telkom is here, Rain is here, Cell C is here. We're missing Liquid Telecommunication, but I'm sure they'll come. Mr. Dimitri, a seasoned broadcasting and regulatory expert, may I then hand over to you to take us forward?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and honourable members of the committee and guests of the committee in Parliament today. It really is, I was reminded by Honourable Subrati that this is a historic event. There's never been such a gathering of so many people and this particular diversity of people. So welcome to everybody. My role is really to facilitate the discussion to make sure that we get through what is quite a full program today. We have really just 4 or 5 different areas that we're going to touch on today. Most important is to learn from each other, to understand the perspectives that we bring, the different perspectives. And as the Honorable Chair said, this is the beginning of a conversation. This is certainly not the end of a process, but rather a conversation, a very necessary conversation that should extend beyond today, not only happening here in Cape Town, but around the country. And certainly we will look to our colleagues in government and the regulator to be convening similar meetings across the country to make sure that we get to hear from every corner and every possible space on what is a really, really important topic. So we'll start with just a very short presentation clarifying some concepts. As we found in discussing this and looking at the discussion on social media that's happening already, that there really are very different understandings. Is podcasting, broadcasting, and many other such things. So looking at some proposed outcomes, which is really raising some questions. We'll then have a presentation from the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies on the state of podcasting in the country from a policy perspective, some international case studies, and then we'll have the really meaty discussions, which will be our panel discussions. We'll then break for lunch, and the honourable members have got some other parliamentary work, so some of them won't be here, or maybe all won't be here, but we will continue with our discussions in what are 4 themes, but we've actually created 2 groups, and then we'll have a report back and a way forward. So some of the key questions which we're really looking to address, definitions, online safety and remedies, complaints handling and regulation, data privacy, measurement, equity and development. I'm not going to go into this in detail because the panel members and discussions, I really wanted to get to what some people are calling these days, not debunking, but pre-bunking some concepts. So we anticipating where there's perhaps misunderstanding or different understandings. And the first is to recognize that we are now working in a really converged environment. And this has been something that legislation has recognized as far back as 2005 with the promulgation of the Electronic Communications Act. And we have essentially different industries that are now, on your telephone, you can now watch television. It's that sort of simple perspective, but really wanted to get to understanding networks, because it's a phrase and a concept that is used very much interchangeably with the term platform. So let's start with what is a network. Radio and television is a live medium in real time. It's something that goes from one to many. Podcasts are accessed on demand, and we talk about that as a one-to-one. I'm going to show you a graphic representation in a moment. Now, podcasts can be streamed in real time, and radio is also broadcast and pre-recorded and broadcast over the air. What is different is how it is accessed. So we talk about point-to-point communication, which is a one-to-one, and we also talk about a return path. Broadcasting is a one-to-many. We talk about point-to-multipoint. So the very architecture of the networks that we see, for example, Centec, which is the signal distributor in the country, establishes networks. There's a particular type of infrastructure to carry radio and television signals. The telecommunications operators establish networks which are point-to-point, the one-to-one communication. Broadcasting, as it's defined, is any form of unidirectional, so one to many. And looking at it from just a purely graphic perspective, it's one signal that is being transmitted, and anyone can receive it simply by tuning in on their radio or television. So from a TV perspective, if you've got a rooftop antenna, you will receive an over-the-air transmission. That is the coverage map. We talk about that as a footprint or a coverage of a transmitter network. Anyone that falls within that coverage area is able to receive that signal. There's also a satellite reception mode, and you can think of a satellite simply as a transmitter that's in the sky. It's located in the sky, and there is a direct reception from that. We talk about the footprint of a satellite. There are two types, but actually there are more than two, but for our purposes, you have a C-band or a KU band. A KU band is a much more focused signal, but any body that has a satellite dish within that footprint is able to receive exactly the same broadcast transmission. And then we have cable. Now, this is where our one-to-one communication happens, where we are receiving either via fiber or we are receiving over wireless broadband. And when we say receiving, actually, we're not receiving in the same way as broadcasting, we are fetching. And this is the key difference. With a podcast, it's not automatically received over the air as a broadcast is. A person has to go online, has to consume data, and has to go and fetch the content that they have selected. That's why we refer to it as on-demand content. So that was one of the key ideas that I wanted to impress upon the audience today. Now, another concept is the idea of over the top. And essentially what we're talking about here is service providers that are making use of the infrastructure that has been deployed by others, in our case, mobile and fixed line telecoms operators. In other words, the over-the-top services are not investing in infrastructure themselves. They're coming in over the top of infrastructure that has been placed by the licensed operators in the country. And the latest concept, which is artificial intelligence, we talk about AI already embedded in the way in which audiences discover. Think of TikTok, YouTube, engage with, think of personalized feeds, and pay for content. And that is something which I think, Chairperson, you probably want to have a discussion in the future. There has been discussion about regulation of AI, but that's somewhere else. So what I wanted to say about AI is that media isn't competing with other media anymore. It's competing with algorithmically optimized attention platforms. That's quite a mouthful, but something that I'd really like us to think about. As I was doing the research for this, I discovered that in Colombia, there is an AI avatar that is actually running in elections, recognized. So honorable members, I'm not sure whether you'll be sending your avatars in future, but this is just something lighter as we move on to the last concept. What is a platform? Again, there's been a lot of conflation between the concept of a network and a platform, and we refer to sometimes a service as a platform. In its essence, a platform is a combination of hardware and software. For example, operating systems that run our phones and our computers, that serve as a foundation for building other applications. So podcasts, for example, and often reducing the development time and cost, which is why there is so much controversy around the issue of over-the-top services making use of technology or infrastructure that has been invested in by others. So the idea of disruptive technologies, you will probably all know the logos. The one on the right is OpenClaw. Now, the introduction of a disruptive technology forces traditional businesses like our telcos in the past to alter the way they approach their business, otherwise they risk losing market share. What I wanted to get to is, I'd like you to guess how long it took some of these disruptive technologies, and you can make a note, to reach 1 million viewers. It took Netflix 3.5 years to reach 1 million subscribers. It took Airbnb 2.5 years. Facebook, 10 months. Spotify, 5 months to reach 1 million subscribers. The iPhone, 74 days. Instagram, 45 days. Are you seeing a pattern? 5 days. ChatGPT took 5 days to reach 1 million. And today, ChatGPT, among many other AI systems, has 2 billion visits per day. That's right, Honorable Deputy Minister, 2 billion per day. So let's very briefly get an overview from my perspective before the department presents, just to give you some facts and figures. The South African audiovisual landscape, as defined in the white paper, talks about content creators on the left-hand side of your screen. And I've given just 1 or 2 examples of content creators. Then we have in the middle, the national networks, which excludes radio broadcasters. That's on the next screen. There was just too many to put into one. You then have over-the-top services, and you'll recognize some of those logos. Your television distributors, and then your consumers. So if you look at the bottom of that screen, the way in which the white paper defines the new ecosystem, you have creation, aggregation, delivery, and viewing. Podcasters sit with the content creators. That's our radio landscape, plus over 200 community radio stations and hundreds of podcasters. I've been able to get the members of the South African Podcasters Guild, and there are many other podcasters that aren't members. And that's just the South African landscape. Let's briefly talk about how many people are using what. We've got 50.8 million people using the internet. 26.7 of those use social media. We've got 124 million cellular mobile connections. People have more than one. And you also have machines that have little, what are those things called now? I've just forgotten the little card that we put, the SIM card. You see the numbers there of the social media users in South Africa. How do we access the internet? The vast majority of South Africans still rely on mobile internet, and you'll see there across the different provinces, very different numbers. But we need to ask, who's really connected? There isn't equitable access in the country. And that's one of the big challenges, both for the policymakers, the regulator, and indeed the legislators. When we look at the penetration of 3G and 4G, it's quite high across the country. But to really be accessing internet of the future, you need 5G. You can look at that very, very unequal access. This comes from 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭's State of the Sector report. And so these are some of the questions that we need to be talking about as we look at the future. In terms of internet usage, I just wanted to move to this one. 80% of users of Facebook below the age of 45. Where do we get our news from? This is some research that was done by a company called BrandMap. And before I do that, let's just remind ourselves who these different generations are. We've got the silent generation, the boomers, Gen X, the millennials. I'm looking at the circles at the top, Gen Z. And then we also have, apparently, they're called Alpha, the ones that were born after 2010, Honorable Chair, and members and all guests. So if you look very briefly, and this presentation will be made available to you. So please don't worry if I'm moving quite quickly. I'm trying to make up some time. If you have a look, the boomers are still reading newspapers, Gen X still, and radio and television is up there. As we move to our younger generations, you can see they're getting their news from TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and then radio, and then friends and family. Even WhatsApp. Is that the news if we receive it via WhatsApp? In terms of podcasts and internet usage, we have 75%, as we mentioned, of the population spending 9 hours. Now, that doesn't mean that they're constantly on, but they're using it in conjunction with some other device, right? So while we're typing away on our computer, the radio is playing in the kitchen and the television is on in the lounge. So who owns that consumer? That's for the BRC to answer. 62% of adults listen to podcasts today versus 55% only 6 years ago. And 58% of adults are habitual YouTube viewers. The streaming platforms, these are your video streaming platforms. These are the 3 big ones in South Africa. You can see the numbers there. Netflix as a dominant platform. Essentially there, I just wanted to just show the frequency of use. 31% of users watch Netflix every day, and 48 more than once a week. If YouTube was a channel, it would be the largest channel in South Africa, bigger than SABC1, which has 22.6 million monthly viewers. Video streaming, you look at the past 12 years, it has grown. This is exponential growth. But what I wanted to move to is the ad spend and the impact this has had. If you look at global revenues and the number of users, but where is all the revenue going? To internet. Look at television, dropping, look at radio, out of home, all of the traditional media. The figures that came out of the Competition Commission hearing shows that more than 50% of all advertising is going to the digital platforms. These are unregulated. I know our colleagues from the digital platforms are going to help us understand this new world, but indeed, we talk about regulatory parity as a really, really important concept when we talk about the regulation of media in South Africa. I just wanted to pull three ideas. The white paper talks about potentially merging the regulators or potentially creating a new regulator, expanding the scope of regulation to include nonlinear audiovisual services, most importantly, online safety. Podcasts, I would say, can be defined as on-demand audio and audiovisual media services that are delivered over electronic communication networks. And we talk about regulatory, co-regulatory. As the chair said, there hasn't been any particular idea. We're here to open the conversation, get the conversation going, and think about these things, understand, most importantly. Very briefly, to show that as legislation over time has evolved, there is certainly legislation that protects consumers, that is able to deal with different aspects of potential harms, etc., right up to and including the Cyber Crimes Act and the Prevention and Combating of Hate Speech Act. And then we have, from a policy perspective, which is the green arrow, the white paper, which has been spoken about. Finally, just some, from an international perspective, the European Union has adopted a legislative framework through the Digital Services Act. It requires large digital platforms to publish transparency reports detailing content moderation practices. The United Kingdom regulates digital media platforms and places legal obligation on platforms that host user-generated content, including podcast distribution platforms. The US digital platforms provides their Communication Decency Act provides liability protection for platforms hosting user-generated content while allowing them to moderate content according to their policies. Really important distinction here as well between user-generated content and podcasts. And I'm sure as we go into the panels, and we have a lot of very clever people here who are going to be telling us about definitions and defining all of these different types of content. Looking at another 3 countries, Australia operates a co-regulatory media governance system. Industry bodies develop codes of practice for digital content services, including online audio, while the regulator ensures compliance with public interest obligations. Brazil has adopted a multi-stakeholder governance model, and that's actually quite an interesting. Governance is coordinated through an internet steering committee, which includes representatives from government, civil society, academia, and industry. Certainly some interesting models. Kenya provides a continental example of hybrid digital media regulation. They have a media council, and that oversees media standards and it also enforces a code of conduct and practice for journalism that applies to digital media, including online publications and podcast-style journalism. So that was really just very briefly to touch on some key concepts, look at some examples, and get the discussion going. So I'm just going to flight the program so you have an idea of what is coming up, because we will now move to our panels. No, first we have actually the DCDT that's going to be presenting. And if I could ask, is it Dimakatso? Will it be the Deputy Minister, Mr. Mashile? But let me show you what's coming up. You have seen it earlier. That is our program for the day. And we'll have, will it be Mr. Mashile? Okay. And then we will move to our panel.
Sorry, Demetrius.
Yes.
Sorry. We are in your hands totally.
Yes.
But then there are a parliamentary protocol that we have to adhere to. So maybe before Mr. Mashile comes in, let's ask the Deputy Minister if he'd like to say a few words, and then we'll proceed with the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
It's a surprise, Chairperson. But when the idea came, I got fascinated because I'm a YouTube fanatic. I have come across a lot of podcasts, highly informative, at times highly blasting, smashing, where you feel you cannot respond. And I thought it's an interesting discussion because I have watched podcasts where even personally, I got moved very badly. I don't have a problem with that. But sometimes I felt, could I have a way to respond? You find that you can't do it. There's a comment platform which you don't know whether they pay attention to, because not a single podcast ever responded to my comment. But one way they really blast. But however, it's a huge intervention in terms of communicating news and the critical overview of what is happening in the country. It's an exciting vibrancy. I thought I'm not even clever on how to deal with it, but it just excites me. But I already made some grievances about it. But I'm here to listen what exactly is happening there. What are they thinking? Where do they think the environment is helping or undermining what they're trying to do? And so on. So I'm just here to observe, Chairperson. You caught me napping, but I'm fascinated. I never thought I would sit in a room with these guys. Thank you very much.
Observing protocol, Chair. Okay, thank you very much, and a very good morning to you, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members. I think they were in that category of boomers, and a very good morning to the chairs and the leadership of our regulatory bodies. I've also noted the associations in the room, the industry leaders, but I'm more excited to greet the youth that is present here. And I'm hoping that they will be taking this journey forward for all of us. Chairs, the Department of Communications, we're here to provide a high-level overview. I understand that this is an engagement for us to then basically pave the way forward in terms of South Africa's growth in this growing sector, amongst which is obviously the podcast. I think it has been highlighted already that we are dealing with this disruptive technology, and it has already been disrupted. We have to also observe as to who are these disruptors, what has been the intention of that particular disruption. I don't think it's necessarily about the boredom, but fundamentally, I think we talk about the issues that people are already on mobility. But I also see that there are creative as well as content creators who are actually keen to break the barriers and the traditional platforms. So we are creating a platform for youth, for entrepreneurs, content creators, innovators in the space, and many others. We take cognizance of the fact that as the policy maker, we have to understand the risk, but more than anything else, we have to harness the opportunities. And where those opportunities and greenfields are, we have to constantly try to build on that. So we see the growth in terms of the South African sector and the impact it has both at a continental level. I think it obviously, with regards to it being on various platforms, more and more people are watching, and obviously the impact we can have in the future in terms of the global scale. And my colleague, Mr. Colin Mashile, is going to unpack on that. So our role as the department, whilst we have put out the audio and audiovisual white paper, our intention is not necessarily to stifle this creativity, but to see how we can grow it. So there are obviously proposals, it has been highlighted in terms of how we're going to regulate this sector in the future. But for now, we just want to assess the impact. We are guided fundamentally by the Constitution, as well as the constitutional provisions, as well as various other acts. So I think fundamentally that already lays the foundation and the groundwork for it. Our intention is, Chair, is to broaden the participation, to transform what was the traditional broadcasting sector, looking at it from an audio and audiovisual and a wider base, and to really see how meaningful entrepreneurs, youth, innovators can participate in the ecosystem. So with that, I'd like to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Colin Mashile, to take us through a bit of high level, our presentation, just to also set the scene. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues from the industry. Chairperson, what we have observed in terms of the podcast regulatory framework, both in South Africa and elsewhere, is that we have observed a co-regulatory model and self-regulation that is being promoted. These are the new ways the industry has been regulated, not only for podcasts.
Mr. Mashile, can you speak more into a microphone? Maybe move the things.
Thank you. Thank you. This model, I think, Chair, has been prevailing for some time in the sector. And it does not only affect the podcast, but also the television and the audiovisual media services. Also, the complaints mechanisms are very important, that the new frameworks aim to establish how the public can complain. Currently, there is no mechanism in terms of when you have an issue with what you have viewed or listened to on podcast. With broadcasting, it's very clear. You go to the BCCSA, ICASA, and you complain, and there are mechanisms in terms of how to deal with it. So in terms of this online environment, currently we do not have that complaint mechanism, and we are planning to look at that. And you also, broadcasters and everyone else is accountable in terms of the content that runs on their platforms. So we are trying also, what we are seeing is that with the new emerging platforms, platform accountability is very important, because you'll need to know that if you watch a podcast on YouTube or on Spotify, where do you go to and who has to be accountable, whether it is the platform that's been run on, or whether it is that a podcast people themselves. And in terms of regulatory focus, because this is a new emerging area, regulators are looking at how global podcast platforms that operate within their borders can address harmful content or how they can protect the consumers. So that's why there's an emergence of a collaboration among regulators in specific countries and globally. And also, beyond the legal requirements, there's an industry push to ensure that the ethical guidelines focusing in terms of how we are going to regulate these content platforms, but respecting the freedom of expression and other rights that are secured within the Constitution, so that you do not come across as if you are regulating speech or you are trying to regulate content. And also there's movement where the podcasters themselves are trying to professionalize the industry so that the people that are operating within the environment knows what is legal and not illegal. And I think these are global trends where even the broadcasters and elsewhere, you will find that there are professional operations to assist them to comply with the regulations of the law. So in terms of the observations that we are making, is that we observed that in France, you have the equivalent of an ICASA, that is the 𝐟𝐸𝐵, and also in Canada, you have the equivalent of an ICASA, that is CRTC, that have over the last few years been modernizing their broadcasting frameworks and to include the regulation of platforms, as my colleague here was talking about the digital platforms. But I think what is paramount is that they do not regulate content because they respect the freedom of expression within their constitutional laws. So what they have done in Canada, they have introduced laws that are allowing the platforms to register with the regulator in their specific countries. And what France, the example that is coming from France, which is also very interesting, is that they have developed what is called a podcast observatory, the regulator. It's a very collaborative mechanism, including industry research institute, the civil society, and everyone. And that what it does is that it provides continuous sector mapping. And the goodness of this is that because it's continuous and ongoing, they have correct statistics in terms of how the podcasting sector is evolving. And also providing the economic insight in terms of how much it's providing to the economy and jobs and such, and also how to develop professional practice studies. And I think the intention, because it's all-encompassing and collaborative, is to come up with supporting evidence-based regulatory frameworks and policies that will support the sector to grow whilst respecting those constitutional provisions. My colleague, I think Dimitri, has spoken in terms of the United Kingdom, Australia, US, and in Botswana and Kenya, as has been indicated, there are no specific regulations for podcasts yet, but Tanzania and Morocco have also adopted a similar strict approach to online regulation in general, but it's not specific to podcast. I think my colleague Dimitri had indicated a few of the laws that are operating within South Africa where this framework might be looking into. I think the first amongst all is the Constitution, with all Bill of Rights provisions and what is possible. And also, we might say, since 192 was protecting the freedom of expression and broadcasting regulation and others, but we also have the ECTA, the Electronic Communications and Transaction Act that deals with content moderation and takedowns, which is very critical. You have the Films and Publications Act that was amended to include commercial online distributors into its framework. And you also have POPIA, the popular POPIA, where if anyone was to podcast, respecting people's personal information is very critical. And the other one is related to the justice law, that is promotion of equality and prevention of unfair discrimination, PEPUDA, which I think has to do with online hate speech. And the 𝐦𝐻𝐿 case is one of those that was very paramount when it went to the Supreme Court of Appeal, and it was confirmed by the Constitutional Court. And these are also supported by various other laws related to the Equality Court and other courts and Human Rights Commission and the Gender Commission, all of those 192 entities. And I think in terms of our policy making and our regulatory approaches is that the collaborative nature and the approach is to always respect those human rights issues that are recognized by our Constitution. So it's also very important to note that over the years, ICASA have not had, and as it is currently, does not have jurisdiction over podcast or online content. That is within the preserve of the FPB. And there are also obligations where broadcasters recognized by the law sign up to the BCCSA under the governance of the National Association of Broadcasters, and they can refer the complaints to ICASA. And also under the ECA and ICASA Act, these are recognized. And I think most of our colleagues in here will recognize that now and then you'll hear any station that you listen to that they are subscribers to the BCCSA. If you have to complain, you can complain with them first. If not satisfied, you can upscale them to the regulator. Also, that it's very important to know that FPB is a classification entity focused on the need to protect children from harmful content. So a new framework that will enhance, a new framework is very essential, and its importance will be to enhance trust in technology and data use, and that will include also matters around the podcast, while also ensuring inclusion, fairness, and promotion and protection of human rights. And I think because the way the podcasters operate, this is very critical that it applies to them, to the promotion and protection of human rights. And as the DG has said, and Dimitri as well, that we are currently finalizing our white paper on audiovisual media services and online safety to meet the challenges posed by harmful content, which will include mis and disinformation, content that is inappropriate for children, and other online harms, including those that will now and then take place via podcasts. And also, the principle is that the protection of digital content consumers must be guided by the Constitution. So the issue remains, as we had indicated in the statistics, is that South Africa recognizes the rapid growth in podcast industry and the fact that absent a policy framework, that an absence of a policy framework creates a vacuum, but that the government also needs to take into account the inward investment opportunity that online media in general offers and align itself with international best practice. In addition, the government must recognize the importance of promotion of innovation and the opportunity to create a livelihood that podcasting offers, specifically for SMMEs, while at the same time protecting, promoting, and balancing the right of expression, association, religion, and politics, the right to privacy, and the right to dignity. So in conclusion, Chair and the colleagues, responsible content dissemination requires accountability, transparency, action, and enforcement. And to give effect to these goals, other countries have chosen to adopt guidelines, self-regulatory bodies, including those foreseen in the ECT Act, Chapter 11,
and also the ones that emphasize a support on a supportive environment for content creation. Self-regulatory bodies could include observatories, ombuds, and industry representatives, as we have indicated above, and also an industry code of conduct with their own internal takedowns and complaint mechanisms are the fastest and most effective way to implement the draft policy and protect media freedoms and digital content consumers. For now, Chairperson, that will be our inputs in line with what the first part was requiring. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG and Mr. Mashile. That certainly gives us the perspective from the policymaker. We're now going to be moving to the session regarding the panels, and if I could kindly ask the colleagues from DCDT, if you could just move a little bit down because the panel will have to sit here. Our apologies, or if you prefer to sit on that side, I think yes?
Can we use this for seats?
Yes, we'll just need 4 seats. So basically,
that's enough.
Okay. Just one.
That's enough.
Just one. Yeah. Yes, please. Okay. All right. So if I could ask the panelists, is William Bird, who's the director of Moxie Africa, formerly known as MMA, Odwa Abram from Weber Wenzel, Dr. 𝐶𝐨𝐵𝐿𝐻 Walsh, welcome. And then the DCDT will also have a member here, I believe. Okay. And if I could invite the chairperson of 𝐼CASA, Mr. Ramusi, who will be sitting in front. Are you happy there?
Thank you. So, live and take together. Let's see what you like.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson of the committee, honorable members, DM, DG, and all guests, and all my colleagues from the sector. As introduced, my name is Muthibi Ramusi. I'm the chairperson of 𝐼CASA. And thank you very much for the invitation. I think it's very important, I think, to reflect on some of these new emerging trends, technologies, and with an intention of ensuring that as and when we develop policies, as a regulator, especially us, we should actually align our program so that we are not misaligned to socio-economic issues of this country, and including the global world where we live in as people. Now, you might have heard this morning the issue about podcast. I've always asked people that, before you can even reflect on any emerging technology or emerging trend, the first question is, what problem are you trying to solve? Because at the end of the day, we have all these technologies. I mean, talking as an engineer, we are taught that everything that has got a problem, you need to find a solution to it. So, and I take it that podcast, when it was coined, for those that have been following the whole trends from the iPod days and how to use a platform to communicate, question is, are you actually broadcasting? Is the problem around the issue of the platform that is being used, or is the problem the presenter? Because there are two things that you need to look into. It's a platform, and it's somebody who sits behind the mic, behind the camera, and providing content, and we consume. So the question is, how should we then approach and find solution to that? I've got a panel, and I'm sure that I'm going to be taking you through some of the questions. And let's have just that interaction. As I've indicated, we're here to find a possible solution to what seems to be a problem. But at the same time, we shouldn't stifle innovation in solving that problem. I think this morning we had a little bit about legal consideration on issues that are facing podcast. If you could just, I don't know, William or Doc, you'll start. Should podcast be treated as broadcasting service under the ICASA mandate? I'm now talking as a regulator because I've heard this morning, we've been deploying around the issue of, is podcast a broadcasting service? Should they be treated? That's the first question. Or as a digital content platform outside traditional rules? If I could get just the first one to take that. Doc, you can start. Doc Mpofu. Just keeping time. How much time do we have? 45. Sorry for the 45. All right, let's keep it short, to the point. So I've classified the themes so that we can follow. So I'm starting purely with the legal classification because at the end of the day, I've asked the question, is there a problem with broadcast? Doc, is there a problem? What is the problem?
Honourable Chair, firstly, thank you very much for the kind invitation. Honourable members, Deputy Minister, Chairperson, it's a great joy to be with you and thank you very much for the kind welcome. On the first question, are podcasts a problem? I would strongly resist that framing. And I would suggest that we need to view podcasts as a potential island of excellence within the South African economy right now. When we consider the very difficult position in which the South African economy finds itself, podcasts have risen as Black-led, independent, and financially sustainable economic entities. And I think that's a particularly important island of excellence that not only we need to think about regulating, but that we need to consider how we actually assist and help, not just from a truth perspective, but from an economic perspective. So I'd strongly resist the urge to characterize podcasts as some kind of problem, and I would rather invite us to consider how we treat them as an emerging exemplar of excellence in the country at the moment, warts and all. As far as the regulatory question goes, I think we have to be very careful here to consider what it is that we are regulating. And for me, there are three distinct areas of regulation that are apt. The first is you regulate harm. And those kind of harms are dignity harms like hate speech or defamation. So what are we regulating? We're trying to regulate some kind of harm here to people's dignity. And there, for me, we have very effective ways through our courts of regulating egregious assaults on people's dignity and defamation. And the question I would ask is, why do we think that those existing mechanisms, which are enforced through an independent judiciary, are inappropriate in this case? So in terms of the regulation of overt harms like hate speech or defamation, we have regulations. The other thing we would regulate is explicitness, overt violence, foul language, inappropriate nudity. And there really is a need to regulate. But there, for me, platforms already regulate to a large extent. If they don't, then I think that that may be an area that we need to speak about more seriously. Again, there are also legal regulations for egregious violations of those areas of regulation. But also podcasts, I think, might be caught by the film and publication regulations already. Without wanting to be too prolix, because I'm not quite sure how long I have.
Yeah, just 1 minute.
1 minute left. I think the third thing that we would want to regulate is disinformation, misinformation, or in other words, we'd want to protect truth. So we'd have dignity on the one hand, we'd have explicitness, or we'd want to protect some form of violation of accuracy. And this, for me, is where I think the real debate lies, because this seems to be where the main concern seems to be around podcasting. But I would say that when we consider how to preserve accuracy in the digital age, it's really not as easy as simply setting up some kind of parallel BCSA or suggesting that podcasters should sign up to their own form of regulation. So for me, the debate should shift rather from explicit harm or explicitness to questions of truth, how we preserve accuracy. But the only question I would raise is, I've looked quite deeply into the practicalities of how we do this, Chair, and we mustn't underestimate how vexed this question is. Right from the beginning of how you define a podcast, right through to the question of if you want to create some kind of stratification of podcasts, that becomes an incredibly difficult thing. Where I believe, and I close here, there are areas where we can focus in the short term to make the most change would be the right of reply. And I listened very carefully to the Deputy Minister, and I apologize wholeheartedly for not replying to his YouTube comment. The right of reply, I think, is an important area we can focus on together, as well as the advertising area and making sure that audiences understand when things are paid for and when they aren't. As for an overt attempt to license or introduce any kind of state regulation or introduce any form of what might be bordering on light, medium, or heavy forms of censorship, I think we should strongly resist that. I think it would have a very hampering effect on not only digital media truth, but also a burgeoning industry. And I think we should be very careful in considering any kind of state participation in the control of podcasting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Just for the record, just to introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. I am Dr. 𝐟𝐨𝐫𝐿𝐵𝐻, the founder of the SNWX podcast.
Thank you. William, you'll do the same, I think, in that order, just on the first question.
Good morning, colleagues, Honourable Chair, honourable members, all protocol observed. I hope we can start to abide by that. Thank you very much for this invitation, and we support Parliament's hosting these kinds of debates and discussions because they allow us to consider some of the very big challenges that not just South Africa, but as you've heard from the DCDT earlier, that there are various governments around the world are dealing with exactly these same questions. And broadly speaking, there are three responses to this, right? There's the mega approach, which is the one that Trump, that orange lunatic, is running in the States, where what you do is you effectively take control of the media environment and of the platforms. You buy them out and you have a oligarchy and you run everything and you get them to toe whatever line you're taking. Now, that's one approach. It's certainly not one that I think in South Africa we would support. So if we don't like that, you then go with the second approach, which is the kind of a clampdown approach, which is you regulate the daylights out of these things, which, as the good doctors just said, is a really bad idea because it, aside from censorship, it just ultimately is counterproductive and will not lead to the burgeoning podcasting that we're seeing. And the third option is something that I think we can draw from lessons around the world, but develop our own African approaches to. And in that regard, obviously, that's the option that I think we should support, which is that you do need to start to distinguish between the platforms and the content, and how we make sure that platforms are accountable and operate within South Africa's constitutional framework and the rights-based approaches that we hold dear. And at the same time, make sure that we deal with content that, thanks to social media, is openly working towards incentivizing polarization, racism, misogyny, and the kinds of things that are very antithetical to South Africa's values as a constitutional democracy. And so when you look at that, you then say, well, what are the options as to how we do that? And as, again, the good doctors pointed out, it's a very difficult set of areas to look at. Certain online harms are well catered for. Hate speech, South African Human Rights Commission, Equality Court, and there's potentially a law that's waiting to be enacted. When you deal with online harassment, there's all sorts of things that deal with all of these laws, including incitement, etc. Disinformation is a particularly tricky one, and that is where a lot of the most difficult sorts of areas lie. When it comes to podcasters specifically, I think that there are two things. Those that favor news, that are newsfluencers, that think that they are doing journalism or that are committed to truth and to verified information that we know is real, especially with AI, they should sign up to the Press Council. It's got an excellent code. It means that there's a complaints mechanism about their content. It means that there's a form of redress. It starts to solve a whole lot of problems. Those that fall outside of that, because there are millions of podcasts that do, should support something like the Podcasters Guild as their code of conduct. I mean, I think it can be strengthened, but there's a very clear, simple, practical answer to deal with those things that starts to bring all of us and all of these entities into line. And then for the platforms themselves, I think, again, we've heard from the DCDT, they're busy formulating their policy, and as civil society, we strongly support the formation of some kind of an online safety authority. And I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, William. Just to introduce yourself as well, just for the record.
Sorry, in doing all the honorable greetings, you forget who you are. I'm William Bird. I run Mokti Africa.
Thank you, William. Thank you. All right. The next, it's going to be Yolanda. So you'll do the same, just on the very same question.
I'm Odwa Abraham. I am a media law attorney from Webber. I think my colleagues have kind of answered the question, and I will emphasize just a few issues. So when you say to an ordinary man on the street, there's a need to regulate podcasters, there's an assumption that podcasters exist in a vacuum in a world where there are no laws. And as they've said, there are already existing laws. If you've been defamed by a broadcaster, you can approach a court. If you say your privacy rights have been infringed, you can approach the information regulator. If you say your intellectual property, you can approach the court. So that is the overview. So podcasters are born into already an existing framework, and we then need to identify precisely in the train which parts do we need to intervene in. More particularly for me, as for example, as elections are coming up, that's very important. Podcasters are operating, most of them are operating in the realm, in the form, and in the nature of journalism, but perhaps not held to the same standards as journalists are held in terms of truth and accuracy, and that's actually very, very important, and on how there needs to be an intervention in that regard. And that for me really is we need to identify what gaps. So it's obviously, it's not a wholesale intervention. We need to identify precisely what gaps need intervention.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Yana. Yeah, I think then you're next, just to reflect on that.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the honorable members. All protocol observed. So thank you very much. My name is 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐸𝐻𝐿𝐻 from the SOS Support Public Broadcasting Coalition. I think just my focus really isn't going to be specifically on, legislation that we can look at, but I think just some key questions we need to be thinking about as we're thinking about, amending legislation to make way for broadcasters. If you look at the current legislative framework, we shifted from the media environment to the information system. We have laws that were, very useful and effective under, the media environment. But I think that shift necessitates that we also shift our thinking. And I think, we need to be very careful not to create mechanisms or to duplicate rather mechanisms that already exist within the media environment. But at the same time, we need to be very careful not to adapt existing legislation and adapt it to the online environment when it actually is not suitable for that environment. So I think that's very important to think about. For instance, we've got the draft white paper that talks about existing legislation. It's looking at different entities that already exist in the space and looking at which one would actually be suitable to lead, the regulation of online content. If you're looking at that, if you look at the ECA, for instance, you look at 𝐼CASA, that's already in the space. If we're looking at extending, the 𝐼CASA mandate, for instance, there are certain elements that need to be questioned to say, yes, 𝐼CASA regulates within the electronic communications environment, but to what extent is podcasting similar to broadcasting? So what are those differences? Because if you're going to say it's very similar, you actually risk, the assessment of those very important differences. Because if you look at podcasting, it's quite different from broadcasting because there's no heavy infrastructure that's required. It's actually very simple to produce content. Anyone can actually do it. So you need to really think about how these different, environments are different yet similar at the same time. But I think also the department mentioned, Tanzania, and I thought that's a great example. Oh, okay. Mentioned Tanzania, and I was looking at it recently and just looking at how rigid and strict their regulation is. I think that's also something to keep in mind, to say as much as we want to regulate podcasting, we need to ensure that there's a balance of freedom of expression, as well with regulation. So I think that's something that's quite important because their regime, in fact, requires, online content producers to be licensed by the regulator. That's also something to guard against because you want that freedom of expression. But I also think if you look at other entities in the space as well, if you look at the FPP, for instance, as a classification body, one of the key issues with the podcasters is that they're not classified. So you can have a 5-year-old listening to a podcast that actually, talks about nudity and, information that's not, suitable for a 5-year-old. So I think there's also a role that the FPP can play within the classification space so that people know what to expect from a particular podcast in terms of content, in terms of genre as well. So I think, those are just some of the thoughts to kick off the conversation.
Yeah, thank you very much to our panelists. So mine was just to set the scene. And as you've heard, it was more on the legal regulatory. I think my takeaway, because I'm going to be handing over to Dimitri. So I think, Chair, honorable members, from what we have heard from the first intervention, to note, I think there's clear agreement that there needs to be some control. Measures put for podcasting services, if one was to put it that way. I've heard words like accountability. You cannot be left to do things without being given rules of the game. that talks more to compliance. I think it's what one has had. And there's an issue in terms of the posture that one takes, issues of harm, usage of language. I think it's important, misinformation. I had sustainability because anything that is being done, obviously as regulators, Film and Publication Board is here as well. Our intention as regulators is not to license people for failure or institutions. So it's going to be important that as we embrace this new change, let's look at how these channels, how these innovations are going to be sustained without encroaching to other business within the sectors that we regulate. I had the issue of data privacy because ultimately, if you're talking to me as a consumer, privacy becomes one of the issues in terms of language. And finally, I had the issue around inclusivity. I think it's going to be important that as and when we embrace this new text, media platforms, we do have different members of the society, persons with disability, youth, and the elderly. So I think it's going to be important, Chair and honorable members, from an oversight that whatever rules that are coming must be inclusive. And lastly, it's about standards and quality. I think anything that we consume, 2 weeks ago, we're on a consumer awareness campaign. We've heard what South Africans are saying about quality and services that are provided. So quality and standards is going to be very key. And lastly is the issue that I heard from Doc about the issue of intellectual property. I think listening to all the intervention, it's how to protect that as part of these new services. So Chair, honorable members, my job ends here. So I've given you a teaser, it was an appetizer. So I think we'll get into the real details of why we're here as well. But thanks for the opportunity. And as we said, we're not here yet to pronounce so ICASA has not pronounced anything. So I was facilitating and I managed to get some good info. But thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Dimitri, just one small intervention. I know the students from SU need to be excused at 11:30, and I wanted to check, Dr. Ncube, before they leave, would they have any questions that they would like to ask to the panel on what they've heard so far? We can take that quickly.
Good morning. My name is Mopeti Maveba. So I have a question in terms of policy, right? So if there is currently no clear indication of podcasts and regulators, I wanted to sort of find out how would we then start to fill the gaps if we don't necessarily know, have a clear framework? How would we go around filling the gaps? Because I think before you fill gaps, you sort of need to know where the gaps are.
Thank you very much. Do we have another question? The policymakers are busy scratching their heads now. No other questions? Okay, DG? I'm not sure where the DG is sitting, or could I ask Mr. Mashile to come in on that question?
Thank you very much, Chairperson and the colleague from Stellenbosch. I think what usually happens is that before you formulate any policy, you have to engage in research. So for you to identify the gaps is that you'll talk to the industry, you'll talk to the operators, you'll observe what is happening globally. For example, I think the question from the chair was that, is there a problem with podcasting? The issue was that issues were raised around 2 or 3 podcasts that were raised, and those matters were related to policy oversight and others. Then what you do is that from the side of government or policy making or research, you will say, what is the problem here? I think the problem that we have identified and which has been repeated by colleagues is that currently we do not have a definition of what is podcast or audio on-demand services. And you'll say, if there is such, who has to regulate and what are the accompanying policies that should be there? And also, what kind of laws will operate? I think the colleagues are echoing our sentiments to say we do not regulate or identify gaps or address gaps for the sake of those gaps. What they are saying, which is correct, is that most of the people that are operating in this area are young people, young entrepreneurs that are trying to make a buck. But in line with everything within the country, what should be the regulative framework that will operate? So currently now, your traditional audio or radio broadcasters are being regulated and there's oversight. Globally, there is an agreement that with the emergence of these audio on-demand services, there needs to be oversight and regulatory policy frameworks. And it becomes a discussions via your public consultations and others. And then at the end, Cabinet will take a decision to say what should be the best practice that South Africa should adopt. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Mashile. Did any of the other panel members perhaps want to respond? I see Odwa and 𝐿𝐶𝐬𝐵. Go ahead in that order.
I also think, I'm not going to answer a question. I'm just going to add to what you've said. I also think it's just more than identify the gap. Once you've identified the gap, you also need to identify the sort of intervention that you need to. I don't think all the issues that will be identified here will need legal intervention, for an example. I'm just going to an example with it's a legal question, it's a legal issue, which I don't think needs a legal answer. It's the question of platform liability. And in our experiences as lawyers, when you are trying to hold the platform liability, they will raise the issue of jurisdiction. And rightfully so, because these platforms are not in South Africa, then in other countries, they'll raise the issue that you don't have jurisdiction over me. And for me, and rightfully so, and for me, I think that needs some sort of collaboration. That needs some sort of collaboration between policymakers, governments, etc. So it will be just more than just identifying the gaps. It will be identifying the sort of intervention that is required.
Thanks so much. And I think your question really gets to the heart of one of the most difficult things with which we'll all have to grapple, and that is, what is a podcast? Because it's actually, even in the academic literature, something that is very difficult to define. Is it just two people in a bedroom putting on a camera and putting it on social media? Or is it a platform with hundreds of thousands of subscribers that releases content every day? Here's the difficulty. We can regulate the big platform, but the two people in their bedroom, if they go viral, can have more reach than the big platform. And so we might fall into the trouble of regulating one thing when it becomes impossible to regulate virality. Because we live in an age where someone from their bedroom who nobody knows today can go viral tomorrow. And that may have more impact than a podcast with 400,000 subscribers that day. So simply stratifying podcasts by size does not change the problem of the impact of podcasts in the country. So I think that's one very important, the non-linearity of digital reach in the present day and age. May I just also add in closing that platforms do exert a certain control on podcasts. So we shouldn't be left with the impression that you just go on and post whatever you want and you can get it out there. There are quite complex algorithms which read live transcripts of what is posted and will stop a video from going out or will demonetize a video once it goes out. So platforms themselves are not doing nothing. They're already doing a lot. The question is, are they doing enough? The one area where I feel there is a gap is that they aren't South African context specific. So we know that there are certain words which only as a South African you will understand are actually deeply harmful. And sometimes you try to tell that to YouTube or X, and they're like, oh, we don't know that word. It's not in our algorithm. So context-specific platform awareness, I think, is a big area, a big low-hanging fruit.
Sharp. That would be one of them. Thank you so much. We'd like to thank the students from Stellenbosch. You can go quietly when you're ready. And we hope to see future podcasters, legislators, regulators. Thank you for joining.
You are welcome back if you will come back. Dr. Dimitri, thank you for going.
Thank you, Chair. We now have 25 minutes for engagement. If I could ask you to please keep your question or intervention short and sharp so we can give as many people an opportunity. I'm going to start with the honourable members of the committee. And then if I could say, let's take 4 questions and then we'll move from there. So if I could ask if any of the honourable members of the committee would like to make a comment or ask a question to our very esteemed panel. This honourable member and then, oh, okay, we'll move across. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair and our invited guests. Chair, the issue that the country needs to resolve, we've seen in the US, there is even a culture called the manosphere, where there is a degrading of other gender and other race through podcasts. It's a culture that has grown big. So luckily, these platforms, these podcasts under these platforms where they run, it's owned by the US. So it's easy to say to just shut them down. But in South Africa, we don't own these platforms. But what if that culture that even Dr. Mpofu has mentioned of explicitness, abuse comes in? We've seen an example of that 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐞. I think there was some other issue around there. So the question we should ask.
Sorry, Honorable Ngoban, I just need, is it fine? Are you sure? Are you trying to kill podcasters in here?
Regulation.
Apologies, Honorable Ngoban, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. The Chair, the first thing before we jump into regulation, we need to ask ourselves, with all these entities that we have, ICASA, FPB, all of them, what it is that we can slot in what is missing. At the end of the day, there is nothing in South Africa that just must exist in vacuum. One, without being known, and other factors. You cannot just exist on your own in a country that has laws. So that's my gist, Chair. Firstly, I mean, I encourage, Chair, that we've got a lot of entities that has all these regulations. So somehow we need to see where these podcasters fit in. We know SABC fits in somewhere, they are regulated, newspapers are regulated. Though my issue all along is that our regulation is so weak in this country, but at the end of the day, we need to find out. According to me, no one must not be regulated in the country. You do not exist in a vacuum. You exist in where we live. Tomorrow you will insult us and we don't know where to report you. Somewhere, somehow, podcasters as well must be regulated. You are making profit out of this thing, huge profit. I hope and pray, Chair, that they are paying tax as well. They mustn't think that they are in heaven or somewhere in somewhere where they exist on their own. They exist in a country with laws that has a government that runs the country. Thank you very much, Chair.
Martinez, I'm going to need to support you here. And firstly, protect Dr. Mpofu Walsh. He's in the firing line here. There are many podcasters here, so look everywhere. Don't just look at him. You're intimidating him.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's take Honorable 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞.
Chair, thank you so much. And once again, greetings to everybody in the House. Chair, I'm conflicted because I'm a podcaster, so, you know, I now and then get onto the hot seat to discuss some of the issues. And that's how I got to sit here, by the way. I came from a podcasting background, and it gave us the opportunity to crack into the legislative environment to become regulators today. So I think I'm not going to really be hard to my colleagues. What I want to say more than anything is actually we must congratulate the young people, even the old people in podcasting, who have really taken the initiative to create an industry that has been suppressed in South Africa. And how has it been suppressed? We don't have enough data, and we don't have enough cheap data to encourage the transformation of our digital space. So when you see people who have made it out of really scanty means with really little, we have to encourage you guys as podcasters and say really well done for breaking the mold and becoming the Joe Rogans of South Africa. And that's really something we must celebrate. The challenge here, Chair, is that as regulators, we tend to want to be obsessed with making laws that in any way, if you over-regulate, you stifle the industry. You stop creativity and innovation. Some of these moments of sped, I mean, I'm not talking about nudity or insults to women or, where you have child pornography, and this demeaning culture of things which are already regulated within the Constitution. I'm talking from a point of view whereby this new dimension of podcasting is so incredible that one line gets the entire nation or even globally people excited, and they flood to that platform. It creates the platform revenues, it creates them opportunities and everything. So sometimes we have to step back and analyze and study. If podcasting has to be included into broadcasting as a show, maybe we must simplify it by just amending the law. There's no need for a new legislation for podcasters. There is definitely no need. And on top of it, we have to say that we have over-regulated South Africa. I mean, there's so many laws. You go through this thing, even the current new white paper the minister is pulling out is going to be an overburden on regulation. We need to simplify regulation and specify within existing regulation, almost preambles of what should be encouraged and what should not be encouraged, discouraged, particularly those issues. Pornography, child, pornography, issues of degradation of women and men as well. It's not one-sided. The issues of abuse, bullying, etc. But other than that, really, we shouldn't really overly want to control industry and sector. Young people are struggling. The only thing they have today in their opportunity is this broadcasting space. And I mean, you should see some of them, they come out of townships and create this incredibly buzzing podcast, which you cannot even understand because you're not in that environment. But in a township like Mamelodi, there's a podcast that almost everybody who understands the lingo, the culture, the subculture of Mamelodi is following in millions. So this is something new at a phenomenal level. All I would say, for instance, to those wishing to be overly burdened with regulation is take into consideration the benefits of this platform. You want to have YouTube be responsible, we must have a discussion to YouTube on an independent level and saying what value are you adding to South Africa since you're extracting revenue out of South Africa? That's a question we should ask YouTube. But to say podcasters must be overly burdened, I think it will be over-regulation. Let's allow the freedom. Political parties like ourselves exist because of the podcasting environment, because mainstream media completely censors and blocks our content. They don't want to see us on mainstream because the funders do not want competition in that space. So podcasters don't have those over-regulations.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
So thank you so much, Chair.
I'm going to censor you now. Thank you so much. I do want to give the other participants a chance. So let me just wrap up the members. I'd seen the hand of Honorable Bodlani. I'll take Honorable Bodlani and Honorable Singh, and then Dimitri, we can take other participants.
Chair, I think I'll be very short. One of the solutions that Dr. Mpofu has put forward is recourse for people who would have been feeling aggrieved. And the suggestion that he proposes is going to the courts, for example. We all know that litigation is expensive and can be quite lengthy. So I'm not sure if there would be any other solutions to that, because you also do not want people being aggrieved all the time and finding that recourse processes are far too long, because that then creates a whole vacuum on that. And I like what he says to say it's an island of excellence. Perhaps the question is, do we have millionaire podcasters in South Africa? Are we making it that far? And I know Honorable Ngubeni was asking the money. Is it worth it? Is it something that really is contributing as an excellence sector in South Africa? And also the people that you put in the bedroom creating content, I would have placed them in the kitchen, but that's your own preference. And how the question perhaps to all the podcasters is to say, how do you hold each other accountable? Because this is the conversation that even with interviews that we did leading up to this, to say, SABC, for example, is regulated. You go to the BCCSA and you can lodge your grievances. But at which point do you hold each other accountable? And I know we're still going to hear from the Guild. I was also excited to hear, I didn't know about the Guild. So what sort of peer-to-peer regulation is there? And with the suggestion of an online safety authority, William, what sort of organization to envision? In my mind, I thought maybe a Chapter 9, but do we need another institution like that? Or is it an institution that we can birth from the already existing institutions that we have within DCTT, for example? And the question, I think we keep asking the DCTT week after week. Why are we so slow in developing laws? We never could have imagined sitting here 10 years ago that we would be talking about podcasts being island of excellence, being something that young people view as an economic enabler for themselves, being something that young people really consume, even their news, and it's no longer just about celebrity gossip. What can we do differently? And we always talk about the regulator of the future being futuristic. How much research and development is the DCT doing so that we do not sit here 10 years later trying to figure out how there is a boom with podcasters, and by the time we are able to decide to regulate or not to regulate, there's something new on the table? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleague, Honorable Budlani, has covered most of what I wanted to say. So just as just to take up from where she stopped in terms of litigation, what about some kind of an ombuds kind of person in the scenario? And it's not very often that I agree with my colleagues on the left, but yeah, exactly. But I do want to say, I do believe in South Africa that we are highly overregulated, and our job is to be cutting red tape, not just piling it on. And it's just not in the podcasting environment. It is across compliance issues and red tape for SMMEs and the like as well. So that is a concern that we should not overregulate. However, I do believe that there should be some kind of system where we know who is who and where they are. And that's exactly what's important. And I don't have a mandate to speak on behalf of the tax man, but I just would like to know who everyone is so that we can actually be collecting our revenue. And the last point I would just like to add to the Honorable Budlani was that regulations tomorrow, I mean, if I had my way, sorry, I would just love to be reading hard copies and books, but that's not the way the world is evolving. And today we have podcasts. In 5 years, we don't know what form that communication will take. So whilst we don't know that, I think when we do make regulations and when we do make laws, they have to seriously look at the kind of changing environment in the digital space so that provision can be made for regulations to deal with certain things so that we can be responsive to a changing environment as well. Thank you, Chair.
Very much. If we could just maybe get some comments and then over to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I know that Honourable Tilise and Honourable Abrams wanted to also come in. If I can please just remind members, we've got a full day ahead, so we will get an opportunity to engage so please go ahead, Honorable Tilishe.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. Chair, so the high cost of data is mentioned here as a barrier, right? So maybe another thing that the department should tell us is that what are the concrete steps that they are taking to make the data cheaper for people so that we can have the young, Black and the working class South Africans being able to not only maybe watch these podcasts, but be able to create whatever it is that they want to create so that we don't leave them behind if they want to be part of this journey, that they are able to do that. And that depends on the cost of data. So I think it goes to the core of maybe also our conversation is that what is being done? What are the steps that are being taken to ensure that? So, Chair, another issue is that the report talks about the vacuum in policy, right? And I think we all know that. So while government has been slow to act, we've got these big, tech platforms making money. Your Spotify and YouTube, they have been making money from South African creators, that are doing this podcast. So maybe then the question I have is that how do we ensure that these global platforms pay? They pay their fair share in taxes and invest back into our local creative economy. And I think my colleagues have been trying to touch on this, but Chair, lastly, let me just allow me to say, I'm deeply concerned about any policy as well that could silence the voices that want to speak truth to power. But then how do we then draw the line between protecting the people from harmful content and this misinformation, disinformation, and also protecting the rights of the citizens to be able to be critical of government and the things and the issues that they want to raise. Thank you very much. And I ask this, Chair, because Tanzania and was it Morocco was mentioned as being, some of the countries that have got these strict laws. So as much as then we have these laws, how do we ensure that we don't have journalists that are being jailed? We've seen that being done, and the podcasters that are being jailed because their rights are not protected. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. And Honorable Abrams.
Hendricks. It's Hendricks and Dimitri. Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. And we welcome, Doctor, we welcome the presentations you guys make, DCT. So TG, or the input of the TG also. Mine is to say, yes, I hear my colleague saying we late. I saw this coming 2010 already. I was studying my expert modules in ICT. So what my colleagues are saying is not far from the...
Sorry, Honorable Hendricks, can you lift your microphone? Yeah, thanks.
Oh, what my colleagues are saying is not far from the truth. Mine is to say, Doc, again, thanks that we are sitting around the table for this discussion because it is long overdue. I remember, I think it was last year. I'm all for podcasting. I'm all for the regulations, not over-regulated, not these red tapes, because I think South Africa and the DG has made mention of this. You will get these naughty ones. Our regulations must speak to how do we police them properly. I think in South Africa, we also have a good mind when it comes to this, very innovative. The guys are doing amazing stuff with this podcasting. My one problem was, I think it was last year, Honorable, there's a boy, open podcast, Sino, Ndofaya, they call him Ndofaya. Now, my constituency, Patriotic Alliance, coming from Patriotic Alliance, were very, very, very deeply hurt by these remarks. It was racial slurs, discrimination. And you see, once you like something and it turns against you, it becomes a problem. So mine is to say, yes, thanks, we're around the table, DG, let's work on this. I think the gentleman has also explained what is the procedures to go about community engagement once you start these processes. So let's walk that walk. This is history in the making. Let's walk that walk. Let's not take from your Tanzanias and your Kenyas. They are too strict, according to myself. We have regulations in these other first world countries that we can look at, and we have good minds. The lawyer sitting there, I could hear from him presenting. We can make this work. So, Chair, with that said, thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and apologies for getting your name wrong. So I'll allow the panelists to answer and respond. And then we'll take 2 questions from this side of the hall and 2 from this side to be absolutely fair.
What is the point of exigency in a round table? Microphone, Honourable Ntshavheni.
Chair, thanks. I think we're going to be going into plenary. We would like to participate because we're going to give speeches in the parliament. But quickly, I think here we are legislators. The department is implementing our legislation. If you could address us and ask us for things that you would like us to consider when we legislate, it would be extremely helpful so that we get quick insights and inputs, and then we can package for you a really direct solution. So when we direct the department from a legislative point of view, they have a clear direction where to go. You know, we're debating these issues and whatever, it's not going to be helpful on a long term. We already know some of the issues. So if we can get quick spurts of inputs, we are able to absorb and then do that. That is the point I wanted to raise, Chair. Thanks a lot.
Okay, yeah, we sustain that point and do ask for the additions. Maybe let me just explain, colleagues. There's unfortunately been a scheduling issue. At 2 o'clock, the members are going to have to go into the House for the debate on the fiscal framework. We don't want budget 2.0, 3.0. So we will leave for a bit, especially when you go into the breakaways. But the intention is that once we have voted, hoping that will go quite quickly and not more than 2 hours, we will then rejoin you, especially for the report back from the breakaways. And I think a lot of what Honourable Ntshavheni will also be contained in the report back. But if you are able to make inputs now, please do so. Thank you very much. Thanks, Major.
Thanks for the clarity and the direction. So let's start with Sizwe and we'll move across.
Thanks very much. I learned today that I'm a multimillionaire through podcasts, so I'm very, very glad about that as well. Just to accentuate what Honourable 𝐿ishe and Ntshavheni said, just to consider the potential unintended consequences of trying to overregulate and the downstream effects of that. I think we must be very circumspect in not over-regulating and then realizing that down the line we've not only frustrated an industry but actually had impacts on democratic freedoms as well. In terms of Honourable Bodlani's point, because she asked me a specific question, the chairperson of ICASA made an important intervention, which was, what problem are we solving here? So I completely accept your point. And I think it's appropriate and correct that litigation is unattainable and it's distant. But is that a podcast issue, or is that a question of access to justice? Do we need to focus on how we can give people the ability to exercise their legal rights in this realm, or regulate podcasters because we aren't creating the appropriate access to people to the courts which are there for them to exercise those rights? So the question of what problem we solve, I think, is important there. The other question, and I don't feel we are going to be able to answer it today, but we can only put it on the table, is, okay, let's assume that we have some kind of ombud or we have some kind of self-regulation. There's still 1,000 questions about how that actually works in practice. Which podcasters make up that body? What kinds of complaints go to that body? Who adjudicates? What can you do with the adjudication? So I think we need to think through those very practical questions. But I take your point that it's not always easy for people to exercise the legal rights which are actually in their hands. And then just finally on to Honorable Ngubane, who made some important points about operating in a vacuum, etc. And I hear that. And let me also concede that podcasters make terrible errors, say shocking, licentious, sometimes racist things. We've actually seen this in the podcasting ecosystem in South Africa, and I'm not here to defend that. However, I do think it's important that when we legislate, we don't legislate around specific flashpoints in the news cycle. We need to legislate around the norm. Many of the incidents which reach public attention and scrutiny, rightfully so, actually have been taken through legal channels and resolved. What we do need to legislate is the norm, which is every day in South Africa, right now as we speak, people are podcasting around the country. And they can't be regulated because one big podcaster made a terrible mistake on one day. They should be held accountable for that. If it's me, I should be held accountable for that. And my audience and the many comments I get always remind me of the mistakes I make. But I do think there is a danger that we legislate around big flashpoints in the news cycle as opposed to the norm of podcasting in South Africa. So in closing, I feel that there is a potential principled case for further self-regulation in a kind of press council setting, but I still have misgivings about the practical implementation of that. And if it's impractical, it may be correct in principle, but it might not be feasible to actually regulate at this stage. And so that practical question is one that I still have some doubt around. Thank you very much, Honourable Members.
Thank you, 𝐶𝐶𝐬. And I think something that is also really, really important when we talk about parity is what about podcasts that originate outside of the country, but people are accessing from within South Africa. If I could please ask our panelists to keep their responses as short and no disrespect, because honestly, what you've just shown is why this conversation is so important and needs to be repeated in many further forums. Thanks. Go ahead, William.
So I think that on many levels, it's about the fact that for any member of the public, if you see something online and you want something to be done about it, there's often a sense of helplessness because you report it to the platform and it disappears into nothingness. And on some of the platforms, it disappears completely. There's no level of accountability, there's no level of transparency, and there's no level of real meaningful form of redress. And this fundamentally is something that we don't really understand as South Africans, because our new constitutional democracy is founded on exactly the opposite of that. Our constitutional democracy is founded on the basis of redress, transparency, and accountability. And those are things that we must continue to make sure we adhere to. The other problem is that when you report something on what may be allowed on Spotify may not be allowed on YouTube. The standards of different platforms aren't determined by our rights standards, they're determined by private entities. Increasingly, members of the owners of which are determined by whoever curries favor with Donald Trump, right? These are not rights-based principled approaches, which is what we need when we deal with these issues here. So I agree with the Dr. Because the key issue is that these things are incredibly difficult, but we've spent the last 2 years researching and engaging deeply on these things, and they're difficult and complex, and we need a nuanced and responsive system that can deal with these things. You need different bodies to deal with some of these sectors. You need a press council, you need a BCCSA. When we refer to the Online Safety Authority, it's the sort of thing that can start to make sure that when platforms engage and respond, they're responding and engaging on the same standards of international rights-based law that is in line with South Africa's constitutional values. it doesn't mean that we're going to then censor things, because as abhorrent as the manosphere may be, it doesn't mean we must stop them. What we do need to do is make sure that we've got all of the brilliant, clever people that 𝐿𝐶𝐲 referred to who are doing lots of podcasts to continue to do those and then work out ways of incentivizing them. The problem at the moment is that the system is actively rewarding and incentivizing those who spread polarization, who spread hate, who spread misogyny, and who spread racism. And when we start to address that funding model and things around advertising, that's when we'll start to be able to bring in more taxes and start to hold them more accountable. So it's a big hot mess, but it's one that with appropriate steps and standards that are rights-based and in line with our constitutional values, we can solve. Thanks.
Thanks, William Odwe.
I think it goes without saying that over-regulation will really stifle creativity. But as I mentioned before, that we really need to identify the pockets that need regulation. For example, the obvious part for me was the journalism and the news part, where certain level of accuracy is required. And where I mentioned that podcasters at this current moment are not held to the same standard as journalists in that regard. And we need some sort of intervention and perhaps regulation in that regard. As in relation to that legal processes are protracted and inaccessible, I think it's a South African problem that needs intervention in the whole, as opposed to just this discussion of podcasters.
Thank you. And Uyanda.
I'll try to speak less aggressively. Yeah, so I mean, I completely agree with my fellow panelists. Just to answer the question around degrading, content on certain gender, I think we need to move away from regulating platforms, but start focusing on the actual content itself. Because if we regulate content, then regardless of where that content is, but the same standards will be applicable. If you look at, I mean, there was also a mention earlier to say we need to regulate disinformation and misinformation, but I also think we need to move beyond that and not only regulate disinformation, but also get to a point where we're promoting credible content instead. So I think, our legislation needs to be, future orientated in that way. Because if you look at, some of the biggest problems, they are caused by the fact that there are no public interest obligations for all these podcasters. And it's not just the podcasters. We're talking about podcasters today, but it's the whole online ecosystem. There's content creators, there's, there's influencers. I think, we still need to have these discussions, as Dimitri says, but look at a wider ecosystem. And I think one way of ensuring that there's that promotion of public interest obligations is to ensure that there's incentives. We cannot take that away. The reason why podcasters are thriving is because there is an incentive, that they get from the work they do. But if we've got, government chipping in, to incentivize, these podcasters, then there's a way of ensuring that that incentive comes with, particular obligations to produce a certain quotient of public interest information. And we've got the Universal Service and Access Fund that could also be utilized in that space. There's also been discussions of local content fund, and podcasters would need to benefit from that fund, because to incentivize them to produce credible content. And I think we've got one of the biggest conversations that we've been having is the playing field that's not level, because you've got the broadcasters that have got all these obligations, but you've got podcasters that have got none of these obligations. And I think that would be a great way to kind of level the playing field. And then the last issue is around the high data costs that was mentioned. And I think there's the incentives that I've already mentioned would also be applicable here. But I think the other key aspect would be zero rating of public interest content. so that the podcasters, if they produce that particular content, that content is zero rated. So what that does is ensures that it reaches the audiences regardless of whether they can afford data or not. But at the same time, the incentive is that it increases their viewership because it's information that's freely accessible. But I think that's a bigger conversation to be held with, the telecoms and CASA and, other players. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ayanda, and thank you to all the members of the panel. Let me take two questions. We want to make sure that while the honorable members are here, we get as much input and engagement with them. We will have time for our guests later, and so with your permission, Chair, I'm going to move on to panel 2. I'll just take 2 questions, and if that's okay with, so let's take one question.
Sorry, Dimitri, while you do that, just when you come back for comment, Mr. Mashila did have some questions directed to him, but I think let's take the 2 questions and then you run up. Thanks.
Very well. Who are you pointing to? Honorable Subrati, because you're sitting outside of view,
No, it would be career limiting for me as the ANC to say I'm covered by all the other parties. But I think in the interest of time, let's allow the other industry players to engage. We'll come back if there's a moment.
Thank you. Chair, I think we need to have more roundtables. I've never seen so much agreement between political parties. We're looking, this is good stuff. Nomvuyisa.
Good morning, good afternoon, I apologize. Maybe just as an input, my name is 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐿, Association of Comms and Technology. I think the most important thing that we need to be asking ourselves, panelists, is what is it that we are solving for, right? What is it that we want to be fixing? Are we fixing a system that is broken, or we want to grow the digital economy right in itself? And if we are going with the question of growth in by in itself, we want to say, in my mind, as a constitutional democracy, what are the things that we want to achieve, right? So in my world, I would say, simply put, because I represent the telco sector, I would say podcasters in themselves, as to the content that they are putting out there, they are driving, I'll say, they are driving users to watch their content. Then you will ask yourself, do you want to regulate that? And is there a space to regulate? And I would say, simply put, I would say as a podcaster in itself, as a person, that person, I would say no. But depending as to, because a person grows, a person is able to be in competition with the traditional broadcasters, then how do you deal with that? Because I cannot imagine that Parliament, or anyone for that matter, will be fixated with a person that is just sitting in his or her garage, just interviewing people, and they have like 5,000 viewers, 30,000 viewers. I don't think that is the intention. I think we need to be able to respond as to what is it that we want to solve for. And at this particular point, I am still not quite convinced with all the goings that have been happening here as to what is it that we are driving for.
Yes, we've got Abongile and then the 2 here.
Thank you, Chair or Mr. Facilitator. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abongile Mashele. I represent Google in South Africa, but I think my input is really not going to be on the platform's behalf, but as a South African. On top of what Nomvuyisa was asking about, what are we solving for? In South Africa, if you understand the content, especially on the content regulatory side of things, we have so many laws in South Africa that actually put very clear parameters on what can and cannot be said, irrespective of the platform that you're talking about broadcasting, talking about online content, even on YouTube, for instance. So the classification guidelines that you would find on YouTube, they're actually embedded built on top of the laws of that respective country. But where content regulation becomes a bit of a gray area, my friends there from FPP can tell you, is when we get into areas like offensive speech. And that in South Africa, unfortunately, it is not illegal to offend. We can flag it that what you have said is offensive. And I'll give you a case in point, which is not on platform, but in the movie industry. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 caused such an uproar in South Africa. But the most that you can do in terms of our content regulatory models is you can flag it, you can highlight it, and you can say, if you don't like it, don't watch it. So I always say, in terms of the content moderation tools, we already have them in the country. But if we're talking about the ethical conduct of podcasters, and I think that's then a different conversation. And then what we need to say is, where do we put the burden? Is it on the individual? Are the self-regulatory tools and instruments that we have a good model that maybe podcasters can adapt? And that's what you would get from your press councils. So that, for me, is on the content side. I think we already have the instruments, but let's see how we can harmonize them and use them and leverage them adequately. And the conversation that I would love to have is on the economic opportunity and the benefit that is there. How do we leverage and enhance it? And I think when we're having this conversation, we should also focus on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bongile. I see Kotatso and the gentleman in the blue. You can go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So I speak to you as the CEO of Podcast and Chill Network, as well as the Director and Chairman of Leading Edge Growth, which is the country's largest alliance of YouTube content creators. So I have to express a serious concern, and the first one that I have is that there are only two people in this room today, which is myself and Dr. 𝐶𝐨𝐵𝐿 Walsh, who represent any platform of scale in this country. And my request is simple, that any discussion about regulation should not be exclusive of the very people that are building this particular industry. And I think that there should be more people that are involved and or in this particular discussion who are part of the industry. I also want to recognize that this industry, we have to recognize this industry for what it is today, and that you know, it's one of the very few sectors in the country today outside of the informal sector, as well as the taxi industry, that is truly Black owned in a very real way, right? So yet the biggest platforms in this space would struggle to afford a plane ticket to be at this table today. So on the issue of regulation, you know, we're not operating in a vacuum, and this has been mentioned quite a few times, that we're already governed by the platforms and their policies, right? So you can't necessarily go out and say anything as you please, and we are governed by YouTube's global standards already as it is today. So as industry players, we're not necessarily resisting accountability, but there's already legal avenues that people can take in order to address any issues or defamatory statements of the like. So we'd recommend that, you know, we avoid any blunt framework that will suffocate a growing industry. The real opportunity for me is bigger than the issue of control, right? So it's the issue of growth. This room, you know, should be asking how we can essentially scale this industry tenfold, rather than focus on how do we stifle it by regulating it. And, you know, how do we help creators monetize better? Is the question that I have for you. How do we formalize their operations and build sustainable businesses? So as Podcast and Chill Network, you know, we ourselves have already created close to 100 jobs for young Black people, all of them Black people. And that is the real story in this space. So the question I have in this room is not necessarily how do we contain podcasts, but the question that I have is how do we grow it in a sustainable and scalable way? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And then 𝐶𝐨𝐬𝐵𝐠𝐞𝐿, and if I could remind you, please, of our time constraints.
Thank you, Chairperson and Dimitri, the facilitator. My name is 𝐶𝐨𝐬𝐵𝐠𝐞𝐿. I'm the head of legal in the broadcasting division at Prime Media. My colleague Abongile from Google pretty much took the words out of my mouth, but just to underscore, I think it was Dr. Mpofu Welsh who was speaking about potentially regulating the law of defamation online. And the question really is, what is the anxiety around possible or potential defamation? Because as I understand it, from a traditional media perspective, our job is to actually defame in the pursuit of truth. And by extension, podcasters, essentially, if we understand them, to your point, what are they? If we understand them to be playing that fundamental role of entertaining, informing, and educating, they are, by extension, really allowed and permitted within the constitutional framework of freedom of expression to defame, because the defenses are there. In fact, members of the media enjoy an extra defense. So you've got truth in the public interest, fair comment, but members of the media also have what we call the Bohoshi defense, or the reasonableness defense, which is, even if we get it wrong, we sort of defame somebody, but on the balance of probabilities, you actually did your checks and balances. The law says it's fine, because that is the democracy we signed up for. It is loud, robust, it is contentious. And I heard somebody mention the word hurtful. The law is not concerned with, our feelings, unfortunately, particularly in a robust and loud democracy. That kind of language has actually even been struck down by the Constitutional Court in the hate speech legislation. So the question is it harmful? But defamation laws already exist. And why is there a special case for online defamation is the question. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Because we have short time, I'm just going to ask 𝐶𝐳𝑚 to respond on behalf of our panelists, unless there's someone that's really bursting. I really want to try and get the most out of this time. And so 𝐶𝐳𝑚, if you'd like to respond, and then we'll move on to panel 2.
Thanks so much. I'll make 3 very brief points. One, I think podcasting and this conversation shows how this is an industry which is burgeoning, should be protected and assisted. And what has been said so far shows that an industry like this can only develop in a place like South Africa and very few other countries. In other places, you just don't have the freedom to say what we get to say. But where you sometimes have the freedom, there isn't also that much to talk about. And in South Africa, we have podcasters booming because precisely of those 2 problems. I want to accentuate what Bala said. I think not only should the people with scale be invited into the room, there are many voices in South African podcasting which I think are excluded here. And just to accentuate the work that has been done in this industry by networks like that, and how seriously I think we need to take it. Podcasting looks so informal, but it really is a serious industry now, and that is a story that I think is yet to be told. And then I would just finally end on Ms. Mashele and Batya's points, that if we shift this conversation from regulation and are podcasts a problem to, is this a question about growth, the South African economy and the South African story, I think we have a more productive conversation. Yes, podcasters need to make sure that they keep within what rules they are. But I think the most important thing is to help develop this industry rather than to constrain it.
Thank you. Thank you for being crisp and concise. And also just on behalf of the hosts on the issue of exclusion, certainly there was never an intent to exclude anyone. People were invited as they were known. And also, as I mentioned at the beginning, the idea is that this conversation is just the beginning. It's going to continue across the country with different hosts, etc. So certainly, but thank you for raising it. Thank you very much to our panel. I think we can give them a warm thank you. And I'd like to invite our second panel, which will be moderated by Advocate Norman Giddy. Then it's Dr. Patiswa Magopeni from the Press Council, the Executive Director, Tina Power of Alt Advisory, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿𝐵𝐻 Shelembe, who's the Senior Manager of Policy, Research and Analysis at the Information Regulator, and Lerato Sima, who's the Executive Manager, Compliance and Regulation at 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐷𝐻.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technology, DG, and the colleagues from the industry. I greet you. My name is Norman Nketeni-Giddy. I am the CEO of the Films and Publication Board. I have less than 3 months in office. It is a privilege to guide this important discussion. Chair, I will be brief because of time. We meet at a time when digital expression, particularly through podcasting, is expanding faster than the system meant to protect users. Podcasting has become a powerful platform for storytelling, education, activism, and entrepreneurship. It is influential, accessible, and especially popular among young people. But with this growth comes a critical question. How do we protect people, especially children, without suppressing creativity or freedom of expression? Podcasts now function as both publishing and broadcasting tools, yet unlike traditional media, podcast content is on demand, unmoderated, and largely unregulated. We have noted from our chair that today's discussion is not about regulation, but it's about the discussion in terms of the frameworks that are in place. This has then made it easier for harmful, illegal, and rights-violating material to spread, which includes bullying, hate speech, misinformation, sexual abuse content, and other content. To avoid fragmentation, we need integrated system, meaning that we need to work together to identify the gaps that are in place, and no single entity can do it alone. It's a collaborative effort. But regulation only is part of the solution. Online safety also depends on empowering users with clear remedies and faster support. When harm occurs, people should know exactly where to turn
without needing legal expertise. They simply need clarity, coordination, and speed. We must remember, as it has been indicated here today, that podcasting is not just a cultural phenomenon. It is an economic phenomenon. Young South Africans are building business and careers in this space. As it has been indicated, over-regulating could close doors. Under-regulating at the same time could allow harm to flourish. Sustainable growth requires trust, and trust requires accountability. So as we begin, I invite us to then reflect on 3 guiding questions. 1, what are the most urgent online safety risks in podcasting today? Secondly, are our current regulatory tools enough, or must they evolve? Thirdly, how do we create seamless, user-friendly systems for remedies for South Africans? With that, I officially open the panel and assist me to welcome our distinguished panelists for today. Let's give them a hand of applause. Okay, we have Dr. Patiswa from Press Council. We have Tina Power. Okay. My screen is not visible, Program Director.
Would you like me to read them
Please.
for you? Sure.
Please.
It's Tina Power from Alt Advisory. The first person was Dr. Patiswa Magopeni, who's the Executive Director of the Press Council. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞, who's the Senior Manager, Policy, Research and Analysis at the Information Regulator, and Lerato Sima, who's the Executive Manager, Compliance and Regulation at 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's start with the Information Regulator as to what do you see as the key risks under POPIA in podcasting, and what remedies are available to individuals whose privacy has been violated through podcast content.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the members of the Portfolio Committee, and all protocol observed in the House. As indicated, I come from the Information Regulator South Africa. I think by virtue of us being a guest in this Portfolio Committee, I'd just like to briefly tell you about the Information Regulator and its mandate, then I'll go to the question. So we are established in terms of POPIA, Section 39 of POPIA, of course, and we've got a mandate which is twofold. It's in terms of POPIA, which is the protection of personal information, responsible for ensuring that the right to privacy is upheld and is not violated in South Africa. And also we do have a mandate in terms of the promotion of access to information, which is the legislation that enables access to information in South Africa. And I think just by virtue of that, it indicates the position that we hold as an organization when it comes to the role that is played by podcasters in ensuring that there's access to information, of course, for the people who prefer to consume or access information in those platforms. So there was just a brief mandate in terms of the Information Regulator. So the key risks that we have that are of concern to us as the Information Regulator when it comes to the issue of podcasts, of course, they revolve around unlawful or possible unlawful processing of personal information as defined in POPIA in terms of what personal information would entail, ranging around information relating to a natural person or a living person around their names, age, health information, education, preferences, and so forth as they are defined on POPIA, on the protection of personal information. So our concern would range around, of course, processing such information without consent, first of all, or also disclosing information or identities and identities of people in those platforms or in podcasters without consent or without following necessary protocol around obtaining consent, explicit consent from the data subjects themselves or from the owners of information. And also it would also range around issues around further processing or possibility of further processing of such personal information, because when you process personal information or collecting personal information, it is collected for a specific purpose. And you'd find that some of the podcasters or podcasts themselves, they would maybe collecting analytics around the users or consumers on the platforms. And such information should solely be utilized for that purpose at the time. But sometimes you find that information is further processed and used for advertising purposes, which is over and above the purpose for which the information was processed, because it will be personal preferences of data subjects that would be consuming utilizing the podcast, which is categorized as personal information in terms of POPIA. And if it's used now for other purpose other than it was processed or collected for, it does violate one's right to privacy. So those are the issues of concern that we have, and also issues around the security compromises or data breaches that could also arise from that, from the information that would have been collected, because by virtue of you processing or collecting personal information, it does make you a responsible party, and it does give you an obligation to ensure that such information that is in your possession concerning data subjects, it is processed and also stored in a manner that would preserve the integrity and the confidentiality of such information. So if as a responsible part of the podcaster in this instance, or as a platform in this instance, we do not have the right security safeguards in place that would ensure that you avoid unauthorized access to such information. So it does also concern us as the information regulator. So those are the risks that we are seeing and that we are observing as well, just briefly in terms of the complaints and matters that we have dealt with as an organization. And the second question, Chairperson, it was around, if you can just briefly remind me.
The second question was about the remedies that are available.
Okay, thank you. So around the remedies that are available, so as an organization, we do deal with, from time to time, complaints that are being reported to us as a result of unlawful processing of personal information that have transpired emanating from podcasts. So there are those remedies that data subjects do have a right to report such to the information regulator. But sometimes you'd find that when you deal with a complaint or the matter that has been brought to our attention, we deal with it up to a certain extent because maybe our jurisdiction goes up to a certain level. And fortunately enough, POPIA or the POPIA Act does allow us to refer such complaints to other relevant entities or bodies that can be able to thoroughly and further deal with the complaints. So the remedy that we have is that data subjects, of course, they do have the right to report the complaints to us. And also another remedy that we can also just really utilize as an organization is to continue educating and raising awareness around the right to privacy. Because again, we have established that the levels of awareness are really pretty low around the right to privacy, and people do not know of those remedies. So our mandate is to ensure that we continue raising awareness around our mandate and also just educating people around their right to privacy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, the information regulator, for that. I will then move to 𝐼 and just try to then understand what role can domain governance play in addressing harmful podcast content, and how can collaboration between 𝐼, hosting platform and content regulators improve enforcement.
Thank you, and good afternoon to the chair and to the members and fellow participants. I think one should first start by highlighting, just flowing from the conversations that were had around the issue of regulation, but more specifically to say most of the time the response...
Sorry, sir. You look like some witness that was sitting there leaning on the side, and please sit up, lift up your microphone, and we can hear you properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. better. Okay. So I was on the issue of regulation because it comes up quite a lot. Most of the response is centered around how platforms already have existing guidelines to respond to the issue. But I think what's also important is speaking to the context of each particular country. Our observation also has been that in trying to resolve some of these remedies, as mentioned before, the response is always that the platforms have the guidelines. But unfortunately for an ordinary user of a platform, they look toward what is current and present in their context. Most of the people that relay these complaints, they relay them to available institutions, which my colleague also has highlighted that in some instances, there's limitations in terms of the mandates available currently to those. But speaking specifically to our context as ZETNA, the role that we play relates primarily to platforms which have a bearing on our mandate, that is those that carry their publication within the .za platforms. And in so doing, we have various ways in which we do it. One of them would be if the information being distributed or discussed has intellectual property considerations. Parliament, through the portfolio, which is through the DCDT in 2015, published the alternative dispute resolution process, which was an alternative to the complex civil litigation process, of which we manage. And it is through that process that if there are considerations in terms of what is being spoken to that has intellectual property considerations, then we are able to take complainants through that particular process, particularly where there are disputes around the governance of the domains. Second to that, it's the issue that borders around whether those podcasts have in one way or another a potential abusive nature. I'll make an example in terms of promotion of child sexual exploitation and so on and so forth. There are specific domains that one would register to try to advance such a course. So we have a mechanism in terms of a takedown, which we are able to take down directly those particular domains as they occur. Alternatively, there are domains which are legitimately registered, but which in the exercise of the websites on which they operate on, at times publish offensive or abusive content. Now, even in that instance, where the complaints are made, then we apply what we call a server hold, where we are able to suspend the domains until such time that the content is removed. So those are the immediate actions that we are able to do within the reporting periods in terms of the content that is reported to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ZETNA, for that information in terms of your processes that can be undertaken with respect to podcasts. I think at this juncture, I should also indicate that even from the FPB perspective, we are seeing the rapid spread of harmful and illegal content, which includes hate speech, incitement of imminent violence, defamation, growing risk of AI-generated deceptive audio, as well as the risk relating to lack of age classification and content warning. in podcast. I think it has been suggested that that is one of the issues that can then be looked at, the possibility of the podcaster considering the age classification system from the FPB. And we are also currently operating a co-regulatory model wherein the online distributors can self-classify their content using the FPB classification guideline. This then ensures that the children are not exposed to prematurely to the content that is suitable for adults. And more importantly, the members of the public are then advised in terms of the content that is available in certain platforms so that they are able to then make an informed decision. Once we detect harmful or prohibited material, we also, similar to what 𝐬𝐻𝐾 will do in terms of the takedown notices with respect to the domain, we then issue the takedown notices to the platform to then remove that content. We actively monitor the online environment to detect any harmful or illegal content. We also operate the public complaints platform wherein victims can then lodge complaints with the FPB. Having said that, I would then like to move to the Press Council of South Africa and then try to then understand, should podcast content fall under the existing press code? That is one. Two, how can ethical journalism principles be applied in podcasting? And the third question is, what complaint and remedial mechanism can be adopted for podcast?
All right, thank you very much for that. Good afternoon and good afternoon, Chair and the House. I don't know why I'm being asked a difficult question. I think the first point where you say, should they be regulated or fall under existing press codes? My temptation is to say yes, because we currently have podcasters who are members of the Press Council, and we are encouraging more to get access to the press code, because we also train them on ethical development of content and publishing of content, those who are already members of the Press Council. So we have them already as part of their system, because it's about promoting independent, and I know they are very much concerned about this, free, ethical, but also responsible content production. But the difference is that while we think that everybody is going to fall under the Press Council, the focus of the content that the Press Council is exercising oversight on is journalistic content in the main. Podcasting falls across the categories of content that exist in the information ecosystem. And in fact, I do want to make this point. Let me not say mischaracterization, but I think there is a way that we need to think about reframing the information ecosystem as we understand it. Because in that reframing, we are then going to be able to look at the fact that, one, the problem that we are dealing with, it's a characterization, and two, it's the fragmented regulatory landscape, and three, as a result of the two, there's a poor framing of the problem that is seen as a problem of podcasting, which is not necessarily the case. And if you look at just the character of the information ecosystem, one, you have infrastructure, which is the backbone of the information ecosystem if you think of distribution. And this would be your radio, television, print, and digital, which is what is happening currently. And the second part is content, which talks to one, the format, which is the structure of the content, which is audio, text, visual, and hybrids. And secondly, again, on content, it's the delivery format. Podcasting falls under the delivery format. As with your talk shows, as with your articles, as with your columns, as with your films and documentaries. And so we're talking about a delivery format here, but we are extending it to the infrastructure as if it is part of the infrastructure element of the information ecosystem. And the third part, even on content, we're dealing with genres. So your genres would be your entertainment, actuality, which is news and information, and then your commercial, which is your marketing. And again, if you look at podcasting, it sits across the genres. You have podcasters that do entertainment. You have those that do actuality, which is news and information, and you have those that are in the commercial space, which is mainly your influencers where marketing is concerned. So we actually need to be clear about the problem that we're trying to address here. It is not necessarily podcasting, it's a content problem that we're dealing with as to how do we deal with content that's harmful and how do we deal with disinformation and all the other things that we see in the information ecosystem. So if we get that right, it means our codes, including the press code, which is currently a genre-based code because it deals with information and news and content. Then it means if you're going to have additional codes that are going to cover other genres, you are going to have to look at entertainment, you're going to have to look at commercial. So I think the problem must be framed correctly so that we develop the right codes and the right bodies. Yes, we may be protective and be territorial about the different entities that sit and regulate content because some overlap in terms of the systems that we use. But this is an opportunity for us to really look what exists in the regulatory landscape and how it addresses the problems and the problems of the future, because we're focusing on now and yet we are going to see new problems tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that insightful information regarding what you are currently doing and what are some of the gaps that you then see. Let me then move to Tina, and I will ask a few questions. How do we guard against regulation that may stifle freedom of expression in podcasting? That is one. Secondly, what principles should guide rights-based regulatory framework for podcast? And lastly, what role should civil society play in monitoring accountability for podcast creators?
3 questions in one. Let's see how it goes. Good afternoon, colleagues. I trust we are at the stage of the day where all protocol is observed. Let's start with question 1. How do we guard against regulation that may stifle freedom of expression in podcasting? This seems to be a sticking point for today, so let's address it head on. Simply, we guard against it by knowing why we are regulating, what we are regulating, how we are regulating, and who we are regulating. We have touched on a lot of these questions for today, so to give you some context as to who I am and what my thinking is. My name is Tina Power. I'm a human rights lawyer, and I've been working on these questions for several years now. I've been working with many brilliant minds, some of whom are in the room, some are not. But we've given this quite a lot of thought. Today's not the first day that we have decided to think about this. But we're really thankful for the opportunity to be here today to share what our thinking is. So the why, let's start there. Quite simply, when rights are violated at scale, rights-based regulation isn't just reasonable, it is necessary. Online platforms, whether these are our social media platforms or our podcasting platforms, have and are enabling the spread and amplification of a torrent of hateful and harmful content. And as a result, the integrity of our information ecosystem, which is essential to the realization of our fundamental rights, is under threat. There is increasing evidence that these platforms are designed to be addictive, they are designed to polarize, and they are designed to enable harm. We have seen the regulation of other harmful industries, tobacco, alcohol, gambling. Why is this so different? Why are we so nervous? This then brings the question of freedom of expression to the fore, right? Because these spaces and these platforms are where we share, where we learn, where we communicate with one another. But when we talk about regulation, it is really important to then understand what we are regulating. So we've touched on the why. Rights are being violated. Something must be done. So what is it that we are regulating? If we look at what is going on in the international human rights field, if we are looking at comparative jurisdictions, and we are looking at our own constitutional framework, it is clear that the regulation should not be geared towards censoring or adjudicating the legality of content. Regulation should require that the platforms who are operating in South Africa must respect, protect, and promote the rights of the people in South Africa. This can be through due diligence, through impact assessments, through transparency, and through accountability. But the core issue is not the individual content. It is not what the podcasters are saying. It is the systems through which the platforms are being amplified and shared. So simply, when we are talking about regulation, it is form over substance. We are not looking to regulate speech. It is the systems that enable the dissemination of the speech. So it is not the podcasters, it is the platforms. This takes us to the how. How do we do this? As has been mentioned several times today, we live in a fantastic constitutional democracy. We've got a great framework to work on. Any regulation we have must be grounded in the rule of law and consistent with the Constitution. I fully hear the cautions that we are over-regulating, and maybe in some respects we are. But in an instance where rights are violated on a daily basis, surely something must be done. There are several civil society organizations who have given this a lot of thought. It has been an ongoing debate. It was part and parcel of the white paper submissions, but it has gone far beyond that. And what organizations like Moxie Africa, the Campaign for Digital Ethics, and the Center for Child Law have developed is such a model. And we briefly touched on it today. It is this notion of an online safety authority, an overarching statutory body to serve as the national anchor for platform accountability. There's no reason that podcasts should not be included in this. Why are we looking at Spotify differently to how we look at Instagram, to how we look at YouTube? We need to understand all of these different platforms and how they work together. And I could go on for very long about the Online Safety Authority, but I do appreciate we are pressed for time. So I briefly want to touch on the who, because this is also quite a big question. And given that there are regulators in the room, given that we have both the legislature and the executive, we need to figure out who is ultimately responsible for taking this forward. And when we think about platform accountability and online safety, we need to be aware that this is an incredibly distinct regulatory realm. It requires quite a unique set of competencies, an understanding of algorithms, the ability to assess systemic risk, platform design, content amplification, what children's rights mean in this space. It's a whole new world. So we need a body that understands what it is doing. But more important than that, we need a body that is independent. And that cannot be underscored. For a body whose decisions will directly affect the fundamental rights of people in South Africa, the rights to freedom of expression, privacy, access to information, and children's rights. Independence is not a technicality. It is the foundation for public trust and legitimacy. A regulator that can credibly resist both government pressure and platform influence is the type of regulator we need to be looking towards. So all of this to say, and this sort of answers these two questions together, is we need to be intentional and we need to be clear with why we are doing this and what we are trying to achieve. And I'm hoping we're starting to find some clarity on that question today. When we get to the role of civil society, and I'll briefly wrap up on the last question, civil society must do what civil society does best. Civil society is not here to police. Civil society is not here to adjudicate. Civil society is meant to be the bridge between the public and the reality and what their rights are. Civil society's role is to ensure that we are anchored in accountability. Civil society must observe, must document, must evidence, must use platforms like Real 411 where members of the public can report a plethora of online harms, and that can be then disseminated and shared with the platforms. Alternatively, it can be sent to the appropriate channels. So civil society must continue to be that watchdog, continue to ensure that our rights are being respected. But it is not their job to police. It is their job to hold up the mirror to both those who are disseminating the content, amplifying the content, and those who are seeking to regulate the content. With that, Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tina, for that. We have taken notes about why, who, how, what. So I think that was informative. Coming to a closure, Program Director, because of the time, I think it is clear that there are online safety risks that are emerging within the podcasting landscape. Various panelists spoke about the measures that they have in their respective areas. However, what came out clear is that those measures would need to be adapted so that they can fully respond to the online safety risks that are emerging within the podcasting landscape. There will be a need for more coordination, because what I heard was that we need to avoid fragmentation, characterization. We need to work together. We need to know who is dealing with what. And I've also noted the number of referrals that the entities then makes to various organizations, which simply means that it cannot be a silo mentality. It's supposed to be a coordinated response. And lastly, I think it has been made clear that whatever regulation that the department can think of, I'm pushing that to the department, it needs to be rights-based. And we need to know exactly what is the problem that we are then solving and how best to then address that problem. Can we please give the panelists a big hand of applause?
Thank you very much, Norman, and to our panelists. It's been proposed, and I really think it's a good idea that we take the third panel while we have the honourable members with us, and then we'll take questions at the end of panel 3 on both this panel and panel 3. So I'd like to please invite the moderator for this panel, Gary Whittaker, who's the CEO of the Broadcast Research Council of South Africa, Thabo Makeneti, who's Head of Public Policy at Meta, Tolwana 𝐬𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐴, who's Head of Government Relations and Public Policy, Southern Africa at TikTok, Abongile Mashele, who's Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google, and Jonathan Warnker, who's the Managing Director of the South African Podcasters Guild. If you could welcome them. Thank you. As we're doing well with time, we'll basically be able to run till 1:30, because honourable members will have to have a bit of time to stretch their legs and get to the next venue. So we have half an hour, and that will include our questions. So we really are putting some pressure on this panel. Thank you so much, Gary, for agreeing to moderate.
Thank you. Chairperson, honourable members, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me for this session. This is a vitally important topic, and I'm sure there'll be many more conversations after this session. My name is Gary Whittaker. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Broadcast Research Council, and I'm going to, I suppose, provide some context in terms of my thoughts on measurement in general of media, which I believe relates to all media types. And we're specifically talking about podcasting, but in my mind, that's really digital content creation. And my esteemed colleagues on the panel, they can give their thoughts on podcasting and what they believe it to be in its current guise. And forgive me if this is quite tantalizing. I'm not trying to be tantalizing. I'm just giving you my views in terms of conversations that are occurring within the broadcasters, as well as around the world in terms of audience measurement. And when we look at any media type, the real buzzword in terms of an industry is how do we measure that media type? Because from measurement, you get trust, and from trust, you get investment. And that's really the name of the game. With investment, everybody does well, everybody gets the proceeds, well, one would hope. The organizations, the platforms, the podcasters themselves, the more money there is, the more you can do, the more you can do in terms of enhanced measurement, the more you can do in terms of regulations, in terms of improvements, in terms of putting money back into the system and making a viable industry for South Africa. And these are the conversations that are going on around the world. But here are some of the things that we have to think of when it comes to digital content creation. Are all sessions the same? Are people listening? Are they viewing? And when I say are all sessions the same, we see this across all media types. For television and radio, it's fairly simple. It's a 30-second exposure. That's the go-to. Online, is it an impression? Is it 5 seconds? Is it 2 seconds? Is someone listening? Are they watching? Do we talk about attention? And as you see, we can go deep down a rabbit hole here, but I don't think we'll do that for today. And then in terms of measuring, is it best to have claim data, or should there be passive measurement? Or should there be a hybrid? Should we have panels? Should we have first-party data from the platforms being fed into those panels, which is what is best practice around the world? And at the BRC, that's what we are currently doing with both television and radio measurement, which is a merge of linear and non-linear. How granular do we go? Do you want to get down to the real meat and thematic analysis of the podcast? Or do you just want to know what the views are? I'm not going to babble on further. I just want to put it to all of you that with all of these considerations, there's a unification that's needed that leads to trust. And when you have trust, you have investment. And for me, that's critical. I'd now like to go to our panelists. And I suppose in no particular order, I think we're all here to understand what really goes on at the platforms as a start. And then I suppose for Jonathan, I'll come to you, but I'd like to get your thoughts on what I've just said and how you see growth in the industry, where it comes from and what's important. But I'll come to that. I think to start off with, in terms of Meta, TikTok, Google, and whoever's willing to go first, I'd really like to know what's going on at a platform level in terms of digital content creation, or if you want to call it podcasting. How do you handle that within your organization? And it's a broad question, so please answer it as you see fit.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the invitation, and members of the public, the podcasters, and I suppose the industry itself, the bigger industry itself. I think maybe to begin with, yes, my name is Thabo Makenete. I head up public policy for the Southern Africa region at Meta. And as you know, Meta runs Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Threads, Meta AI, and so on. I think this discussion is about podcasts, but what we at Meta see, we don't see podcasts, we see content. Content is what people view, whether it's two people sitting and talking to each other about a specific topic, whether it's kids dancing, whether it's Thabo sharing his views on particular issues. We just see content. And this is why we look at it from a content creator perspective. And we have several programs around content creation where we want to see content creators grow. I mean, we really love to see content creators starting up, growing their audience, and then becoming those powerhouses that we are seeing today. So I'll briefly have a chat about the growth, that how we encourage content creators to grow basically. And we feed our algorithms signals that we receive from when people are interacting with our platforms. So there's constant signals that we are getting, and those are being fed into the algorithms, and then the algorithms will know that how do we then get particular pieces of content to the audiences that require them. And there was an issue around context initially, around context specific to our region, specific to our country. We invest quite a lot in that. A lot of our algorithms are now run by AI, and we train our AI on lots of data. And one of the things that we do with our AI is to try and ensure that it understands the local context. And this is why in our AI, we've worked with multiple universities throughout the continent to try and get it to understand the local context of the content that is on our platform. We have a program, for instance, that is called No Language Left Behind. And because of that program, our AI is able to speak multiple South African languages, multiple African languages. So we look at that context. But there is the human side of context as well. And this is why we implemented the likes of the oversight board. Right, because we could see a piece of content and say this is violating according to our community standards without understanding the local context. Now, that process can go all the way up to the oversight board that will then have a deeper look at that to say, what is the context of this particular piece of content, and whatever decision they make, Meta has to stick by that decision. It has to implement that decision. It could be in changing policies. It could be in how our algorithms are changed as well. So that is of particular importance. But we work very closely with our creators. We do have resources for them. We have Meta for Creators as an example, where we offer them resources on how they can grow their audience, how do they test their content, and so on. And annually, we host a creator summit in South Africa. Where we invite as many creators as possible to engage with us, to learn from each other as well. Now, you mentioned measurement as well, right? And I think measurement comes with transparency. We take transparency seriously as Meta, contrary to some beliefs, but we take transparency seriously at Meta. We publish our transparency report periodically around content that is on our platform, around advertising that is on our platform. I think we have seen specifically during election period where we get a library of all the ads that have been published by political parties. So it's about that transparency to see what is happening on our platform. But as I said, just to close off and maybe going back to my initial point, we see content as content. We don't separate between this type of content or this type of content. What is separated is that content is either text, it's either photos, or it's either video. But if it's a podcast, we don't say this is a podcast, therefore this is how we are going to deal with monetization for it. We don't say this is a dancing video, therefore this is how we're going to deal with monetization. We look at it purely as content.
Thank you, Thabo. Tolwana.
Just before Tolwana, I just wanted to mention, in all fairness to our panelists who've taken a lot of time to prepare quite detailed responses, and we're asking them to telescope it into a very short time. This will be compiled by the content advisors into a document, so we will get the full benefit of your wisdom and insights, just to make that point. And secondly, the breakaway sessions this afternoon, where we'll really get an opportunity to exchange views and speak in a lot more detail, those will also be compiled in the form of recommendations. So just to, as I said, in all fairness, because you've taken a lot of time to be here and prepare. So thank you, and appreciate you speeding through.
Thank you. Tolwana.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Chairperson, greetings, members of the committee. I stand on the previous protocols. Similarly to my colleague, from a TikTok perspective, we look at content. We don't make any sort of categoric differentiation between podcasts or any other type of content. And any discussion really relating to monetization cannot be had without us talking about safety, because we believe that it is imperative that our creators and our users actually feel safe on our platform. And that is why we invest quite extensively in the safety measures and policies that we have as a platform, in order for us to be able to enable our users to discover and connect authentically with content, as well as the creators that they love. In terms of just our content moderation framework, we have a comprehensive set of community guidelines, and last year we actually updated our community guidelines to simplify them, to ensure that they are accessible and understandable to our users, and they cover quite a comprehensive array of types of content. In developing our community guidelines, we take a very holistic approach. We engage and consult quite extensively with regulators, with civil society, organizations, and importantly, we also consult with regulators, but we also take into consideration the local laws of the markets that we operate within. So from a South Africa perspective, all of the legislation that has been mentioned today is legislation that we take into consideration in developing our community guidelines. And we also ensure that we take into consideration societal norms and values. And part of how we hold ourselves to accountable in terms of the enforcement of our community guidelines is through ensuring that we publish what we call our community guidelines enforcement reports. These are published on a quarterly basis, and they're made available in our Transparency Center. These demonstrate the volume of content that we have removed, including content that we remove proactively as TikTok. And just to give you an indication from a South African perspective, between July and September last year, we removed over 920,000 pieces of content that violated our community guidelines in South Africa, and 99.5% of that was proactively removed. And that means that that is content that we removed before it was even reported to us. And we also removed over 90% that had been flagged. We removed it within 24 hours. So coming then to monetization, because it's quite important for us to understand that whilst we do provide monetization, it is within a very robust framework of content regulation. We are committed to South Africa's creative economy, particularly the thriving businesses that we also see on our platform. And therefore, fueling the creator economy is a core priority for us. And this actually guides how we invest in educating, in upskilling, as well as training our creators to ensure that they are able to actually turn their passions into sustainable livelihoods. In South Africa specifically, we have rolled out a number of initiatives, some of which we had in collaboration with government entities such as the National Film and Video Foundation. The idea was to capacitate the creators to understand how to create engaging content specifically on our platform, how our algorithm works, and importantly, to understand our community guidelines, because we don't make content that violates our community guidelines to be in any way eligible for monetization. We have seen how the rollout of various monetization tools has actually enabled not only creators as individuals, but also small businesses to be able to use platforms such as ours to grow their customer base. We have a lot of small businesses that have shared how TikTok has specifically contributed to their growth. And part of the reason we host events such as the Safer Internet Summits is so that we are able to bring governments together with our other stakeholders to understand how, in providing a safe platform, we are also contributing to the overall growth of the creator economy. We have a number of educational workshops that we host. We hosted 2 last year in South Africa, and we host them in other parts of Africa as well, where again, we are really educating the creators to understand TikTok specifically, how to create content on TikTok and how to actually be sustainable as content creators. So in the interest of time, I'll pause there and hand over to the next speaker.
Thank you, Tolona. Abongile, your thoughts.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just on a lighter note, Chair, can the next roundtable not happen in this room because it's giving inquiry? I think that's why everyone's so formal, it's giving inquiry. And I think for us to make it more inclusive, we really need to find a space where podcasters are very comfortable. And if you watch podcasts, you will know that it's mostly people sitting on beanbags.
No, the intention was them to fill Parliament.
We're open to co-create the next one. But on a serious note, I think from a Google perspective, so I'm with Google. If you're familiar with Google, you'll understand that we have a number of products in South Africa, from Google Search, Maps, and everything. But my engagement today is really going to be focused on our YouTube platform, because we are talking about content creators. And similar to the other platforms that are on the panel today, we don't necessarily delineate podcasters from vloggers, content creators, education, people who are teaching kids. A lot of the extra maths that's done in my house, for instance, is done via YouTube. So there's a lot of content creators on our platforms. And my engagement and my input is really going to focus primarily on them as an economic contributor. And I think if we can find a way of zooming in on how do we support content creators and look at it as a thriving economic contributor to South Africa's digital economy, I think that's something that can be a tangible output here. And how can platforms assist and support in enabling that? But my contribution really will be focused on them as an economic driver for economic growth and cultural expression. The industry is a significant contributor to the digital economy, with revenue reaching millions of rands, as was shared earlier, as well as audience numbers growing rapidly. And that's largely driven by the young audiences that are drawn to YouTube and other platforms in our different households. And that's largely because of the content that is there and how it has democratized expression, because something that would have been expressed previously through a broadcasting channel, now it's easy for you to do it. You can open a channel in your living room, in your house, and you can express your views. So it has democratized expression. But it is true that there are certain harms that are there on platforms, similar as you would find in any other platform. And as Google, we are really not different from the other platforms. It's important for users to trust Google as a platform. So if you do not trust the platform, obviously you will go elsewhere. That is why it is important for you as a platform that you should have the necessary guardrails. So we have guardrails. I know previously there was mentioned that there is no regulation. We actually do have guardrails and regulatory mechanisms on the platforms that ensure that if you are going to be posting content on YouTube, you adhere and align to those particular guardrails. As at Google, we call them the 4 R's, which basically focus on what are the 4 R's that we have. The first one is removing harmful content. Millions of harmful content are actually removed on the platforms, particularly on YouTube, before they even hit the screen. So the algorithms are continuously updated and they are removed, especially if the content is illegal. So when you're talking about harmful content, it includes illegal content. And in our context in South Africa, it would be things like hate speech. It would be things like child sexual abuse images, for instance, and all the other forms of illegal and harmful content that we already have. That is removed. The second R is we raise authoritative voices, because for us, the most important thing linked to the mission of the company is to ensure that we make information easily accessible and people have to trust that information. So our algorithms are always aimed at how do we raise the authoritative voices so that they are the reliable sources of information on the platform. The third R is focusing on reducing the spread of borderline content. Because content is such a subjective issue, there will always be people who are pushing the boundaries. So how do we have inbuilt mechanisms to make sure that we reduce the spread of borderline content. And lastly, monetization. YouTube is one of the platforms where we have monetization enabled in South Africa. So if you reach a particular viewership number on your channel, you are able to monetize on that. But we also have advertise-friendly content guidelines. So we do not want to incentivize bad content by placing advertisers on a platform that is spreading misinformation or that is spreading harmful content. So in those particular instances, there are advertising guidelines in terms of where the advertisers can place adverts and where users can monetize. So the guardrails are in place. And I think, Chair, we can have the YouTube team and come and share a whole day presentation on the guardrails. Those are in place. And I think the conversation that we need to have is how do we encourage more South Africans to leverage these monetization capacities for their own economic benefit? And obviously, how do we improve the ethical conduct of people on the platforms? And lastly, consumer education, because some of the things may be missed by the algorithms and other mechanisms that we have on the platform. But we do have reporting mechanisms. How many people are actually utilizing them? And for me, that is a thing that we need to talk about when it comes to consumer education. How do we capacitate users so that you can report issues as and when they come up and they are dealt with? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abongile. Moving on to Jonathan. So Jonathan, I want to get your thoughts around measurement, growth, and monetization. And as the MD of the South African Podcasters Guild, I think you'd have some interesting thoughts on this. And then there's a second question that I'll ask now, just to save some time. 12 months from now, after this has all taken place, what's the one change that you'd say, right, that's been a substantial change for podcasters, content creators in South Africa, and that's the one thing that we need?
Great. Hello, everyone. I'm a podcaster, so I'm not used to this kind of microphone or this kind of situation. I'm much more used to working in a studio by myself or online. But I do want to say hello to everyone, including all of the luminaries from the podcasting industry, mostly behind me, and also to the members of the South African Podcasters Guild, many of whom are watching right now on YouTube. So hi, everyone. The question of measurement and growth, very important. Can I give a little bit of context about the Guild? Because we've been mentioned a couple of times, so let's give you the context. So we were started in November November 2nd, 2023, we were founded by 20 founding members, all podcasters, who decided that we needed an industry association to represent and help the industry grow. Right now, there are 535 members on our member rolls, so mostly independent podcasters, but also including media companies like 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞, podcasting networks, and professional podcast producers like myself and others. And the scope of these shows, runs from a fly fishing show to a couple of bird watching shows. We've got, my favorite example is a guy who runs a remote control car drifting podcast. And that's about as niche as you can get. But these are all independent podcasters, many of whom are hobbyists, many of whom want to monetize, want to build an audience that they can monetize. But by and large, I think I can count on kind of two hands the number of people who are claiming podcast income on their tax in South Africa. It's still it's a large number of people in it, but there's a short head and a long tail. So right now, what the SAPG does is we're trying to grow the industry. So largely that's through community. We have a WhatsApp group with about 300 people on it. You can chat to each other. There are experts like Nicole Engelbrecht behind me who hosts the True Crime SA show, one of the largest shows in South Africa. She freely gives her time and her knowledge and her experience to other members who may not even have started a show. And we're iterating and testing everything. So we run online webinars, we run Q&A sessions. We're running the second version of the South African Podcast Awards this year. We've got some of our shows on SAA planes. We have done live workshops with youth at risk in Cape Town. And what are some of the other? We create our own educational content about podcasting. And essentially, we're just trying to see what works and what sticks. And I think that we are helping things grow. But to answer your second question first, 12 months from now, I think there are lots of legal experts and podcasters like 𝐼𝐶𝐳, who is much more eloquent than I am, who have very, very, I think, clear and rational ideas on regulation. But 12 months from now, what we want to see is growth and support for those hundreds and thousands of podcasters out there who, are struggling just to buy a microphone and are maybe recording on their phone, which is wonderful because podcasting has such a low barrier to entry. But they don't have a studio. Even Nicole, I think, still uses a box with foam in it and her first microphone. So she's the example that we hold up to everyone. So I would see more meaningful investment, both from the industry, meaning platforms like Spotify, Alphabet, Meta, and also more support from the government and just a general sense of positivity around it, because this is a burgeoning SME, small little industry that we're trying to grow. In terms of measurement, briefly to talk about that, I'm no expert in it, but as podcasts become more diversified and move more towards YouTube, increasingly podcasts are hybrid or video first, and the RSS feed has become less important. The measurements that we track growth with have changed. So for us, the 30-second listen, the download, was the kind of gold standard of engagement. But now, as podcasts go multi-platform onto TikTok, onto Instagram, onto Facebook, in order to create that discoverability, impressions and shorter views, and all of those become valuable metrics of their own, especially when pitching a show to a sponsor or a partner, or just tracking your process. So they've all become quite important. But what sets podcasting aside in general, although I expect this to change in the future, is just that term, that long-term, in-depth, going deep content where you get long listens. And that's often why YouTube is used as a discovery platform, but then people switch to audio if they happen to be at the gym or running or working or something like that, and if they want to listen in the background. A lot like radio, of course. So I hope that gives you some context for what we're trying to do. Do you have any follow-up questions? I think that's, to keep it short, about where we are.
Just one, and it's a fairly short one, and it's really to you because you're speaking about long form, short form measurement, and I mean that's my forte. So sorry, this is where I'm going.
Geek out a little here, yeah.
What are your particular thoughts on a standard measure across all media types, including podcasts?
As a measure of engagement?
Engagement, yes.
I think it's impossible to have a single standard measure because in TikTok, an impression is, just swiping past it and there's an opportunity to see. In podcasts, that would be a failure of the podcast. And in YouTube, you would want to go over 5 seconds. I believe, I'm not sure what the YouTube, it's 5 seconds or 30 seconds. That's your, right. So everyone has different ones. But I think that the hidden measurement that we don't track as much is engagement, questions and answers, live events, Patreon accounts, all of the things that outside of the technical measurements where audiences are responding to and being led by podcasters, which is a very diverse set of measurements as well. But I think that in the future, there will probably be some kind of synthesized, I guess, impact or influence score that would come out of all of these things. But fair enough for those who don't want to post their podcast on LinkedIn, then that has to be excluded. Or if it's not relevant, then we don't measure it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gary. Thank you so much to the members of the panel. And, having heard the contributions, I do think one group of people that needs to be acknowledged, Madam Chair, that hasn't, and that is the content advisors of the committee who've managed to put together a program capturing this diversity and so thank you to them.
Forgot to say they must shine so people see them. Shine. Shine.
So that's Mbo, Maleka, Dr. Jacob Medupe, and more commonly known as KK. I just know you as KK. So thank you, gents. Then just picking up on this last issue of that measurement and the word engagement, it occurs to me that we've moved from the era of winning hearts and minds to dialogue and engagement. And I think that's where the real difference now lies when we talk about content creation, etc. I'd now like to open to questions. Members, I apologize, you're going to have a very short time to get across, but if there are members that would like to, if I could pass to you.
So could make an intervention there. I'm worried about time. The members need to be seated by 2. I am truly hoping that all of them will be back at 4. And then when we do a wrap up, because everybody is going to stay, it's so much fun here. So when we do a wrap up, they'll have an opportunity then to just engage what would have come out there. With your indulgence, honorable members. Thank you very much. So without taking over from you, it is 1:30. I was going to propose a lunch break and then we will rejoin you. But thank you so much for what we've seen so far. Thank you.
Thank you. So just so that you have an idea what will happen this afternoon, we'll have the 2 breakaway groups. The one group will sit here and the one group will sit there. So we'll still be in the room. And it'll be an opportunity to synthesize what we've heard from the various inputs this morning and to crystallize this into some recommendations about what we want, and more importantly, as was said, who are we directing these recommendations to? And so thank you. Enjoy the break, and we'll be back, should we say 2:15 for this group? Okay, thank you.
The US. So it's easy to say to just shut them down. But in South Africa, we don't own these platforms. But what if that culture that even Dr. Mpofu has mentioned of explicitness, abuse comes in? We've seen an example of that 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐿. I think there was some other issue around there. So the question we should ask.
Sorry, Honorable Ngoban, I just need, is it fine? Are you sure? Are you trying to kill podcasters in here?
Regulation.
Apologies, Honorable Ngobane, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. The Chair, the first thing before we jump into regulation, we need to ask ourselves, with all these entities that we have, ICASA, FPB, all of them, what it is that we can slot in what is missing. at the end of the day, there is nothing in South Africa that just must exist in a vacuum. One, without being known, and other factors. You cannot just exist on your own in a country that has laws. So that's my gist, Chair. Firstly, I encourage, Chair, that we've got a lot of entities that has all these regulations. So somehow we need to see where these podcasters fit in. We know SABC fits in somewhere, they are regulated, newspapers are regulated, though my issue all along is that our regulation is so weak in this country, but at the end of the day, we need to find out. According to me, no one must not be regulated in the country. You do not exist in a vacuum. You exist in where we live. Tomorrow you will insult us and we don't know where to report you. Somewhere, somehow, podcasters as well must be regulated. You are making profit out of this thing, huge profit. I hope and pray, Chair, that they are paying tax as well. They mustn't think that they are in heaven or somewhere in somewhere where they exist on their own. They exist in a country with laws that has a government that runs the country. Thank you very much, Chair.
Martinez, I'm going to need to support you here. And firstly, protect Dr. Mpofu Walsh. He's in the firing line here. There are many podcasters here, so look everywhere. Don't just look at him. You're intimidating him.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's take Honorable Njabeleng.
Chair, thank you so much. And once again, greetings to everybody in the House. Chair, I'm conflicted because I'm a podcaster, so, I now and then get onto the hot seat to discuss some of the issues. And that's how I got to sit here, by the way. I came from a podcasting background, and it gave us the opportunity to crack into the legislative environment to become regulators today. So I think I'm not going to really be hard to my colleagues. What I want to say, more than anything, is actually we must congratulate the young people, even the old people in podcasting, who have really taken the initiative to create an industry that has been suppressed in South Africa. And how has it been suppressed? We don't have enough data, and we don't have enough cheap data to encourage the transformation of our digital space. So when you see...
We will remain in this room. Breakout 1 will gather in that part, and that topic is network level enablers, growth and inclusion. So essentially, what we're looking at is issues of infrastructure, investment, what's helping to grow this industry, what are the foundations, and that is going to be led by Nomvuyiso Bati, the CEO of the ACT, which is the Association of Telecommunications. Let me get it right. Association of Communications and Telecoms. Thank you, ma'am. And then Breakout 2, which is looking at definitions, tiers, safety, and compliance. In other words, more of a legal perspective, but also really understanding what is it that we're talking about. As we've all seen this morning, there are so many different dimensions, from technology to the law, to social aspects, to legal, these are they're incredibly, incredibly complex. And it's helped certainly me to understand today how much more we need to inform ourselves, educate ourselves. So Breakout 2 will be moderated by Nadia Bulbulia, who's the Executive Director of the NAB, National Association of Broadcasters. So since she's sitting already in that section, Breakout 2 can actually cluster in that area. Breakout 1 can cluster here. And then the last thing that I wanted to mention, I would really encourage you to stay in the group that you've selected with. It's really important because obviously a conversation gets going. What you don't want is someone moving across to the other group because they're having FOMO and they start repeating the questions or whatever that have come up in that particular group. That's the first thing. The second thing is if each group could please nominate a rapporteur, and if you feel two people need to do it because it's too much for one person, that person or persons will also be reporting back during the plenary when the members of parliament come back, hopefully at 2 o'clock, and they've passed the budget, which means we've got a government that works and is on the roll. So that'll happen. We also are not really going to take a tea break, but there will be tea and so on. When you want to take a comfort break, etc., just feel free. You know where everything is. And the last thing is what kinds of recommendations and how are we framing these? Now, one thing that I've noticed, and also in my activist years, that we always tend to go to one place. So we go to Parliament and we're standing outside Parliament and we say, we want this and we need this. But actually, we need to be directing policy issues to the policy makers. Number one. Number two, regulatory issues to the regulator. Legislative issues to the legislative arm of government, which is Parliament. In other words, if we clear what it is that we want and who we want it from, it's a lot more likely that it's going to land, it's going to have the impact that we are seeking here. As was stated at the beginning of this is only really a beginning of a conversation. So if one of the recommendations is we need to have another one of these sessions in another city, we need to have another session hosted by a different entity. Whatever the case might be, let's be clear that when we make recommendations, we know that we're barking up the right tree, so to speak, that we're not asking Parliament to write policy. We're not asking the regulator to make laws. Okay, so if there are any questions of clarity or any contributions that you want to make now to the open group, I'll take those questions or contributions. Yeah, everybody okay? Billy? So each group will come with a series of recommendations, crisp, clear recommendations. Who are they being directed to? What kind of outcome are we looking for? And then the 3 content advisors to the committee are going to be compiling a comprehensive report of all of this. And out of this, we really hope to continue the conversation, take it into other environments, make sure, for example, when industry bodies have meetings that they invite members of parliament, they invite members from the regulator, they invite members from government to be part of that discussion. So in that way, we're not seeing this as a sort of a combative thing, us and them situation, but rather we as a country are looking to build this sector of the industry. Okay, thanks very much. And you can make your choice and stay. Which is the network level enablers, and then definitions, tiers, etc.
people who have made it out of really scanty means with really little. We have to encourage you guys as podcasters and say really well done for breaking the mold and becoming the Joe Rogans of South Africa. And that's really something we must celebrate. The challenge here, Chair, is that as regulators, we tend to want to be obsessed with making laws that in any way, if you over-regulate, you stifle the industry. You stop creativity and innovation. Some of these moments of sped, I mean, I'm not talking about nudity or insults to women or, where you have child pornography, and this demeaning culture of things which are already regulated within the Constitution. I'm talking from a point of view whereby this new dimension of podcasting is so incredible that one line gets the entire nation or even globally people excited and they flood to that platform. It creates the platform revenues, it creates them opportunities and everything. So sometimes we have to step back and analyze and study. If
we get to hear from every corner and every possible space on what is a really, really important topic. So we'll start with just a very short presentation clarifying some concepts. As we found in discussing this and looking at the discussion on social media that's happening already, that there really are very different understandings. Is podcasting, broadcasting, and many other such things. So looking at some proposed outcomes, which is really raising some questions. We'll then have a presentation from the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies on the state of podcasting in the country from a policy perspective, some international case studies, and then we'll have the really meaty discussions, which will be our panel discussions. We'll then break for lunch, and the honourable members have got some other parliamentary work, so some of them won't be here, or maybe all won't be here, but we will continue with our discussions in what are 4 themes, but we've actually created 2 groups, and then we'll have a report back and a way forward. So some of the key questions which we're really looking to address, definitions, online safety and remedies, complaints handling and regulation, data privacy, measurement, equity and development. I'm not going to go into this in detail because the panel members and discussions, I really wanted to get to what some people are calling these days, not debunking, but pre-bunking some concepts. So we're anticipating where there's perhaps misunderstanding or different understandings. And the first is to recognize that we are now working in a really converged environment. And this has been something that legislation has recognized as far back as 2005 with the promulgation of the Electronic Communications Act. And we have essentially different industries that are now, on your telephone, you can now watch television. It's that sort of simple perspective, but really wanted to get to understanding networks, because it's a phrase and a concept that is used very much interchangeably with the term platform. So let's start with what is a network. Radio and television is a live medium in real time. It's something that goes from one to many. Podcasts are accessed on demand, and we talk about that as a one-to-one. I'm going to show you a graphic representation in a moment. Now, podcasts can be streamed in real time, and radio is also broadcast and pre-recorded and broadcast over the air. What is different is how it is accessed. So we talk about point-to-point communication, which is a one-to-one, and we also talk about a return path. Broadcasting is a one-to-many. We talk about point-to-multipoint. So the very architecture of the networks that we see, for example, Centec, which is the signal distributor in the country, establishes networks. There's a particular type of infrastructure to carry radio and television signals. The telecommunications operators establish networks which are point-to-point, the one-to-one communication. Broadcasting, as it's defined, is any form of unidirectional, so one to many. And looking at it from just a purely graphic perspective, it's one signal that is being transmitted, and anyone can receive it simply by tuning in on their radio or television. So from a TV perspective, if you've got a rooftop antenna, you will receive an over-the-air transmission. That is the coverage map. We talk about that as a footprint or a coverage of a transmitter network. Anyone that falls within that coverage area is able to receive that signal. Also, a satellite reception mode, and you can think of a satellite simply as a transmitter that's in the sky. It's located in the sky, and there is a direct reception from that. We talk about the footprint of a satellite. There are two types, but actually there are more than two, but for our purposes, you have a C-band or a KU band. A KU band is a much more focused signal, but any body that has a satellite dish within that footprint is able to receive exactly the same broadcast transmission. And then we have cable. Now, this is where our one-to-one communication happens, where we are receiving either via fiber or we are receiving over wireless broadband. And when we say receiving, actually, we're not receiving in the same way as broadcasting, we are fetching. And this is the key difference. With a podcast, it's not automatically received over the air as a broadcast is. A person has to go online, has to consume data, and has to go and fetch the content that they have selected. That's why we refer to it as on-demand content. So that was one of the key ideas that I wanted to impress upon the audience today. Now, another concept is the idea of over the top. And essentially what we're talking about here is service providers that are making use of the infrastructure that has been deployed by others, in our case, mobile and fixed line telecoms operators. In other words, the over-the-top services are not investing in infrastructure themselves. They're coming in over the top of infrastructure that has been placed by the licensed operators in the country. And the latest concept, which is artificial intelligence, we talk about AI already embedded in the way in which audiences discover. Think of TikTok, YouTube, engage with. think of personalized feeds and pay for content. And that is something which I think, Chairperson, you probably want to have a discussion in the future. There has been discussion about regulation of AI, but that's somewhere else. So what I wanted to say about AI is that media isn't competing with other media anymore. It's competing with algorithmically optimized attention platforms. That's quite a mouthful, but something that I'd really like us to think about. As I was doing the research for this, I discovered that in Colombia, there is an AI avatar that is actually running in elections, recognized. So honorable members, I'm not sure whether you'll be sending your avatars in future, but this is just something lighter as we move on to the last concept. What is a platform? Again, there's been a lot of conflation between the concept of a network and a platform, and we refer to sometimes a service as a platform. In its essence, a platform is a combination of hardware and software. For example, operating systems that run our phones and our computers, that serve as a foundation for building other applications. So podcasts, for example, and often reducing the development time and cost, which is why there is so much controversy around the issue of over-the-top services making use of technology or infrastructure that has been invested in by others. So the idea of disruptive technologies, you will probably all know the logos. The one on the right is OpenClaw. Now, the introduction of a disruptive technology forces traditional businesses like our telcos in the past to alter the way they approach their business, otherwise they risk losing market share. What I wanted to get to is, I'd like you to guess how long it took some of these disruptive technologies, and you can make a note, to reach 1 million viewers. It took Netflix 3.5 years to reach 1 million subscribers. It took Airbnb 2.5 years. Facebook, 10 months. Spotify, 5 months to reach 1 million subscribers. The iPhone, 74 days. Instagram, 45 days. Are you seeing a pattern? 5 days. ChatGPT took 5 days to reach 1 million. And today, ChatGPT, among many other AI systems, has 2 billion visits per day. That's right, Honorable Deputy Minister, 2 billion per day. So let's very briefly get an overview from my perspective before the department presents, just to give you some facts and figures. The South African audiovisual landscape, as defined in the white paper, talks about content creators on the left-hand side of your screen. And I've given just 1 or 2 examples of content creators. Then we have in the middle, the national networks, which excludes radio broadcasters. That's on the next screen. There was just too many to put into one. You then have over-the-top services, and you'll recognize some of those logos. Your television distributors, and then your consumers. So if you look at the bottom of that screen, the way in which the white paper defines the new ecosystem, you have creation, aggregation, delivery, and viewing. Podcasters sit with the content creators. That's our radio landscape, plus over 200 community radio stations and hundreds of podcasters. I've been able to get the members of the South African Podcasters Guild, and there are many other podcasters that aren't members. And that's just the South African landscape. Let's briefly talk about how many people are using what. We've got 50.8 million people using the internet. 26.7 of those use social media. We've got 124 million cellular mobile connections. People have more than one. And you also have machines that have little, what are those things called now? I've just forgotten the little card that we put, the SIM card. You see the numbers there of the social media users in South Africa. How do we access the internet? The vast majority of South Africans still rely on mobile internet, and you'll see there across the different provinces, very different numbers. But we need to ask, who's really connected? There isn't equitable access in the country. And that's one of the big challenges, both for the policymakers, the regulator, and indeed the legislators. When we look at the penetration of 3G and 4G, it's quite high across the country. But to really be accessing internet of the future, you need 5G. You can look at that very, very unequal access. This comes from 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭's State of the Sector report. And so these are some of the questions that we need to be talking about as we look at the future. In terms of internet usage, I just wanted to move to this one. 80% of users of Facebook below the age of 45. Where do we get our news from? This is some research that was done by a company called BrandMap. And before I do that, let's just remind ourselves who these different generations are. We've got the silent generation, the boomers, Gen X, the millennials. I'm looking at the circles at the top, Gen Z, and then we also have, apparently, they're called Alpha, the ones that were born after 2010, Honorable Chair, and members and all guests. So if you look very briefly, and this presentation will be made available to you, so please don't worry if I'm moving quite quickly. I'm trying to make up some time. If you have a look, the boomers are still reading newspapers, Gen X still, and radio and television is up there. As we move to our younger generations, you can see they're getting their news from TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and then radio, and then friends and family. Even WhatsApp. Is that the news if we receive it via WhatsApp? In terms of podcasts and internet usage, we have 75%, as we mentioned, of the population spending 9 hours. Now, that doesn't mean that they're constantly on, but they're using it in conjunction with some other device, right? So while we're typing away on our computer, the radio is playing in the kitchen and the television is on in the lounge. So who owns that consumer? That's for the BRC to answer. 62% of adults listen to podcasts today versus 55% only 6 years ago. And 58% of adults are habitual YouTube viewers. The streaming platforms, these are your video streaming platforms. These are the three big ones in South Africa. You can see the numbers there. Netflix as a dominant platform. Essentially, there I just wanted to just show the frequency of use. 31% of users watch Netflix every day, and 48% more than once a week. If YouTube was a channel, it would be the largest channel in South Africa. bigger than SABC1, which has 22.6 million monthly viewers. Video streaming, you look at the past 12 years, it has grown. This is exponential growth. But what I wanted to move to is the ad spend and the impact this has had. If you look at global revenues and the number of users, but where is all the revenue going? To internet. Look at television, dropping, look at radio, out of home, all of the traditional media. The figures that came out of the Competition Commission hearing shows that more than 50% of all advertising is going to the digital platforms. These are unregulated. I know our colleagues from the digital platforms are going to help us understand this new world, but indeed, we talk about regulatory parity as a really, really important concept when we talk about the regulation of media in South Africa. I just wanted to pull three ideas. The white paper talks about potentially merging the regulators or potentially creating a new regulator, expanding the scope of regulation to include nonlinear audiovisual services, most importantly, online safety. Podcasts, I would say, can be defined as on-demand audio and audiovisual media services that are delivered over electronic communication networks. And we talk about regulatory, co-regulatory. As the chair said, there hasn't been any particular idea. We're here to open the conversation, get the conversation going, and think about these things, understand, most importantly. Very briefly, to show that as legislation over time has evolved, there is certainly legislation that protects consumers, that is able to deal with different aspects of potential harms, etc., right up to and including the Cybercrimes Act and the Prevention and Combating of Hate Speech Act. And then we have, from a policy perspective, which is the green arrow, the white paper, which has been spoken about. Finally, just some, from an international perspective, the European Union has adopted a legislative framework through the Digital Services Act. It requires large digital platforms to publish transparency reports detailing content moderation practices. The United Kingdom regulates digital media platforms and places legal obligation on platforms that host user-generated content, including podcast distribution platforms. The US digital platforms provides their Communication Decency Act provides liability protection for platforms hosting user-generated content while allowing them to moderate content according to their policies. Really important distinction here as well between user-generated content and podcasts. And I'm sure as we go into the panels, and we have a lot of very clever people here who are going to be telling us about definitions and defining all of these different types of content. Looking at another 3 countries, Australia operates a co-regulatory media governance system. Industry bodies develop codes of practice for digital content services, including online audio, while the regulator ensures compliance with public interest obligations. Brazil has adopted a multi-stakeholder governance model, and that's actually quite an interesting. Governance is coordinated through an internet steering committee, which includes representatives from government, civil society, academia, and industry. certainly some interesting models. Kenya provides a continental example of hybrid digital media regulation. They have a media council that oversees media standards and it also enforces a code of conduct and practice for journalism that applies to digital media, including online publications and podcast-style journalism. So that was really just very briefly to touch on some key concepts, look at some examples, and get the discussion going. So I'm just going to flight the program so you have an idea of what is coming up, because we will now move to our panels. No, first we have actually the DCDT that's going to be presenting. And if I could ask, is it Dimakatso, or will it be the Deputy Minister, Mr. Mashile? But let me show you what's coming up. You have seen it earlier. That is our program for the day. And we'll have, will it be Mr. Mashile? Okay. And then we will move to our panel.
Sorry, Demetrius.
Yes.
Sorry. We are in your hands totally.
Yes.
But then there are a parliamentary protocol that we have to adhere to. So maybe before Mr. Mashile comes in, let's ask the Deputy Minister if he'd like to say a few words, and then we'll proceed with the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
It's a surprise, Chairperson. But when the idea came, I got fascinated because I'm a YouTube fanatic. I have come across a lot of podcasts, highly informative, at times highly blasting, smashing, where you feel you cannot respond. And I thought it's an interesting discussion because I have watched podcasts where even personally, I got moved very badly. I don't have a problem with that. But sometimes I felt, could I have a way to respond? You find that you can't do it. There's a comment platform which you don't know whether they pay attention to, because not a single podcast ever responded to my comment. But one way they really blast. But however, it's a huge intervention in terms of communicating news and the critical overview of what is happening in the country. It's an exciting vibrancy. I thought I'm not even clever on how to deal with it, but it just excites me. But I already made some grievances about it. But I'm here to listen. What exactly is happening there? What are they thinking? Where do they think the environment is helping or undermining what they're trying to do? And so on. So I'm just here to observe, Chairperson. You caught me napping, but I'm fascinated. I never thought I would sit in a room with these guys. Thank you very much.
Observing protocol, Chair. Okay, thank you very much, and a very good morning to you, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members. I think they were in that category of boomers, and a very good morning to the chairs and the leadership of our regulatory bodies. I've also noted the associations in the room, the industry leaders, but I'm more excited to greet the youth that is present here. And I'm hoping that they will be taking this journey forward for all of us. Chair, as the Department of Communications, we're here to provide a high-level overview. I understand that this is an engagement for us to then basically pave the way forward in terms of South Africa's growth in this growing sector, amongst which is obviously the podcast. I think it has been highlighted already that we are dealing with this disruptive technology, and it has already been disrupted. We have to also observe as to who are these disruptors, what has been the intention of that particular disruption. I don't think it's necessarily about the boredom, but fundamentally, I think we talk about the issues that people are already on mobility. But I also see that there are creative as well as content creators who are actually keen to break the barriers and the traditional platforms. So we are creating a platform for youth, for entrepreneurs, content creators, innovators in the space, and many others. We take cognizance of the fact that as the policy maker, we have to understand the risk, but more than anything else, we have to harness the opportunities. And where those opportunities and greenfields are, we have to constantly try to build on that. So we see the growth in terms of the South African sector and the impact it has both at a continental level. I think it obviously, with regards to it being on various platforms, more and more people are watching, and obviously the impact we can have in the future in terms of the global scale. And my colleague, Mr. Colin Mashile, is going to unpack on that. So our role as the department, whilst we have put out the audio and audiovisual white paper, our intention is not necessarily to stifle this creativity, but to see how we can grow it. So there are obviously proposals, it has been highlighted in terms of how we're going to regulate this sector in the future. But for now, we just want to assess the impact. We are guided fundamentally by the Constitution, as well as the constitutional provisions, as well as various other acts. So I think fundamentally that already lays the foundation and the groundwork for it. Our intention is, Chair, is to broaden the participation, to transform what was the traditional broadcasting sector, looking at it from an audio and audiovisual and a wider base, and to really see how meaningful entrepreneurs, youth, innovators can participate in the ecosystem. So with that, I'd like to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Colin Mashile, to take us through a bit of high level, our presentation, just to also set the scene. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues from the industry. Chairperson, what we have observed in terms of the podcast regulatory framework, both in South Africa and elsewhere, is that we have observed a co-regulatory model and self-regulation that is being promoted. These are the new ways the industry has been regulated, not only for podcasts.
Mr. Mashile, can you speak more into a microphone? Maybe move the things.
Thank you. Thank you. This model, I think, Chair, has been prevailing for some time in the sector. And it does not only affect the podcast, but also the television and the audiovisual media services. Also, the complaints mechanisms are very important, that the new frameworks aim to establish how the public can complain. Currently, there is no mechanism in terms of when you have an issue with what you have viewed or listened to on podcast. With broadcasting, it's very clear. You go to the BCCSA, ICASA, and you complain, and there are mechanisms in terms of how to deal with it. So in terms of this online environment, currently we do not have that complaint mechanism, and we are planning to look at that. And you also, broadcasters and everyone else is accountable in terms of the content that runs on their platforms. So we are trying also, what we are seeing is that with the new emerging platforms, platform accountability is very important because you'll need to know that if you watch a podcast on YouTube or on Spotify, where do you go to and who has to be accountable, whether it is the platform that's been run on or whether it is that podcast people themselves. And in terms of regulatory focus, because this is a new emerging area, regulators are looking at how global podcast platforms that operate within their borders can address harmful content or how they can protect the consumers. So that's why there's an emergence of a collaboration among regulators in specific countries and globally. And also, beyond the legal requirements, there's an industry push to ensure that the ethical guidelines focusing in terms of how we are going to regulate these content platforms, but respecting the freedom of expression and other rights that are secured within the Constitution, so that you do not come across as if you are regulating speech or you are trying to regulate content. And also there's movement where the podcasters themselves are trying to professionalize the industry so that the people that are operating within the environment knows what is legal and not illegal. And I think these are global trends where even the broadcasters and elsewhere, you will find that there are professional operations to assist them to comply with the regulations of the law. So in terms of the observations that we are making, is that we observed that in France, you have the equivalent of an ICASA, that is the 𝐟𝐸𝐵, and also in Canada, you have the equivalent of an ICASA, that is CRTC, that have over the last few years been modernizing their broadcasting frameworks and to include the regulation of platforms, as my colleague here was talking about the digital platforms. But I think what is paramount is that they do not regulate content because they respect the freedom of expression within their constitutional laws. So what they have done in Canada, they have introduced laws that are allowing the platforms to register with the regulator in their specific countries. And what France, the example that is coming from France, which is also very interesting, is that they have developed what is called a podcast observatory, the regulator.
What's happened now is that people have forgot that that right to freedom of expression it comes with a responsibility. And that's where we've sort of lost our way. Or some of the digital content creators have lost their way. And then another thing that I am hoping that we can also perhaps touch on is the issue of intellectual property, because what we are finding is that digital content creators are taking everybody's work and passing it off on its own and as their own, and there is no perhaps mechanism in place or a place where we can go and complain. And that is a big factor for me.
Thank you very much. I think for why we are here, it's also related to the white paper. So if you read the title of the white paper, it says audio and audiovisual media services and online safety. The audio was specific. In the first iterations, there was no audio. So the audio we added because we had seen the emergence of podcasts and we call them audio on demand services in a way. Because remember, the previous regime was regulating your traditional radio. So with the emergence of like your audio on demand or podcasts, and you needed to create a framework around that one. And I think the approach there also, when we were asking around the issue that had arisen around the ombudsperson, to say with the online safety issues, you require quick turnaround. And we had acknowledged that when we were doing the broadcasting regulatory review at the CAS around 2010, one of the concerns was that it's very expensive for people to complain and whatever. How do we reduce the cost for the public? So with this one of the ombuds, I think the issue is to also reduce the cost and sort of look at dispute resolution mechanisms that are very fast, and because it matters a lot in terms of timeframes, that if you are something that wrong is done, you might lose elections or something like that, or something bad might happen. So I think that was the purpose of trying to cater for that. So I thought I should just bring that into context in relation to the white paper. But the ombuds is around quick turnaround in terms of complaints and ensuring that the public at a certain point does not pay because the other people have lots and lots of cash. They can frustrate the resolution. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Colin. Oscar, go ahead.
Yeah. While I'm mindful about the complaints handling and the capacity and all of that, now as a broadcaster, I'm also more worried about the freedom of expression in the platforms. Because with what I've heard as well earlier on from the platforms, it was even mentioned that, content is taken down, and that content is taken down and without any complaints handling mechanism. And with us coming from where we're coming from the previous regime, well, we call that censorship. Content shouldn't be taken down before there is a procedure of complaints handling. So I'm very much worried that we are more concerned about the other rights, which is very valid, human rights and all of that, but we seem to be least concerned about freedom of expression. And even the Constitutional Court has made a ruling about even offensive material, that it is actually within the right to freedom of expression. And when you're looking at platforms, they usually just look at offensive words, and that is just triggered, and then content may be just taken down because there's no, it doesn't matter what the context is, as in the normal complaints handling they will look at. Meanwhile, I understand that there is an issue of capacity, but the freedom of expression, as it has been constantly said, it is the cornerstone of our democracy, and there needs to be a balance with all of this. So we cannot be looking at podcasters that, okay, they're saying they're doing all of these sort of things. We need to regulate them in order for to ensure that all these other rights are not violated. But we should also be very much concerned about the freedom of expression, that in so doing, even the code of conduct or whatever framework or regulatory framework we come with, there is a balance, having in mind that freedom of expression is that important as well.
Thanks, Oscar. Before I come to Philly, Tawana, do you want to just respond to that issue around the takedown before it's put on platforms?
Thank you. When it comes to the proactive removal of content, specifically to address the issue raised by Oscar, we remove content that is expressly in violation with our community guidelines. And as we had also presented earlier on, our community guidelines, and I'll speak specifically within the South Africa context, are premised on our local laws, or South Africa's local laws. We take them into consideration. So the Constitution, Section 16(2), really outlines what is not protected speech, and that's further elaborated in other pieces of legislation, including the Film and Publications Act as amended, including the Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Bill, including, but to mention the last one, the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act. So when it comes to that proactive removal of content, it's content that we know categorically is actually not only harmful content in violation of our community guidelines, but is actually illegal, if I can use that term. In relation to any other content that is then removed by the platform, we also do have an appeals process. So as the owner of that content or the person who uploaded it, if you think that the moderation decision was wrong, you are welcome to actually appeal that decision in itself. And it's again to ensure that we strike that balance, because nobody can say specifically where the point is, where you are able to say you've perfectly achieved the balance between freedom of expression and prevention of harm on the one end. And that's why then the appeal mechanism also helps to ensure that we are able to assess whether or not that particular decision or that particular piece of content was appropriately moderated.
Thanks, Tawana. I noted Philly's hand. I've noted your hand as well. And then your hand. Go ahead, Philly.
I just want to take a step back. Do we see podcasters or digital content creators as an industry or as a sector? That question is very important because before you arrive at the framework, you need to understand who are you regulating? What kind of sector is this? For me, it is very important. Now, and the question that I'm raising is, it's very easy. It's very easy to deal with a very organized environment. And it is important that I think parliamentarians and those of us who are here, because I think we're speaking to us as people that actually have long been in the field and who knows what is it. But there are people out there that have potential, as it was say, we see this as an economic opportunity. Now, it means it needs to be organized. If it's seen that way, I think language such as SMEs and so on was used. So it means it needs to be organized in the sense that they should be able to now try to shape whatever regulatory framework that comes. But I think the second level is, if you want to go that route, I've seen there's a pushback on the concept of regulation, but I think what was unfortunate is regulation doesn't work one way. The same podcasters need to be protected through regulation. It's not just about, oh, there's something offensive or anyway. Look, the established broadcasters, their pockets are safe because there's a regulatory mechanism that is put in place. But these guys are so vulnerable that whoever has money in their pocket can shut them down by just taking them to court. They don't have any other alternative immunization, but the big organized industries have that. So it is very important that an awareness around regulation must be seen from also being from a protectionist point of view from their side, and also for the growth of their industry. I think I found that missing earlier on because I think we took a very age-old approach of saying regulation is inhibitive. But there's light touch regulation. I don't think anybody really wants to stifle them. We have seen them, they've added to diversity of views in terms of content. They have created economic opportunity. And once they organize this, and then there's a third level. The third level is economic incentives that comes out of this. Now these guys will need resources. Then we can have a regulatory framework that actually assists them to access the resources, like community radio as it is. They can grow to that level where now resources can be put in place to say, if you are a podcaster or a digital content creator, this is where you can access resources. This is how you can build yourself into an establishment that can be recognized. So, and that cannot happen in a vacuum. It means you need to have certain, regulations or laws that assist the growth of the various. So I'm trying to say it mustn't be looked at in one way to say somebody wants to quell you down, wants just to get rid of you because they don't like you or they don't want you to grow. I think is there what kind of regulation should be there that is protective and enhancing growth of the industry? I just felt that was missing in the earlier discussion, especially that they're so vulnerable. I mean, we've seen how people have been taken to the cleaners. It's not nice. A young chap or person in the township sees this opportunity. It doesn't know, it doesn't have awareness. Somebody spoke about awareness. It starts on the wrong foot. The whole thing gets to be shut down immediately. So those are the risks because of lack of awareness and organization.
Thanks, Philip. That's really helpful. And I think it would be good. We don't have any of the podcast field people here now, not yet. On the other side, all right. So we're going to get a comment there, and we're going to come back there. But I think the point that Philip's raised around enabling provisions of both policy and regulation is vital. And I think thank you for turning that around in terms of how we approach this. And it would be nice if there are any podcasters here
to let's start talking about those economic drivers. Because one of the key issues, just the way we understand it simplistically, is if you're wanting to get advertisers, marketers behind your podcast and you want them to support you, they need to have trust in your product. And so the whole thing about if I trust your product in our broadcasting space, you're signatories to codes of conduct, people know what you stand for. There's trust in that product, in that system. And advertisers will hopefully then continue to support you. If you're working in an environment that's not as organized, where there are no codes of conduct that everyone signed up to, whether they're pledges, codes of conduct, whatever they may be, your ability to then attract the kind of advertisers, the kind of promotion you want, really is diminished. So thanks for that reminder. I think it's important. I did have a hand there, and then a hand there, and then hand this side. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Sorry.
I think I just wanted to react to the issue around censorship, because I think in terms of the current framework, there is good framework. I think earlier on there was talk about the balance between papaya and the promotion of access to information, which all flow from the Constitution. Now, the balance there is something that is recognized, especially from a regulator's perspective, looking into how the whole takedown process takes place for regulators that adapt that particular stance. I think what is important, and it has been spoken to before, is how are we able to then close the enforcement gaps with the existing legislation, because we all worked through, different mediums in terms of our mandates and legislative focus. How are we then able to harmonize that to speak to exactly what the chair said in terms of also ensuring digital sovereignty for South Africa vis-a-vis what we have as a standard set by the platforms? Thanks.
Thank you. That's really important in terms of standard setting and who's setting them. Thank you. And then, that's behind. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3 with another one, and then Norman. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much. What I'm hearing is that we don't look at what is the root cause in terms of the problem that we have now, because the root cause is that podcast sector is easy to entry. Anyone at this moment has a phone, and in her bedroom, he can just think to talk about any topic without following the rules. Yes, rules are there. The Constitution is there. There is a online safety charter on human rights, but how many podcasters take time to understand those rules and follow them? Because what they're chasing for the like, and someone said they're chasing for the money. I think it's you, Oscar, said that, and they compromise what is right, and they don't care whether they're violating or they're writing on someone else's right. The issue, I would support the issue of, or the proposal say maybe we need a central organization that maybe will deal holistically with the issue of educational. And I think it's been raised before, but I feel like it should be started at the root cause where we educate from school about the right, how to use your right in terms of freedom of speech, section 16. And if we have that, I think we'll combat the issue of harmful content. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going back up here and here. Chris, did you have your hand up? Yeah. And Sashin, yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to actually come in much earlier just to support the point around broadening what we're looking at to broader content creation rather than just podcasts. And I think it goes back to the issue of categories and tiers that was discussed earlier, to say what exactly are we talking about? Are we looking at digital content creation and saying podcast is one of the categories, influencers? So I think we need to think about those different categories. But I think the other element is thinking, because if you look at podcast, it originates, or it was inspired, I think, maybe the podcasters can correct me. I think the inspiration came from radio, having conversations and speaking to people. So I believe that there needs to be some sort of information sharing mechanisms between existing media and podcasters. Patisa earlier on, she mentioned that the Press Council trains some of these podcasters. I believe that can happen outside of the Press Council. We've got the SABC that's been in the industry for years. We complain about, issues of accuracy of information, lack of fact checking, and these are things that the industry and the media industry really understands. So I believe that we need to also create those information sharing and learning mechanisms between, broader content creators and media entities.
Thank you. Those are really helpful and useful points. Please go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, look, I would also suggest that when we summarize and make recommendation, we need to also move away from the notion as if we are talking about policing, and I think you did raise a good point about, I think, how we need to move. I'm going to suggest the 4 R's. I think someone spoke about the 3 R's, the 4 R's to say, in whatever we recommend, we need to move from the standpoint of rights, which is the rights, we're talking about the freedom of expression. And after that, we're talking about the responsibility to say, as a publisher, as a content creator, you've got a particular responsibility. You don't have to wait for complaints. You've got a particular responsibility not to publish hate speech, sexist and racist speech. And after that, we spoke about the acknowledgement of public recourse and remedial action for the public. And lastly, regulate. So it mustn't be regulate as in policing and then you move to the other thing. So which means you have to acknowledge the fact that we, the forum that is here or whatever forum that's going to make decisions or either legislators, executive, whatever, it must move from the point of view of the freedom of expression, the rights, responsibility, the public right to recourse, and ultimately regulation, which obviously emphasis on self-regulation. Thanks.
Thanks, that's great. We've got you'll do the summary for us. Rights, responsibility, recourse, and regulate. So we've got those as key recommendations. That's wonderful. Thank you. Chris, and then Dimakatso Session.
You spoke earlier, a lot of the podcasters, what they are wanting to do is help monetize what they do. So if one talks about digital content creators, what we did with influencers as a whole is influencers sign up to a code of conduct, which is being drafted by themselves and the advertising agencies that do that, because advertising agencies to get certainty in what they want to do, to put money behind various products, want that kind of certainty in terms of behavior, in terms of recourse, and in terms of everything else. So influencer code of conduct, which then puts them under a self-regulatory framework, which I think is important from a growth of the industry perspective, that podcasters or digital content creators, because I think that's the broader term that we want to use here, have that element where they are under a self-regulatory framework, which they all sign up to, which gives advertisers certainty to say, if I'm as a ABNBev are going to be sponsoring a particular product or show, that we know that we have certainty in terms of the metrics that are used, the measurements that are used, and then how it then falls out to, if there's an issue, we can go to a particular body and there is this self-regulatory mechanism in place. I think that works for all the other broadcasters, the Press Council, the influencers, and it's a matter of replicating that to help the industry grow, because it is a growth mechanism. Yes, in some instances we say it's a person with a phone in a room, but nobody necessarily listens to that person in a phone in a room unless that content goes viral. It takes a long time for podcasters to grow to get to that base level. But if we are working together with the content creators in helping them understand that what drives revenue creation for them is that certainty, then we're working in the same space. because we're working for the growth and the benefit of everybody, both from their commercial aspect as well as protecting the consumers from the harmful side effects of it.
Thanks, Chris. I know Norman behind me from the FPB's hand has been up and he is giving me the evil eye, so I'm going to let him talk first. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we need to look at definitions, layers, safety, and compliance. And the question will then be, when we talk about the podcast, what is it that it is delivering? Is delivering information? Is delivering education? Is delivering entertainment? Whether others are not happy with what is being provided is something else. So when you look at those three broad areas, those are the areas that are covered by the objectives of broadcasting. Broadcasting is there to inform, educate, and entertain. Whether you do that through the airwaves or whether you do that through internet, or whether you deliver that with a new platform that will appear tomorrow that no one knows, which is not internet, it doesn't change the objective. That the objective remain to inform, to educate, and to entertain. So if we accept that broadcasting is evolving from the manner in which it was transmitted with the advent of internet, we should also then accept that the manner in which we need to look at broadcasting needs to change. If broadcasting is under the auspices of ICASA, whether that information that is being distributed to inform, educate, or entertain is transmitted through airwaves or any other media, it doesn't change that it is still broadcasting. There might be different layers of broadcasting as to how do we then classify certain information, which information would need licensing, which information would need a registration. So the issues relating to safety and the issue relating to compliance would also need to then follow that logic to then say, if the purpose is to inform, entertain, and educate, safety measures that ought to apply in broadcasting, if they are not sufficient for purposes of internet, they will also need to evolve and to change and to adapt. But it doesn't change that the broad three principles are still the same. If we accept that there will be certain content that is distributed to inform, entertain, and educate, which would not fall within the auspices of ICASA, the legislation, which is FPB, has already given us some guidance to then say, if certain information falls within the broadcaster who is regulated by ICASA, there will be a need to exempt
that content from classification. So whether that content is transmitted via airwaves or internet or any other new platform that will come tomorrow, to the extent that that entity is not within the jurisdiction of ICASA, the consideration that we need to look at is that should that then be subject to the jurisdiction of the FPB? In the similar manner that we then distinguish the content that is subject to ICASA and the content that is subject to the FPB. And the only exception is not only.
You're going to have to wind down your point,
you.
please, because I think this is a very controversial point,
Yes.
and I think people have varying views around it.
And I have raised it intentionally so that we can have a frank discussion about it. Thank you.
Good. So right at the back with the blue jacket, I did note your hand, but okay, I'm going to go there. Was there someone behind me? So I'm going to go to Mosh first, and then Sashin was waiting, and then William, and then I'll come to you. Thanks.
Look, I just want to disagree with the gentleman over there to say, look, the issue about confining and narrowing everything to inform, educate, and entertain, that was in 1922, before any platforms allowed people, because it was a narrow one way to say, I'm going to inform you, I'm going to entertain you, I'm going to educate you. It's 2024, where it's no longer one way. So we need to be careful in terms of not narrowing our discussion in that sense. Thanks.
Thank you. As we head off to 2026. Do you want to make a quick point? But it has to be very quick because William's waiting, and then go ahead.
Say, if you look at the definition of podcast, they're not up. Okay. Podcast. I'm not a podcast. If you look at the definition of the podcast and where it comes from until now, you will understand that it started with an iPod from iPhone, and from there, you can hear. Maybe that's this one. Yeah. Check 1 2 1 2. You hear me now? Okay. Just to check where the word podcast come from. It started with iPad, then other podcasters, they saw that as an opportunity to. Or maybe this one.
Yeah, maybe that's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this one is
This one is.
let's sit close to it.
Oh, just. Communications Department. Oh.
Yeah, just to say, in terms of the definition, broadcasting and podcast is not the same. Looking at the history where the podcast coming from, it started with iPad and then it evolved over time, where people realized the opportunity that, oh, okay, it's not only voice, now we can even put videos on that. Even currently, I don't know how many podcasters, but because podcasters are not live, like a podcaster, like Ntate said, that is the one way, whereas the podcast is on demand. Like you can pause, you can stop. If maybe I don't like, maybe I'm looking at the interview, I don't like the other interview, I can just skip and just listen to another interview, or maybe because in the YouTube, there's a stream of hours and it show you, or in this category is this, they discuss this topic in this category in one series of a podcast. So we cannot define it in that way. It's a different genre. As I said before, to say anyone can record, like in the bedroom or even now, a podcast about maybe this session and maybe educating people. And maybe I just do that one video. So how, for example, ICASA will regulate that? So it's going to be difficult. for ICASA to come up with the regulation. But in terms of issue of principality, I think that we can try maybe using the current code, maybe transferring it maybe to the social media to say maybe they must apply this code also to look at Section 16, what it's saying, and looking also at the limitation in terms of Section 36. Thank you.
Thanks. Dimitri, I'm not sure where he is, but just to say that this is the first time we've gathered in this shape and form with these stakeholders. It is but the first conversation we're having. There's going to have to be a range of different conversations that have to be had, and this is the first bite, okay? So I think we are sharing our immediate thoughts, our views. We've heard the wonderful presenters earlier today are giving us some deep dive in terms of how they are currently applying moderation tools, how they're dealing with content, a whole host of things. But let's see this as a first conversation, and many will have to follow. And when we take forward recommendations later, when we've got to do the feedback, we will do the feedback in that kind of overview manner. We cannot drill into specifics. And it would be great if we had a few general recommendations. So can you already start thinking about that in terms of the general recommendations we'd like to make, so that out of this, there's some concrete next steps. So if you could just now start turning your focus and attention to what it is we would like to share in the plenary session and the recommendations we'd like to make to the honourable MPs. Go ahead, William.
Thanks. Point taken, so I won't make the advanced argument very strongly. We work very well with our friends at the Film Publication Board, but under no circumstances can we say in this hallowed house of democratic rule that the FPB can be that regulator. The simple reason that they're not independent. That said, I think as a general recommendation, it's critical that we look at AI issues that are going to impact this, because otherwise, in a year's time, there's going to be a waterfall of a revolution around AI that we're not even going to have thought about. Thanks. Over.
Thanks, William. Right at the back, go ahead. And then Sashin, I feel terrible. Sashin's been behind me, and I'm not sure if one of the colleagues who are actual podcasters would like to contribute, because you are the star of today's conversation. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. I just have a couple of thoughts, because it's something that's bounced around a few times about self-regulation. So, separate from the question of independence, there's a sort of self-regulation question as one of the solutions here. And I think self-regulation absolutely has its place, but it works best in situations where we're all good corporate citizens. And I think anybody who's participating in a process like this is more likely to be involved in these voluntary bodies, to sign up to these codes and to comply with them. Or certainly if you're Meta, to have a code of conduct that complies with, our constitutional values. What we're worried about, and I think, one of the great things about the internet, but also one of the risks of the internet, is that it doesn't take a lot of power or money or influence to get a very large audience and have lots of influence yourself. And what we're worried about is the Wild West outside of the kinds of people or entities or companies or podcasters or whatever it might be, who would be willing to voluntarily submit to self-regulation or participate in these processes. And that might be a minority, but it's the kind of minority of actors which are likely to cause the bulk of the harms in this in relation to content moderation, in relation to hate speech, in relation to violence. So while, and that's not to say we need to replace self-regulation. Self-regulation, there's lots of examples in regulation, in law, where we have standards that industries impose on themselves, and we have a minimum basic standard that may not be as high a standard as those self-regulatory bodies, but nonetheless make sure that people who would not otherwise participate are still held to a standard that achieves the goals that we want to achieve. So yeah, I want to just stress that self-regulation shouldn't be a replacement for regulation of these issues, and they certainly can live together in a good framework going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting, and I think there are self-regulators who will tell you how effective self-regulation has been, and I think that's something we need to also consider and unpack a little bit more. Sashin, you're on, and then I'll come back to Tina, and then Dimakatso.
Thanks, Nadia. Yeah, from my side, I think it's going to be difficult regulation-wise, legal-wise, to really And it's something that's going to happen going forward as well with different technologies, to actually define and sort of from the outside of the circle in see where this starts and where it stops, because the pace of technology just seems to be increasing. And it was a point made in Parliament, but I'm sure in a few years there'll be a new version of podcasts or something that no one's foreseen of, and we can't really draft the legislation too narrowly, because who knows what's going to be the next thing. Everyone says AI now, but in 7 years' time or 5 years' time, it could be something completely new that's in the spotlight. It's very hard to predict, and companies change and grow, and who knows what the next big thing is. If we did, people would be doing it now.
Thanks. And good policymakers and regulators always draft and craft very broad statements to capture where the future's going and how technology shifts. Tina, please go ahead.
I didn't actually have my hand up. I just had a concerned look on my face. But I think many of us are saying the same thing, and it is probably given time, a useful time to start moving into the concrete regulation. So 100% self-regulation isn't the only option or one option. We can have many parallel options. I've just taken a look at the South African Podcasters Guild pledge, and that's quite an interesting starting point. I think, I don't know if anyone from that entity is here, but it is a useful starting point, but a lot more could be done with it. And that is potentially one of the ways where we want to better self-regulate if we want to stick with this industry. But I also agree with moving it beyond just podcasters and having digital content creators. So then if we have this self-regulatory body, that's fantastic. And industry should self-regulate. There's an absolute beauty in that. It's really special. But there do need to be other mechanisms in place where there are bigger harms that play bigger rights violations. And that's where the points around independence come in. So quite simply, I do think those who want to be bound by the Press Council, those types of podcasters or content creators who do believe that they are disseminating any form of news media should easily be able to access entities like the Press Council. And the Press Council has already made that very clear today, that is an avenue worth exploring. We then have the Guild. I think the Guild should potentially tighten up this wording. I'd welcome a chat with them about it. There's some very interesting points to flesh out there. And then I think alongside these self-regulatory mechanisms in parallel, following whatever happens with the white paper, is then moving to the firmer form of legislation and what that looks like and forecasting. So I think all of these things can happen in parallel, and they probably should start happening relatively soon because of the plethora of harms we are faced with. But we must just simply get going. And the longer it's important and we must figure it out. But if we keep talking about it, AI is going to have come and gone and we still don't have any laws in place. And that's also not particularly helpful.
Absolutely. So we're going to, if you would like to, as the only podcaster in the room, if you'd like to share anything, and then I'll come to Makatso.
Good afternoon, everyone. Baladama from Podcast and Chill Network. I've seen the debate being largely about self-regulation. I think as an organization, we definitely support it, right? So one of the other hats that I wear is that I look after the commercial interest through another entity of all the biggest platforms in the country. So we are in support of self-regulation. I think it's important to just understand who's going to be a part of that. I've been leading it with Chris Bahrain from the IAB, just trying to see whether we could create some kind of entity and a board that will then sort of be the next stage gate after the platforms have sort of, reviewed. And then if there's something that does slip through the cracks, then we would be that entity that then maybe intervenes before it goes into any higher authority. So that's the idea. I think we support it. It's got its pros and cons, I think, as long as it doesn't stifle creativity in any way. Because at the end of the day, I think there was mention around how platforms and technology is growing at an accelerated rate. So my perspective is in the next 5 years, you're going to have a podcast that doesn't have a human being in front of it, right? It's going to be an AI body and someone who's been created, and there's going to be an individual, we don't even know who that person is, who's making these guys talk. How do you regulate them? I suppose the answer would be we can't, right? So again, what I foresee happening is that regulation would probably be of all the, let's call it top 10 maybe podcasts in the country, as opposed to being a blanket approach for everyone, because anyone can, there's someone live right now in Soweto who's broadcasting what's happening in Soweto. How do we regulate what that person says? Right? So it is fairly difficult, but I think there's a different level of accountability that sits with the top 10 or top 20 biggest in the country. But also there's not that many, because if I had to ask you how many platforms in this country are close to 2 million subscribers, who have more than 3 million unique viewers? One. How many have more than 2 million unique viewers? One. How many have more than 500,000 unique viewers? One. The rest are typically falling below 500,000, which is the next biggest one. So we also need to consider the practicality, obviously. How do you regulate the guy who's in Soweto now, who says who's saying stuff that was instigating violence? We don't even know that person exists today. And then 5 years from now, there's going to be an AI podcast that is huge, and we don't know who's behind it. So how do we regulate that person in 5 years' time? So long story short, I think we do support self-regulation, but obviously with peer regulation that are also as significantly scaled as we are or close to, and then other industry regulatory bodies as well, I think is something we're more than happy to support.
That's great, and it's really encouraging to hear. I think that's exactly the kind of path we're wanting to carve here. And I think that if there's one thing you could be very sure of, is that other industry bodies and other self-regulatory systems that are already at play would be very supportive and would be ready to assist wherever they can. A lot of these self-regulatory bodies are in existence for like 3 decades. There's a lot that's learned there. And I think the point that Chris raised earlier was who will subject themselves to these self-regulatory mechanisms, to these codes of conduct? Will they subject themselves to sanctions, to whatever? I mean, that's a different conversation. But I think just starting out and saying that we are very prepared to enter into something where there is an agreement is really, really positive. Whether you're going to be subscribing to a pledge, a code of conduct, whatever that might be, is a fantastic first step. So I think, the one wonderful thing out of today's conversation is that concrete thing, Chris, that is potentially going to be happening. And I think that's really good. And then, as I said, just to reach out to other self-regulatory entities, and just see some of the lessons learned from those along the way. Go ahead, Makatso.
So when we engage with the guild, we encourage them to talk to the NAP, BCCSA, ISPA, and others, because of what you are saying, which is correct. And I think he made a point that I was looking at making, to say what we're seeing emerging, and maybe, I don't know, as part of your recommendations forward, because some of you will be making to us, I cannot make them. So is to say how to differentiate between the larger podcasters and small ones. Because if we were to be honest, the larger ones are not South Africans. And I think I was interested to allow, if you can, the FPB to share with you the experience they had with Apple in relation to the country of origin. I think it's an issue that was raised, to say how do you regulate podcasters that are coming from outside, to say what will be the best way of doing it. So, which is something you will need to consider. But I think the issues that are in front of us is to say, you will not deal like the ISPA thing. You will not deal with Spotify, Google, the same way you'll deal with the guy in Soweto, as he says. That there will need to be that differentiation. That's what we are seeing emerging in various other countries. And also to say, with the recommendations that were coming from the Competition Commission and the issue that we raised around Chapter 11 of the ECTA, Because I think that's what has been holding to say, what kind of responsibility do the platform owners have when the content that is illegal or whatever is flagged on their platform. But also, I think the issue that one was observing, which is very interesting to South Africa. I think in the morning we talked about, I see Pop-Ups and others are talking about something called a SABS network. But the remote that we use to access those, I think if we were to look at it, the channels that are there, most of us will access Parliament, whatever, in terms of YouTube and whatever. And I think maybe in future, the policy will have to differentiate between the platform owner and the people that are putting that content in, like you'll do with the ISPs, to say, when something is loaded there, do you complain to the local ISP that is part of ISPA, or do you complain to the larger one that is where the platform is being? Because the person will receive it via the ISPA one to say, in terms of my service provider, I'm seeing this that I do not like. But I think what you have correctly said is that, like any other thing that was requiring regulation, this is new. And I think as it goes along, the approach of the French, the podcast, the audiovisual observatory, it's where everyone that is affected by the sector comes in and say what will work, and you balance all the interest that will be emerging from there. But what you do when you do the mapping study, you identify who's playing where, and then what are the issues. And I think it's the one that will address the who, why, where, and whatever in a way. But I think, as you say, it's a new thing, and then the engagement, I think it's welcome, so that we all hear, because no one will know everything around the sector. Thank you.
Thanks, Odwa. I'm going to look at people who've been taking notes, because we need a few summary points to take forward. Odwa, go ahead. And then Chairperson Vikasa.
Cool. First, I think, as Nadia has offered, that the NAB would, if you need assistance, we've worked with the NAB and other bodies that are self-regulatory in this industry, and as the lawyers would also make ourselves available to assist in that regard. But perhaps this is the point I should have made at the beginning, but I think I can make it now. It's regarding the language that is, as the process unfolds, because it may not necessarily be how this is communicated, but how it is received at this point in time. It's the regulators against the podcasters, and that's how they receive it, and probably rightfully so. We'll need to build a language, that is inclusive, that suggests that we want to work together collaboratively, and for everyone to understand that a regulation process is to balance competing rights. In this case, Section 16, freedom of expression, any other competing rights, not to protect just society, also to protect the person, the subjects of the regulation, which are the podcasters. Yeah.
Important point. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Nadia. Yeah, I think from my side, I assume that we're thinking that in this country, our infrastructure is solid to support podcasters. Is that the assumption? Because we need to go back and say, whilst we recognize that podcasters or podcasting is a service, as South Africans, we're embracing it. But we need to make sure that the foundation, which is the infrastructure, connectivity, cost. So I think maybe going back to the committee, we may want to escalate the issue of, we summon ICASA as well, just to make sure that we understand the status of our infrastructure in South Africa. Then secondly is the issue of data storage, because I know that we've been talking about podcast. I'm not sure how much of the content that is being stored in all the platforms that I've seen, it's in South Africa. Who's actually managing that content at the moment? So it's going to be important, as much as we embrace broadcast, it's actually the location of the content that is being stored somewhere, I don't know. So that's one. Then the third one, I think we spoke about education. I'm still worried that for podcasts, it appears to be more metropolitan. I think we need to understand what's the behavior currently. If I go to a place called Haskororo or Ramlep or somewhere, in Limpopo, and we don't have podcasters. I think from an association is to understand what's the fear of not having a podcast in a village. Is it because what we are trying to promote in this country, it might appear to be a new sector for the elite. So we need to find a way of changing the narrative. I'm saying this because emerging technologies and trends, as a regulator, we need full inclusivity for everyone. Because and as and when we are saying that we're transforming South Africa, it must be everyone. So if somebody asks me tomorrow, Nadia, that yeah, you've been to Cape Town, what are you saying to me? I need to make sure that we give confidence that these new applications, new trends that we're talking about in Parliament, somebody in 𝐿𝐶𝐾𝐶𝐾 is going to benefit. That would have been my closing remarks for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Vutivi. I think that's absolutely important. We need to understand there's not enough research, not enough data, not enough real understanding. I think that's a really good and important point. And I don't know who's busy doing the research around this particular type of digital content at the moment, if there are any universities or any independent agencies. But I think we need to know what we're talking about always. So thanks for that reminder. And the impact and the ability to influence an entire community and shape that community's thinking and outlook. Somebody mentioned there's somebody right now, perhaps, in whichever area, who might actually be inciting violence. We have no idea. Like, do we actually know? Do we know how many 100 podcasters there are, where they are located? Issue of metrics, issue of audience, if you can call it that, growth, issue of engagement. I mean, there's just so much that still needs to happen. And it goes down to the investment in the kind of research that we can get the data that can shape and inform ultimately what we're trying to develop here in terms of a framework. An enabling framework is what we have to constantly remind people of. This is about enabling tools and opportunities for continued innovation, economic growth, opportunities, especially for young people. So thanks, Ardwa, for that reminder as well, is how you shape this conversation and how it's not an us and them, it's not a regulator versus podcaster or digital content creator, but is how does this fit into the bigger economy, cultural development, heritage, etc. So I think it's so layered and so complex, and I think it's really timely that we are having this conversation. And we hope one of the recommendations would be for Parliament to consider that kind of additional layer of investment that needs to be put behind the kind of research outputs that we need in this field as well. Are there any final comments? Because we're going to have to quickly think about wrapping up. And you didn't say anything yet. We're waiting to hear what Meta and Grok has to say. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm also curious about what Meta has to say as well. So I'll try and be quick. Look, on the subject of is podcasting for the elite? Absolutely not. Guys, there's more podcasts in each province than there are community radio stations. It's just they're specific to that area, right? There's a podcast on Venda who only does his podcast in Venda, and he does it incredibly well, and he's got a decent enough following. It's just that maybe they're just not popping up on your explore pages on TikTok or Instagram or whatever platforms you may be on, but they are there, and there's a proliferation of these platforms that are coming out. So it's not a matter of are people getting an opportunity to do it? They do it because they have this thing, which is a cell phone, and they can actually put something together, and then they somehow can get access to 5K to then start improving the quality of the platform. On the side of the recommendations that we're taking out, I just have one slightly, it's not really that radical, but it's somewhat radical. And it's that if we are saying that part of the discussion is around how do we somewhat put together some kind of regulatory framework around the platforms. I think that's all and well, but I think the other flip side that everybody agrees with is to say, let's also nurture these platforms and let's sort of make them grow. Digital media is not going anywhere. And one of the recommendations I would put in is something as radical as, if we've got digital media budgets, right, which are growing more and more for anyone who might be in corporate, then we put together a sense that at least spend 1% with a podcast. And that is where I think the other flip side of regulation comes in, to say that we have regulated to some degree. They are safe, but we also want to nurture this industry. And if you have a digital budget, spend at least 1% on podcasts so we can actually help nurture. And I'm not saying we should concentrate them in one specific platform, but let's do it across multiple platforms. If you want to speak to people in Limpopo, there's a podcaster in Limpopo who's doing very well. Spend some money with them. Let's help nurture these platforms and let's see them become real media juggernauts that I think they should become in the next 10 plus years. That's my one that's my one radical recommendation that I'd like you to put in.
That's great. You'd be surprised to know that's not radical at all, because I think Ayanda mentioned the point around content funds, digital content funds, well, content funds for all content, regardless of whether it's digital in the good old analog space as well. But that there needs to be real commitment and investment into content creation. And I think in the broadcasting space, for those of us who know this, for over a day, there's been this talk around allocating 30% of your budget to community media specifically. And I don't think that's going to be any different to allocating your budget specifically, to your point, to podcasting and other streams of content, because we're talking about it being in the bigger content sphere, the ecosystem of content. So great point. And I'm sure that people who are big marketers and advertisers for specific brands, hopefully, will also listen to that particular recommendation.
Yeah, 100%. And spending with the podcasters means with them directly, because what they do currently is they're spending a tremendous amount of money on the platforms, but they're spending above the content creators, meaning, no offense, they're going to Google, they're going to Meta, they're going to TikTok, right? But they're not spending their money with the people who are actually creating the content. So then that's why I made mention earlier that we could invite 10 of them, but maybe only 1 or 2 of them can afford a flight ticket to Cape Town if they're mostly in Joburg or whatever. So spend directly with them, not on top of them, because they're enjoying the benefits of spending on top of us, but within the platform is a whole different story. And then that's how we create the next big digital media juggernauts of South Africa.
Great. I'm going to have to wind this down now. Are there any final comments? Because we're going to have to just put together some key points. Meta didn't say anything, and he's sitting right next to me. So now he's going to have to speak.
I was listening, but I noted. Yeah, I'm not sure whether we're having this discussion too early or is it at the right time. As I said when I was in the panel, that it's content at the end of the day. It's content, it's content, it's content. You can segregate it and say this is a podcast, this is a dancing video, this is an educational video, and this is a travel video, and so on. I think they are segregated by the corporates that want to put money in different types of content. The tourism authority would want to put money in a podcast around tourism or in videos around tourism. But how we look at them as platform, it's content. If we're gonna now want to go back in the way that we're doing it in broadcasting, where you're saying we're regulating sports content, we're regulating news content, we're regulating movies and so on differently. On online platforms, it's not like that. It's about viewership there, who's viewing the content. It's about who this content is speaking to. But I think to really try to segregate them by having these discussions like this, I think we should really think about content as content.
Thank you. There's some tea and coffee if people want to grab some. Please feel free. I'm going to sit with Tawana and Tina. Are you leaving yet? Not yet. About to leave. Okay. Just to pull together a few notes, and then we'll just report back here. And then if everybody's happy, then we'll be able to report back the bigger group. But good. Please grab some tea or coffee if you need some. And now that you all know how to use this, you can start your own podcast stream.
KK, as you go outside, please check if there are any people who are still outside. Please ask them to come in. Okay, colleagues, we're in the graveyard shift. General Mkhwanazi would say the last one's breathing. So, you would say the last one's breathing. When you're ready, Mr. Dimitri, I think you can lead us in the report backs.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and welcome back, honourable members. And we have the two rapporteurs, Group 1, which I believe are ready. Nadia and Tolwana will be reporting back for Group 1, and Nomvuyisa will be reporting back for Group 2 when she comes back. Just to recap, Breakout 1 spoke about network level enablers, growth and inclusion, and Group 2, which Nadia and Tolwana will be talking to, was definitions, tiers, safety, and compliance.
Thank you. Would you like us to proceed? Thank you. Thank you, honourable members. Thank you, honourable Chairperson. Myself and Tolwana will just go through some of the highlights. To say, honourable members, that this was such a lovely, robust conversation. We saw it in the context of the first time we're all gathering in this space as these diverse stakeholders. And we also saw it in the context of creating an enabling environment for podcasting and other streams of digital content services to thrive, to ensure that there are guardrails in place, but very critically to ensure that this is not a conversation about who needs to be regulated, but a conversation around how we need to create those enabling policy and legislative and regulatory tools and instruments to make the sector thrive. It plays a vital role, not only in the economy, and hopefully it's going to grow, but also in terms of our culture, our heritage, who we are as a people. One of the key underpinning issues was around data sovereignty, around the fact that we all operate in our constitutional democracy and there has to be respect for the constitutional principles of our constitution, particularly freedom of expression, which comes with limitations. So I think it's important to understand the context in which the conversation was held. We had a range of stakeholders, from self-regulators, regulators, to government departments, as well as podcasters. So it was a very rich conversation. In terms of looking at the different tiers, we looked at the current legislative instruments and looked at what is currently in place, which the DCDT also so very carefully set out for us in terms of looking at the Constitution, PAPIA, PAPUDA, a range of other legislative instruments as well. And there was recognition that in the regulated space, which you all know very well, there is currently the self-regulator, which is the BCCSA, but of course also ICASA's Code of Conduct for Broadcasters. On the print sector, there is the Press Council, and we also heard, which was really an important note earlier as well, around the Press Council's particular role around news and the fact that it has also been extending training and opportunities to podcasters. When we talked about the different tiers, we looked at how effective self-regulation is. And in fact, we're pleased to say that in our group was included the IAB and a representative from the Podcasters Association, I think it's called the Guild, a real support for the creation of a self-regulatory mechanism, a real support for the creation of whether it's a pledge or a code, if that already exists, to get podcasters to sign up to that and to push towards a self-regulatory mechanism. We pointed out that it's very early days, of course, for such an association. On the broadcasting front, self-regulation has been running for more than 3 decades, and there was an encouragement and an opportunity to share our learnings and to share experiences. And I think very importantly, to have a space and an opportunity for training and development. One of the colleagues said that, remember, podcasting is not an elitist function. It's not all these fancy people sitting in urban metropoles. It's people all over. It's people in rural areas and townships. It's people across the board. And so we need to kind of, in a way, start realizing it for what it is. It is an opportunity for ordinary citizens to be able to engage in this way. One of the other key issues, which was also expressed earlier, was around affordability and access. And so a key recommendation is to look and think about what do we do to continue to push the costs of data in this country down? What do we do to make sure that we have affordable services? And what do we do in terms of understanding data and where it's housed? One of the issues was, where are these data centers? Is our data all housed offshore? Is it actually in South Africa? And I think the issue around sovereignty was a very critical one, and I think it's something we really have to consider very carefully. There was huge appreciation for the protection and safety, particularly of children and minors. And the conversation turned into the issue around audience advisories, classifications, which we know so many sectors and stakeholders such as the FPB and others who ensure that there are audience advisories. You don't go out and watch or consume content that's not appropriate, etc. And how do you start creating that kind of environment where there is space for audience advisories? To know the types of content you're actually going to be downloading and that you're getting on demand. There was a conversation around making sure that we understand what podcasting is. They're not broadcasters. They don't get issued with licenses by ICASA, but they are part of our big content ecosystem. And the point we wanted to underscore there is, and yes, there needs to be continued innovation. Yes, there needs to be continued protections. And yes, there needs to be continued enabling provisions to make this particular tier of incredible content thrive in the sector. Around the issues of compliance was also looking at what we currently have in the environment and how we could perhaps carry that over and piggyback that into what podcasters are currently doing. There was a discussion, Madam Chair, around the different tiers and types of genres and categories. So podcasters who are providing news, podcasters who are just providing light entertainment, a whole range and variety. And you need to then understand each one of those content segments and know what kinds of compliance or safety guards or guardrails need to be in place. One of the colleagues came up with a fantastic idea around the 4 R's, REDs, which we've then expanded into the 6 R's. So it's rights-based. We live in a constitutional democracy, a Bill of Rights, the rights-based environment. There needs to be response. You need to be able to respond to complaints. There needs to be recourse. And right at the bottom, regulation fits in much later. But importantly, there needs to be research. We don't have enough research. We don't have enough data points to really understand this environment. And so I think a lot more investment into research. We also need to understand the revenue models. We need to understand what we're talking about. Whilst there was overwhelming support that we have to, and we were encouraged to have this conversation, there was also real appreciation for what current platforms are doing in terms of the presentations we just had from TikTok, Google, Meta, etc., that these global platforms do have already content moderation. They do have their standards. They do have their systems in place. And perhaps the other issue is we don't have sufficient public consumer awareness campaigns. Ordinary citizens are not aware of their rights, not aware of how they can actually lodge a complaint, of how they need to take these issues up. So there's a strengthening in terms of consumer public awareness, really needing to build that out so that, whether I'm listening to, as somebody mentioned, somebody just creating a podcast, whether it's in the kitchen, the garage, wherever else, I hear something, I'm not too happy. do I have a sense of recourse? So in terms of those R's, we hope that will assist. So Madam Chair, a really robust engagement, very interesting. We were very encouraged by the commitment and the interest, again, from the actual podcasters to say, of course we're here, and of course we're South African, and of course we work within the framework of our constitutional democracy, and perhaps people need to know more of that. The issue around trust was important, and the issue around trust, particularly when you've got advertisers or marketers who want to support your podcast, they need to trust your content. And this is why that issue was so vital to us. We were also reminded that the Advertising Regulatory Board, which is the self-regulator for advertising, is also trying to get ahead of this, because Madam Chair, you may be aware around the concerns around influencers needing to be transparent, needing to communicate when they are being funded by a particular brand and they're pushing a particular brand message, etc. So I think there's been a lot happening in the environment that might not be documented, but are happening organically. I think the other thing we were reminded of is just how progressive South Africa has been in the area of self-regulation generally. So we get different delegations who visit us from time to time from across the region, across West, South, East Africa, etc., coming to understand what's happening in South Africa, what makes us so unique. Now, of course, we've been doing self-regulation for more than 30 years. We've learned so much along the way. But what does make us unique is in the totally regulated space is people actually sign up to become signatories of those codes. They hold themselves to account. They will implement whatever ruling hits them, negatively, positively, whatever, but they're committed to that. And the minute you see an adjudicative process, which is often run by retired justices of the Con Court or elsewhere, really sets the kind of credibility and the integrity apart from any other type of laissez-faire, quasi kind of adjudicative mechanism. So I think there's so much that we can share, especially in the kind of emergence of new self-regulation and self-regulatory tools. The other thing we were very concerned about, of course, Madam Chair, which I think your committee members have also raised, is how long it takes for processes to eventually unfold and to be concluded. And in this instance, we know we're in the context of the draft white paper, which has pivoted very much into online content safety and harms, etc., is the suggestion that there be a separate entity that looks at online harms, online content safety issues, etc. That's still under discussion. So a wide range of issues were canvassed. Our key recommendations would be around really investing in the kind of research outputs that we need, supporting self-regulation, supporting the very industry or sector that we're concerned about to organize themselves, to give them the space and the opportunity to organize themselves. Because I think that's the other thing is you come into a space, and somebody mentioned how many podcasters are in the room. Can we count them? So, and I know the conversation was largely around digital content generally. This is but a subset of that, but it would be good to be able to give this very interesting, innovative, and I love to say young sector in our society to be able to develop their own tools, to be able to develop their standards, to be able to say, yes, this is what we've contracted into, and that the through line is our constitutional democracy, the through line is data integrity and sovereignty. Our through line is that this is not a country of censorship. Our through line is that we respect, as I said, the principles of the Bill of Rights, and that we are ready to actually subject ourselves to the kind of scrutiny that's expected, that we appreciate that we are actually servicing a very wide and diverse range of audiences, consumers, users, call it what you will, and we need to respect that. So the other message, Madam Chair, is that this is about enablement, it's about support. It certainly is not about stifling. It certainly is not about creating barriers. Already it's a sector where there are no barriers. I can simply just use this and start going online. But because I can do that, I should not be abusing that. And I think that we've learned so much from the regulated space that we can carry over into the space. At the same time now, representing a very highly regulated sector, the point is really how we start balancing this, how there needs to be some real kind of opportunities to, at some levels, begin to revisit the whole model and say, well, maybe we are over-regulated in some areas. Maybe it's time we started pulling back a little bit because we are concerned about consistent continuity in terms of economic growth and opportunity. And we are concerned with the lack of parity, which we've been talking about for years now. And so we are concerned, Madam Chair, that there needs to be a real concerted, meaningful effort to get ahead of this, to start saying that as South African content creators, as South African producers of the most incredible and amazing content we know local is absolutely more than lekker, it's best. There needs to be opportunities to safeguard that, to promote it, to enable it. But we need to know that we're all competing on a level playing field. So Wanda, did I miss anything?
Thank you, Nadia. And I think certainly you've given us a very an idea of what a broad range of issues were covered. Perhaps when you do hand over the recommendations to the content advisors, you might also wish to add the column where we said, who are we directing these particular recommendations to? Because certainly I think you've spoken to policy issues, you've spoken to regulatory issues, and ultimately also looking at Parliament. So, and I think what's amazing is that you've really covered all of those areas. So thank you very, very much. I think what I'd like to recommend is we take the second group as well, and then we can take questions on the full set of recommendations. So that's not me, I'm glad. Okay, so Sia, I believe, is presenting for the other group. So thank you very much. You're welcome to go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. And good afternoon, Chair, to our members of the committee, our honorable members as well. And I do think at this hour of the day, it is very safe for me to say all protocol observed. Ne? By means of introduction, my name is 𝐶𝐨𝐬𝐵𝐿, and I think it would be remiss of me not to contextualize me sitting in this room in this way. It was in 2014 when I started my very first job, and my boss at the time, Rena Brumberg, who has an esteemed career in broadcasting, sat me down and said, "You are about to witness some of the greatest changes in broadcasting." And that was when I started working with her and Gareth Cliff, leaving 5FM and establishing cliffcentral.com. So to think about what was in 2014 to the fact that we are here 12 years later in Parliament discussing such a medium as podcasting shows how truly, truly impactful media is, but particularly this medium in particular is. So I would have to say, Chair, we had a very robust conversation around how we actually build and grow podcasting, particularly as we look at what network enablers, growth and inclusion are. And as you can imagine, that's something this vast and layered isn't only solved in one breakaway session, but rather these were key seeds that were noted to begin and continue the conversation going forward. In this breakaway session, some of the components that we looked at were the likes of being inclusive, sustainability, how we build on that, and we look at access and infrastructure, and also just the roles various stakeholders and participants and organizations can play in that, because it's not a one answer will solve it all solution, but rather what role are we each individually playing to work together to make true impact. So kicking off and looking at what does an inclusive and sustainable and accessible podcast look like in South Africa, we had varied inputs around some of our session members, the likes of people who work with content creators in this country, but also in the continent overall. And we realized that we would have to solve a lot of issues before we get to an equal and truly fruitful future for us all. So some of those key issues being the likes of equipment or quality control or monetization, commercialization, and allowing creators to also have a great relationship with platforms and technology. The topic of a zero-rated environment came to play under this discussion, and understandably so. It is one that is complex, and a solution isn't something that can readily be reached at a point like this. But the topic of a zero-rated environment and why exactly it still is a struggle in many parts of the industry that we work in is another component and valid component that one needs to look at in this discussion. Barrier to entry that was looked at as we unpack this also goes into looking at equipment, looking at quality, and looking at the metrics that one uses to judge a successful podcast or a growing podcast. We know that creators might be happy to say, I have now reached the 1,000 mark or the 5,000 mark, versus what do platforms such as a Spotify, a TikTok, or a YouTube use to actually define a successful podcast. So those metrics are one to take note of and to be unified in being able to build that approach. As we also look forward in a successful podcasting landscape, another key point that was pivotal to our discussion was reframing the landscape and looking not just from what regulation is needed, but rather what content creators can continue to do. So how can we actually stimulate the content creator system before we look at what regulation must be imposed in it, but how can we make sure that we have a fruitful, conducive environment for content creators to actually grow in this space? How are we adequately educating them? How are we increasing their connectivity around the country? And how are we making sure that they have access to platforms online? And also, as we hopefully look at the reduction in the cost of data overall. So this ecosystem is ultimately built on businesses operating online. So again, when we look at that full ecosystem of business, how do we actually ensure that spend is also diverted towards podcasting and digital content creators? Of course, that also heavily relies on regulation, and also regulation does need one to not just accept the benefits, but rather also have to compromise or sacrifice certain elements. So that's also a worthwhile note to mention. When it comes to access and infrastructure, we looked at some of the biggest constraints to this that actually limit podcast access and distribution, particularly in rural and underserved communities. And no surprise that base level equipment has been noted as a through and true constraint to this. But more than that, we also did discuss working capital that is needed to actually sustain these businesses. It's all good and well that we talk about and we promote and we pat people on their backs who have been able to go viral just simply from using their cell phone device from home. I know earlier we were talking about the kitchen or the garage or the room. But how do we take that moment of being viral and build a sustainable business? And it comes down to the nuts and bolts of one needs to be able to build a team. One needs to be able to afford a producer, content producer or technical producer. One needs to be able to market themselves online. And that goes down to the likes of working capital. And then to be able to support those organizations or those people who actually want to start something like this, especially when we look at rural and underserved communities. Are we feeding them enough information that won't just, as the old adage says, give a man a fish for a day, but will actually teach a man how to fish? So are we also looking, and how are we also looking at formalizing this industry to actually attract investment? Chair, I would say that this was a refreshing point of the conversation because there were some murmurings around the room, I'd like to believe, throughout the course of the day around regulation and whether we are overly regulated or not, and what is the need of regulation. But when it came to actually formalizing the industry, regulation isn't just about standing in the corner with a cane threatening someone, but rather it's about saying, let's formalize this to protect you firstly as the content creator, but also that is how you make oneself or one platform or one industry more attractive to investors and the likes. So moving on from that, we were able to get into a conversation that ultimately proved that governance is able to attract more podcasters into this industry, but also the right corporate partners that we need. So ultimately, efficient training, education, and the likes are keys to being able to overcome some of these infrastructure constraints. How those education elements are actually funded, now that's a story for another day, or rather a story for another session. We were able to also move on to looking at how stakeholders can collaboratively address the cost barriers that are associated with the likes of data and devices and production equipment that affect not only just the podcast creators, but also the audiences. And going back to the foundation, or rather the foundation and also the effects of regulation. And that boils down to looking at compliance, looking at copywriting, looking at what content can do. All of these elements are part of the ingredients that lend to great collaboration. So another aspect that was brought into this was around professionalizing podcasting. We see what, for example, the Press Council is able to do, and how they are also able to add very constructively to a conversation like this. And though in this part of the conversation, we also realize that we can be as forward-looking as possible, but we also cannot negate the amount of work that has actually been done to get us to this point so far, and also what kind of work is still currently being done as well. There are certain taxes like the luxury tax that have been re-looked at to now say, actually, people in South Africa who purchase a device that is under 2,000 rands, for example, will not be as taxed, for example, as they purchase that device, because that is not deemed as a luxury, but that is deemed as something that is being able to position someone at a platform or at a position where they can engage online. And so data pricing will always be a point of contention around this. And we were able to hear from people who represent that sector and also the network sector overall, who have brought in their notes and points to this topic. When we look at how established podcasters, is there timing?
Interrupt. Yes, just timing.
Yes.
I could encourage you to focus more on the recommendations coming out of the group rather than a summary of.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Noted. Give a man a microphone, give a podcaster a microphone, and the day goes. So our referrals here are truly looking at collaboration and how, and not to kill the lily here, but this is one of many conversations and one of many action items that are still going to take place. Podcasters don't and can't work alone, but rather it's a collaboration between podcasters and platforms, institutions, government alike, to be able to look at what is necessary in the regulation to ultimately protect, uplift, and empower everyone who is involved in making sure that this industry that we all know and love becomes the success it already is, but also builds on that. So in conclusion, Chair, I say regulation is key. I think nobody in this room is disputing that, but our recommendation for that would be exactly how our breakaway session was framed. We do have to support the market, and we do need to deliberately look at how we support the market through network enablers, through growth and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and apologies for speeding it up, but I do know we have now a really important engagement. through you, Madam Chair, if I can open up to questions and engagement. And I know because Honourable Subrati was in my blind spot earlier, may I ask if you'd like to kick off with either questions or contributions?
Well, thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Facilitator, for the day. Let me appreciate Mr. Dimitri. This very well curated roundtable that you had facilitated. Thank you so much for that. Maybe the point I would wanted to have deposited before the breakaway, and I think earlier I said it would have been career limiting for me to say that all the other political parties had covered me. So hence, yeah. So I think maybe I have been consistently making the point that after land in Africa and in South Africa, the ICT sector has been the most colonized sector and owned by big businesses, the narrative controlled by big businesses. And Africa and South Africans in that space have never been innovators and creators, and we've just been consumers. And that is the colonization and the context in which I want to frame my contribution to this very successful roundtable discussion. And against that, Chairperson, podcasting provides me with hope. When I heard Dr. Mpofu earlier speak and reminded me that this is a largely Black content creator-driven market, I felt great joy. Because it means, Chairperson, that this is presenting us with an opportunity to be innovators and to be creators and to be the ones who create the narrative through this gift that we have as South Africans in our multilingualism, in our ability to speak English clearly as a first language, and in our multiplicity. And I think that's where, when I hear the great success of our podcasts, I attribute it to that inclusive society that we have built through this rainbow nation. And therefore, Chairperson, I think this must be supported because it talks to the first apex priority of the president, and that was to build an inclusive economy. So I think this for me was one of the key takeaways. Now, having said that, we cannot. So therefore, all the support for the industry and, the issues surrounding self-regulation, we need to find the modality. We can't have a scenario where we wake up 10 years later and find that we had this conversation and that we only respond when the horses have bolted out of the stable. That maybe we should have done something in 2026, which we didn't do, because we didn't want to stifle innovation, because regulation and over-regulation stifles innovation. So I think we need to have a balanced approach to that. I think the second point that's very important is, whilst we support the industry, there has to be a platform where we say it must operate within the context of our sovereignty as a nation. And this is the next point I wanted to make. We cannot have a podcasting, the sector, operating as a law unto its own. Why do I say this? And I'm placing sovereignty and our transformation as a country at the center of it. We can't have, Honorable Chairperson, a podcaster coming to telling us that there is a white genocide taking place in South Africa. It gains thousands and hundreds and thousands of likes. It alters and promotes a false narrative, and we are impotent to respond to it. The sovereignty and the transformative pathway of South Africa cannot be compromised. And I am saying, when we regulate, we must protect the truth in podcasting. To me, misinformation
and disinformation is the #1 enemy of South Africa, and we must regulate it pointedly in that. And that is why, Chairperson, when you had excused from the, when we received the human rights report on the 2021 unrest, I had brought this matter to the committee and had proposed that, you know, as the ANC cohort, we have proposed a bill for misinformation and disinformation, because that sits at the center and at the bedrock of this. If we regulate nothing, but we only protect the truth and we regulate misinformation and disinformation, Chairperson, I think we have done a huge contribution towards putting in these guardrails in which largely this industry may thrive. Chairperson, I think those were the two fundamental points I thought I should deposit. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Subrati. And what I'd like to propose is that I'll take 3 questions at a time, and then I'd like to allow our moderators of each group to respond on behalf of the group if that's okay. So if I could take questions from any other members or contributions, and we're now open to the floor. So yes, Honourable 𝐶𝐵𝐻𝐻, and then Honourable Ngubane, Honourable Elise, and then, so I'm going to take one. It's 3 in total.
I'm so proud of you for remembering their names. They terrorized you in the interviews.
Good afternoon, and honourable members, colleagues, and everybody in the house. I think let me first appreciate this gathering. How I wish that it could cascade down to the lowest level, so that our people have got the space of making a contribution in the interest of their own interest. It's about the original mandate of the country, so that we were appointed in terms of dealing with this question. And the original mandate is found definitely in the constitution of the country, where that's where rights of citizens are enshrined. And therefore ours is to ensure that we respect those rights of individuals, particularly the vulnerable groups in society. 2, the impact of podcast over society. And I'm not sure whether we do have measuring mechanism to always assess whether what we are doing on a daily basis has got a positive or a negative impact to the development of society. And I'm raising this because South Africa has got this diverse society. And therefore it becomes our primary responsibility to ensure that we guard against those institutions that undermines that our society. The type of society we want to build as a country. Surely the Constitution is clear, we want to build a non-racial, non-sexist society. And I identify this role for podcasts generally across, that it has to, in its own agenda, particularly if it is transforming, to ensure that we achieve those particular objectives of a non-racial society that is currently still fragmented. And I think, so it's not about profits. It's about ensuring that we contribute positively to the development of our people. The notion of regulation, of course, and I think I'm comfortable now. I was very uncomfortable in the morning, but I know that people were coming with their own diverse opinions, and surely the contestation would be resolved through engagements. who do have an experience of religious bodies refusing the regulations to be regulated. And we're still sitting as a country with that kind of sector, still refusing to be regulated. But they think that regulation to them would impact negatively because of what they are benefiting currently as priests, pastors, etc. And I think that this one, because practitioners now are dealing with, they understand exactly that their protection also becomes critical for future purposes, but we have to be futuristic in dealing with this particular question. The ownership and control of the sector. I think Honorable Whip has touched on this question. But for us, the ownership and control of whatever innovation or creativity we're coming up becomes important. So that from that flows a policy that we understand that could impact positively to the sector itself and also others. So that we don't again, after 10 years or 20 years, have to come back and deal with this question of ownership and control. And I know that this sector is characterized by individual ownership, collective ownership, and surely you would need a body internally yourselves through collaboration to ensure that you manage this particular space, because currently it's a competition between different podcasts, either negative competition or positive competition, but it's a competition that we see out there in society. The third one is in relation to rural areas, and I'm happy that the last presenter talked about these areas. How I wish that one day programs of this nature would start from rural areas towards the center. But the perception up there is that podcast or no podcast, this is for urban areas, for the elite, and that's it. And I don't know how we manage to demystify that perception. It's always our responsibility that we ensure that Umam Joacha in that village also understand and is taken to be part of these particular processes. So the question of a rural areas is always spoken to, but never, in fact, have a program that is rolled out deliberately so to deal with those communities. And they are the majority, they constitute majority in the country. And we cannot say we're successful, and yet a majority is still outside the net. The last one, Chair, AI. I'm not sure of the significance of the AI. I need to be taken to school about this significance of the AIs. I'm not sure whether it's assisting us or not. I don't want to be critical now because I'm not on board as far as their own evolution as an industry, but I'm not sure of the significance really AIs, because sometimes you get misled and you find out that you realize later, no, that I was misled here. So I'm saying maybe it's an area that we need to pick up and deal with. And I'm not criticizing as of now. The values and cultures of society must be encapsulated so that in whatever we do, the identity of South African citizen is prioritized. We have to have an identity. For a long time, never had the identity. Now, whatever program that comes from us must begin to recognize that we're a South African citizen. I know one time I was watching this soap for Nigeria. Nigerian soap. Those are 24-hour soaps, soapy, whatever, Nigerians. You see children in front of those channels. You see human organ harvesting. Your child is seated in front of this thing. And you begin to have a problem because you don't know how to regulate a Nigerian from Nigeria, exposing our children to this danger. And I'm saying the cross-border kind of collaboration becomes important so that we begin to to regulate different at times some of the programs that emerges out of this. I'm raising this thing deliberately because I know that South Africa is infested with this kind of thing. It's easy for a podcast owned by an illegal foreigner in the country to insult the president, to insult the organization, to insult citizens of this country. And you don't know how to deal with that situation because there's no regulation that begins to protect the integrity of the South African people. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhaga. The third person, Honorable Ngubane.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think our colleagues have raised a good example of just leaving things as is, the churches. Luckily, Chair, I sit on the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs as well. After that, the movies we watch on the SIU report investigation, just because we're not regulating churches, the stories of people eating snakes, drinking petrol and everything, it comes from a freeway where you decide not to regulate. So that's one of the good example of saying at least minimal regulation. You know, Chair, I'm a pro supporter of podcasts. You know what they brought in this country, because we've got media that is controlled through monopoly, where even the content is dictated. For example, over the weekend, we have a journalist that has been dismissed. So there are many other stories that I can make them as an example. It comes from what? The regulation. Those people are told what to do and what not to do. Now, if there is a freedom of people who do not belong under certain monopolies, under certain strict laws that regulate them, we appreciate that. I think the podcasters need to know that we appreciate their existence, and they've came up with some fresh air in the media space where they're not gonna be told. A person is gonna wake up and see things as they see them and go out there and put his narrative and put evidence there and do everything. So we really appreciate and support the podcast industry through and through. So that's the first point, Chair, to say we support them, and as an example of the church of not regulating, that regulation is important. And when we were living here, there were two speakers, especially the lady that was sitting here and here. They put it very clear. They said somewhere around on the media, there is where regulation of podcasters fit in. So without tightening them too much or not expressing themselves freely, in a way where they are not buckled down to say, you can't say this. No, this one you can't say. No, this one, when you say it like this. You know, even if they cannot be boxed in that, we would appreciate, as long as it is there is that element of regulation. And then the other point, Chair, is that imagine you have people that tomorrow you want to incentivize, or you want statistics about them, and you want to know who's who in the zoo. This person that is a podcaster that speaks this narrative, where does it come from? On an industry that you don't know its market. So it's dangerous as well. You need to know the certain industry and know who's who in the zoo, and even let them have a register or certificate of existence or somewhere a recognition, so that tomorrow when something happens, even if we want to, one of our colleagues spoke about, at least let's incentivize them, let's build them up. Now, how do you put your money on people that you don't know? So you need to know these people. Who are you building? How are you going to build them? You're building them for what, to where? So it's one of those contributions, Chair, that we are saying a little bit of knowing who podcasters are, what do they do, what they don't do, a level of small control, but not as like a monopoly type where a boss somewhere on top, someone will phone in his house because he's a trillionaire and said, I didn't like what you were saying in your podcast. So erase it. No. So it's one of those things. Podcasters came and bring and brought a fresh air in media. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane. So, Sia, you'll be picking up the baton for, if that's okay. So, if I could ask any responses, I was going to take 3 at a time, just so that we give honorable members also an opportunity we don't cover too many topics at once. If that's okay, I'll take the next 3. So, Nadia and Sia, if there were any particular questions that you wanted to respond to, because we did actually hear more than anything feedback, which was very valuable from the honorable members.
Sure, thank you, honourable members, and also colleagues who are part of our working group. Welcome to jump right in. Just thank you so much, honourable member. The issue around AI and the impact of AI, in fact, was raised. In my rush to get through the notes, I skipped that. There is huge concern and growing concern around the impact of AI and transparency issues. I think you may be aware that some news platforms are beginning to actually stick on labels as well. And I think the real issue is around where it's going. One of the colleagues said in the next few years, we're going to have these AI bots delivering podcasts directly, etc. So it's something that we're very concerned about. We note that the DCDT had developed, I think, a framing document around AI across various applications and various industries. And I think that in due course, all of us will be making, written submissions in that regard. We also know that the sector regulator is concerned particularly around the use of AI in news programming. So I think that, we just want to reassure you that something the industry has been considering, very concerned about. So that is one key issue. I just wanted to also say the amazing thing about today, I think, is that there is an absolute meeting of the minds around what is important. What is important is our citizenry as South Africans. What is important is around safeguards. What is important is around frameworks. And I think that that's really positive. I think coming in here, people were very unsure. And here we are today at the end of the session, Dimitri and honorable members, where I think there has been a meeting of the minds. And I think there's also been a real appreciation for what this new content stream can do in terms of extending and expanding us as South Africans, how we engage with each other, our sense of culture and heritage and all those good things, and more importantly, the economic drivers. Also to say, just to underscore what the other team, the other committee mentioned, was also a nice theme, is around collaboration, around partnerships, around sharing of information, sharing of experience, around saying, we've done it for so many years, let's share this. And there is a real goodwill and a real sense of us wanting to do something in the public interest. And I think, you should be congratulated for that, in fact, because often when you come into these sessions, it can be quite acrimonious. And we're sitting here and I think there's alignment. And I think that's a really positive takeout. The big issue, and thank you for raising it, really is about the research, is about having the data, available to us. The other thing that one of the colleagues mentioned, who is not here now, was to the point around investing in podcasting. The point around in the broadcasting space, Madam Chair, we've always wanted 30% set off for community broadcasting. We also want similar investments into this emerging content stream. And I think that whilst we are so excited by its potential, I think the issue that you raise around the opportunity for these podcasts to actually derail the incredible gains in our democracy is something we need to be always on high alert about. And we need to use the existing instruments, the existing criminal protections and other, tools at our disposal in the interim. And as I said before, I think let's give this fantastic new content stream the space and opportunity to organize themselves. People would rather get organized and develop these tools and instruments themselves with the support, of course, of others, than to be instructed and told, thou shalt not, or thou shalt, And I think let's adopt that kind of open approach. It'd be lovely in 6 months' time, for example, you had this conversation and you hear what developments have emerged. So just to say, I think it was a really positive it's just wonderful to sit in 2026 and all of us kind of being aligned in a way. And of course, we know what the international platforms are doing. We're very aware of what needs to happen. We're very aware of our continued efforts to work much closer with them, and for greater transparency, certainly in the way that our local content providers work with these multinationals. We also, Madam Chair, have to recognize the incredible work that the Competition Commission has done with their report and their recommendations. And we have to recognize that this is groundbreaking stuff that we've done in our country, which we so often forget. We so often forget these amazing gains. To the podcasters who are busy developing new ideas, there's something you need to talk about. It's just how we need to start singing our praises on so many levels. We so often forget that. I think we're very hard on ourselves. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nadia. I've just been told people are missing their flights. Apparently, there's been quite a traffic snarl up, so anyone who's on around a 7 o'clock flight. I've been asked to just speed it up. I'm going to take the 3 contributions from the members and then from members, and we've literally got 10 minutes max. Reading closing comments from our chair. Honorable 𝐶𝐨𝐬𝐿.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to everybody. So, Chair, I think we need to agree that there are no regulations for podcasts. I think we need to agree, though the 2 speakers that my colleague was talking about, the rep from Google, and I don't know from where, they're saying, there is some form of regulation, but I think we need to agree that there is no regulation. We don't have regulation for podcasts. Government has admitted that podcasts do not fall within the definition of broadcasting under the current act that is available. So how then would we justify suddenly applying broadcasting style content rules and to a medium that is, not legally distinct for the functions, and it operates as an on-demand user, generated content. So I think we need to agree that there's no regulation as far as that is concerned. And I raise this because, Chair, when as a member of the public you pick up hate speech on gender, harmful content to children, you know where to report it to. With the 3 mediums that we already have, which is TV, radio, and the print media, you know that the BCC South Africa is there to report those things. And I don't think that's something that is available for podcasts in the moment. And if that is not available, then we're going to have a situation where there are laws unto themselves, because there is no authority as far as that is concerned. So the question is asked, who should be liable, when these things come up, when there's offense or what is this? A complaint. So Dr. 𝐶𝐨𝐵𝐿 Walsh says we should be, I don't know whether he was talking about them as individuals, because then you've got, because then you ask a question that when a podcast spreads false information, right, that incites violence or xenophobia, who should be liable? Should it be Spotify and YouTube, or should it be the individuals? And then he says we should be held accountable. And I don't know what that means, because, for instance, even now, when you report, like the Google rep was saying, when you report, you then sometimes are confronted with a situation where they ignore that because they don't understand, the culture of South Africa. They don't understand certain languages that could be offensive to a certain group of people or tribe in South Africa. So you find out that they ignore those things. So when you're saying that we should be liable, I don't know who's liable. Should it be the individuals as podcasters, or should it be the platforms that they use as podcasters? I think, the last one, Chair, and I do take into account, Chair, that we don't want, for instance, the question I raised when we were beginning this conversation, I said, how then do you balance protecting the public, right? But also make sure that you don't silence the voice of the people. Because now, for instance, the rep from TikTok, I've given up on TikTok because 95% of my content is not eligible. 95% 95% of my content is not eligible. So how do you balance the need for online safety, you know, with the fundamental right to freedom of expression? So maybe we should just also, because you can't have a platform where you have 95, I'm not even exaggerating, 95% of content is not eligible. That means, you know, those strict rules that we were talking about have been applied to an extent that now you're silencing the voice of other people. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and Honourable Singh, and then the DG will be the third of this group, and then we'll have our podcaster from this side.
Sorry, Dimitri, can I pull the DG from your list? Because she must comment with giving us a way forward just before we close.
Okay, so thank you, Honourable Member. And in fact, the DG and the Chair of ICASA have promised that they're going to host the next roundtables.
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of time, I'm just going to actually keep it quite short. So I think I want to take off from the point that we seem to have alignment. I think it's been very fruitful, and what has come of is that everyone agrees there needs to be some kind of regulation. And the question is going to be, as it always comes out, is going to be the devil is going to be in the detail. And that's where you're going to see conflicting positions, if at all, that sort of comes about. So there's just a couple of things that, to be quite honest, I don't think I need answers, but things that I've been just thinking that needs to be taken into account, because we are told that this is a really growing industry. And with the low growth rate that we have in South Africa, we need to encourage every sector that can actually contribute to our economic growth. But then I also have to ask is like whether South Africa is participating meaningfully in that economy or simply providing an audience for global platforms. The lack of reliable data on the sector is also a concern for me. Regarding sustainability, it was spoken about, and inclusiveness, you know, we need to ask ourselves, is that can podcasting realistically be a sustainable career path? On the market size, like I said, with the data, what is the estimated economic value of this podcast industry? And what percentage of digital audio advertising spend goes to podcasts versus traditional radio or TV or whatever other platforms? And what is the hesitancy by advertisers to actually advertise on these podcasting platform? They're not a platform, so let me not say that. And then we come to other questions where, for example, we have the telcos, but then the OTT is not actually contributing to the infrastructure. So how do we deal with fair contribution and who pays? Because those are the things that I think are going to complicate the issues when we come for at the time when we want to legislate, because there's going to be these competing interests. So for me, I would also just like to know, for example, the platforms, you know, what responsibility, and I think it was asked, what responsibility do they take for harmful content on their platforms? And And would there be liability? So there's going to be a lot of questions that are going to come into the detail. I think there's going to be consensus that there needs to be regulation, but until we have something literally on the table, I do sense that that's when we're going to see all these competing interests come to the fore. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Singh. And the last word to the podcaster who'll be speaking for all podcasters. As I said, this is just the beginning. There are, we all laughed when I mentioned the DG and ICASA. They actually said they will be hosting the next one, so it wasn't a joke. And also, the content advisors have asked, please, if you have any questions or specific recommendations that you want to put forward, please email through to Hajira, whose email you'll have, and those will be incorporated in the final report. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable members, I understand that people do have tired minds now, so I'll be very, very quick, and I promise. The only thing that I implore, Chair, is that we do take the issue of supporting the industry quite seriously. If you think about the ratio between a community radio station and podcast, there are way, way, way more podcasts than there are community radio stations in this country, yet they have a very clear mandate that there will be a minimum spend towards community radio stations to uplift them. And my only request is that on the recommendation about supporting these platforms, we do take it seriously. They are the new voice of digital media, of media in general, not just digital media. So it is something that I think let's truly consider, because we would love to see more and more emerging platforms come out of this country, and we would one day love to see the next prime media emerging from a podcast and being digital first. So I do think that it's something that we shouldn't brush aside, and that it's something that we should really take into consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping it short. So as we close, a final a comment from me, which is actually an apology to our chair. I was asked to please mention that this meeting was going to be run according to the Davos principles. And I forgot to mention them at the beginning, but I'm going to quickly mention them very quickly because we all met all three. Number one, non-commercialism. Nobody did a pitch here. Two, constructive dialogue between leaders of government, business, and civil society. And number three, inclusivity, collaborative and inclusive nature of this event. So thank you all for sticking to those principles, even though you didn't know. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dimitri. Okay, as we move to closure for real now, I've been told that politicians say, as I conclude, and then they say, finally. As I sit down, Chair, DG, can I hand over to you for some reflections and way forward?
Thank you very much, Chair, and much appreciation. Firstly, I think for creating this engagement platform, which is first of many, I'm assuming. We're not taking this away from yourselves. We just thought if perhaps there's still further issues, maybe the chair and ourselves will be, CASA and the DCTT will be available along with the other regulators, which is FPB as well as .ZNA. Chair, there are a couple of issues from our side, and maybe just to just quickly respond on them. The issue of data, I've seen the issues of reliability, accuracy, etc. So just to give an assurance that, and I think the problem is the lack of communication of all of this. We published a data and cloud policy. Now, in that policy, we're saying that the SMMEs, because we want to stimulate activities, SMMEs actually have right of access to government data. Now, hopefully government data is the most reliable, and they can make use of that. So unlike and we also want to encourage that issue of data sharing as well from the private sector in the rightful hands to avoid these issues of misinformation, disinformation as just but one aspect of it. So really want to encourage to then say, because it's a national policy, please let's exercise our right as podcasters, content creators, to be able to access that and not necessarily rely on some of the information that may not be out there and accurate. The other issue then, I think the most critical issue is about the issues of accessibility, affordability. And as you know, there are a number of programs that we're working on. I'm hoping that just before Easter, Honorable 𝐶𝐨𝐵𝐿 will give you something so that you're not going to ask us about this issue of the cost to communicate. And it's going to land on your lap. So please wait for the next cabinet announcement on this matter. But we're making other interventions working with the regulator in terms of addressing the issues of data costs, which are quite high. And precisely on the comments that were made by the young seer or the vibrant seer, if they're going to talk about zero rating, Chair, these are issues that we have to put in some form of a regulation. They're not going to fall off. So I hear people talking about the fact that they don't want over regulations or there should be no regulation. A regulation is not trying to stifle. It's not policing. Certainly there are going to be guardrails, as we want to call them, just to make sure that you protect personal information. You don't exploit people. The same rights that one enjoys offline, we've always maintained that you should also enjoy them online. And whether you are a content creator, whether you are the user, etc., whether you're an emerging entrepreneur as well as an innovator in the space. So in the issue of misinformation and disinformation, we're seeing an absolute rise on this, and we have to find, it's no longer like to say, I think it was mentioned earlier, people go to the courts don't care about your feelings, your reputation, etc. And so we have to make sure that we manage that issue of misinformation and disinformation. It is partly covered in the AI draft policy, which we're also intending to issue for public comment. But I do believe, as Honorable Subrati indicated, that we definitely need to come up with a much stronger legislation. There was a question about why regulations take so long. In our space, unfortunately, the ECA talks about this public consultation from a government side. I think from your side, as legislators, you're the owner of this. You can short circuit that period. So we would encourage maybe a closer collaboration in terms of how we can work together. But I have to take it twice out for public consultations before it even lands in the legislative as well. The issue with regards to the, sorry, I highlighted this. Oh, AI, I did highlight this. I think the issue of sovereignty as well as the transformation. So in the audio and audio visual, and I heard earlier on the slight criticism, the intention is not about the regulation. The issue is really about how do we stimulate these new emerging sectors, these new creative forces. And at the same time, how do we then, as a sovereign state, ensure that everybody contributes? So there's issues, I think we talk about regulatory parity, etc. So we're also talking about social obligations. Some of these OTT are not licensed, but we need to find a way in which they can contribute back into the kitty. Some of them we say, okay, what is, if you maybe, now we're opening up another debate, but in the EIP, there are certain conditions that you can do in terms of enterprise development, but in this new creative space, Spotify, YouTube, they're not yet there. So they don't even go and present themselves or make an application in terms of the AI. So how do we make sure that they actually contribute back into society in South Africa? And in return, we use those funds in order to us to build the issues of training that was mentioned here, the issues of equipment, especially bridging this digital divide, looking at the rural areas, especially people who are being creative and they say, I want to build on this, but I just don't have the muscle for it. And you're not going to get an investor in the first day. You've heard about these, most of them, they start in the garages, on the couches, etc., hand down equipment, etc. So we need to be able to build some form of an enabling environment, let me rather say, to support the entrepreneurs, the emerging content creators, etc. So that is a part of the intention also within the audio and audio visual paper, just so that everyone contributes and plays the equal part in this sector. We are mindful of the fact that any form of regulation as we do now, introducing whether it's going to be the audio and audio visual, the misinformation, disinformation, there's going to be a lapse, and there's going to be continuous, obviously evolving, and we'll need to try and find another creative way in terms of making sure that in terms of enforcement, like issues of regulations, which could be working faster. And we do encourage, though, the issue of everyone contributing. So not necessarily self-regulation, but we're saying that each one should take equal contribution. We had the same challenges, Chair, if you recall, in 2016, at the rise, when we're regulating the OTTs here in Parliament. And both the operators as well as the OTT platform owners came here to say, no, don't touch us, we're good. 5 years later, there's complaints because the ones are benefiting, the others are paying tax, etc. So I just want to encourage as my last point to then say, let's learn from the lessons of the past. I think we can work this journey together to be able to come up with a rules-based system that will be beneficial for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG. I suppose, yeah, there's a lot of food for thought. I've been thinking about what I would possibly say to close this meeting. And to be honest, I haven't come up with much, except for the fact that I'm really proud to be South African today. I was sitting here watching all of the participants, delegates walk in. I'm not looking at you, CEO of Podcast and Chill, but people came here with their daggers out. We were ready to fight, did not know what this whole discussion was about. And we had really fixed positions, which would have come out of whatever experiences we've had. But just listening to the reports as they come back, I don't think we're far from each other. I think that at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. And that is for the sector to thrive, for the sector to be supported. But as it does that, it does it within a particular ethical framework that continues, to uphold the values of everything that we believe is South African. I'm sure you finished debating electricity now and you want to disrupt my closing, ne? Are you going to die if I don't give you a second? 1 second.
Quick one, Chair. I think maybe I missed a lot, and I do agree. We were in the Parliament for the speech. Chair, quick one. The big main issue I'm not clear about is, and you can help me with the question on OTTs. What do we refer to YouTube as? What do we refer to these apps that are currently the almost transmission platforms for the particular content? I think what is disputed is the language of the content and the indecency. But the most biggest thing is the platforms themselves happen to be totally unregulated and are extracting huge amounts of money out of South Africa. And I think that's where the real issue is. TikTok and your YouTubes, your X and all of them. So at some point, from a committee point of view, let's talk on what we need to do to regulate the majors, the ones really making the money out of advertising, out of syndication, out of all of the value and the revenue created. I just wanted to add that point because I think I missed that view.
We can't punish the small people, which is the podcasters, the almost channel owners, who are really dependent on the majors who are making the money. We've seen right now in South Africa, Uber is localized and they're forced to be regulated within local, regulatory environment. So I think the big majors, we should have a YouTube South Africa. There's nothing wrong about it. We should have a TikTok South Africa, like how the US has done. They wrestled the Malaysian, I think the Singaporean owner of the ownership, and they actually owned TikTok, USA, etc. We should be able to talk about, the likes of South Africa. So let's get Elon Musk a bit wrestled and really more worried. He needs to localize and take us into consideration. And those are the points I wanted to add. And we have really the chair of ICASA here, and he has to be bold enough to direct this particular really radical economic transformation we want to see. These platforms must be localized, must be owned locally, must have local partnerships, must have local equity component, and not that EEE thing where it's a flavor of BEE. We want real ownership, control, as well as participation of our people in South Africa, because I think they call them OTTs. It's going to be a major, major carrier. So I think our contribution there, Chair, has to be on that one. The podcasters must not be penalized. Honestly, leave them to be creative, because that's what draws the eyeballs to their content. Let them be, really experimental, innovative, adventurous. Let's see that spirit of creativity and protect the ones that needs to be protected. But the OTTs needs to be regulated and they must share the revenue locally. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Nthabeleng. I can understand then, why you could not let that point go. That discussion we were having earlier. Maybe on a serious note, you see this is the first of many conversations, and Honorable Mkhacha is right that we should not be leaving anybody out of the conversation. There's digital content creators who are sitting in the back of Beyond, and they need to be brought into this. There's a lot of work that's being done by government, as well as industry itself. What I truly appreciated, I think it was when Nadia was making an input, speaking about how, your traditional media is sharing experiences with the broadcasters and really showing that, regulation is really up in your hands, She calls it self-regulation, but the encouragement of organization within the sector so that you have a common voice. When I said that, I was proud to be South African, this is what I have always imagined Parliament would be, a platform for the people to whom it matters to create, what the laws are supposed to be, because really the legislators are doing it on your behalf with the mandate that you've given you. We have a big problem that I'm hoping we're going to be able to address together. The DG will tell you that we often call them to come and speak to us about the digital economy master plan. What does that look like? Where is the content economy within that master plan? Then we speak about the 4IR, the Presidential Commission on 4IR, all its recommendations, including artificial intelligence and how it's integrated. And nobody really wants to own delivery of it. Now, as a committee, while we were not wrong, but we focused a lot on the infrastructure side of things, getting the connectivity, the digital migration, and we haven't done as much on the content side, which, as Honorable Nthabeleng correctly says, you are free and you must be free to do what you need. But then how do we ensure that that content side as well is contributing to what we want to build? And that's a vibrant digital content ecosystem. What we are going to do from here is we are going to develop a report as a committee, which is going to take into account the recommendations that you have made. We are going to have endless discussions with government. Endless has, in our language, is a time frame of 2 months. So the committee has already agreed on certain things that we know have to be dealt with. The regulation of OTTs, like Honorable Nthabeleng has been saying, and we want to know, given what you have done as government, DG, ICASA, and so forth, do we, I don't like using your word short circuit, because, William Bird has left, but I always get into trouble with some of civil society when I say, but our primary responsibility is lawmaking. And while it has become the norm that the executive are the ones who are introducing bills in Parliament, that is not actually how the system is necessarily designed to work. So we do not want to duplicate the work of the executive, but we have our own priorities that we think that the seventh administration must legislate, and regulation of OTTs and the like is one of them. We would really like to give space, you know, to the industry, podcasting industry, to go back and maybe even with other digital content creators, go back, have a discussion amongst yourselves, and, you know, in a couple of months, come back and say, if we promised you one thing, we promised you where people can complain. You know, I can assure you, Sia, that will get us off your backs for a while. You know, where there's a right of reply, recourse, people know what the mechanisms are. And then you look at the other thing. What sort of code of conduct would you want? What are you doing about, especially when Patiswa was speaking, she spoke about, you know, the influencers, the marketers, obviously then there's the journalistic type. What do you want to do there? You know, because if SARS starts looking at you like they're looking at you, you know, as content creators, I think it's important to have a plan. So we will take our report to the National Assembly. Government is bound, obligated to implement the recommendations of the National Assembly once that report is approved. But as I'm saying, our intention is not to direct government, but to say that these are the views that are coming out from some of the sessions that we're talking about, and then this is how we as Parliament are going to be taking those forward. I really don't want to repeat. I mean, I've got all sorts of notes here from the issues that you were talking about on issues of digital sovereignty, the support for the sector, the development of our own tools and standard, enablement and support. We've got it, and we will be discussing it. So let me maybe close the meeting here and thank you all sincerely for coming here. We did not pay for you to come here because we're a poor parliament, but you still came, and that is truly appreciated. We look forward to the government and ICASA hosting us soon. I want to thank you so much for your contributions that have gone into this, and I hope that you have seen that our door is fully open for engagement. I do get a lot of emails, suggestions on labeling AI material, and all of that. Most of it is passed to the committee, so we would truly appreciate that. The regulators, I'm sure very soon they're coming back to us about a regulator of the future and where this discussion fits into that model that they have developed, the industry associations that are here. I want to thank the platforms, and you've heard the appetite. So I'm hoping that very soon the platforms are going to, and this is something that we've asked, by the way. And I won't mention the OTT specifically, who said, oh, no, South Africa can't be having that discussion. We're talking to OECD. And I said, oh, okay, here in our country, is there a jurisdiction called OECD? And until that happens, we really retain the right to make our own laws. I know that Nomvuiso has left, but the telcos have also been very supportive to the work of the committee, and I'm hoping that we're going to see that word, support to the industry, because it is a digital ecosystem, as we say. Let me thank the staff of Parliament. At some point, I thought these ones are going to just hit me under the bus. What is this thing that must happen now? But we truly appreciate, Dr. Medupi, all the work that has gone into putting together. Honorable members, as always, you are the stars of the show. So we truly appreciate your engagement with all of the colleagues. And then if we could please give our wonderful facilitator a round of applause. Thank you, Dimitri. Thank you so very much. We will really try. I'm told that there was a register that was circulated when we started. I would like us in action and indeed to keep each other abreast of what is happening. So as and when we finalize our report, we will share it with yourselves so you know what the thinking is. But where there are developments on your side as well, please do let us know. Most of the time we engage solely with government, and not all the time do we get an opportunity to engage with the sector, and we would really like to improve that. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this is your parliament, these are your laws, right? And what we're truly trying to encourage is that be an active part of creating those laws. Yes, we'll fight about things here and there, but those fights are for the intention of us ultimately coming together and aligning. Honorable Singh says the devil is in the detail. I did not get any fundamental differences today. I think that it's things that we can always find each other on. So let me stop rambling. Thank you very much, and then declare the meeting officially closed. Thank you so much.